After the World Ends. Turn, Book 7. Written and narrated by New York Times and USA Today best-selling author Jamie Thornton. Chapter 1. Dessa and Tiana held on to each other like they had been shipwrecked, and the other was their lifeboat. The air smelled like iron, like a butcher shop, like death. The field of bodies, over 100 mutineers murdered by people still loyal to Krause and Schofield, lay on the gravel in front of Sanctuary's entrance like debris. Tiana shook from exhaustion, fear, and grief. The boys aren't in there. Dessa knew if not for Tiana, she would have fallen to the ground weeping. That means they're still alive. They have to be. She had feared the worst, and now her body and mind were trying to adjust to this new hope amongst all the horror. Sanctuary had ripped itself apart through a series of monstrous lab leaks, a mutiny, and then a civil war among the staff. The scientists, and those on Sanctuary staff who remain loyal to their mission to save the world from the Lissa virus, had accidentally created the Super Vs. They had been developing additional treatments for people infected with the Lissa virus, who had also been given the bacterial antidote, what Dessa and her friends called the combo cure. This combo cure held back the ravenous rage of the Vs, but came with its own mind and body side effects. When the Super Vs had escaped from the lab and overrun several of Sanctuary's underground levels, over half the staff, led by Coordinator Grove and Security Officer Mondo, had used the chaos as an opportunity to mutiny. The scientists had fought back, triggering a failsafe gas in the ventilation system that exterminated all the Super Vs, which kept the monsters from reaching the surface and wreaking havoc on the world, but also pushed out all the mutineers. Dessa and Tiana had feared the boys might be inside Sanctuary, and so they had disobeyed the scientists in order to warn everyone still inside Sanctuary to get out before the gas was released. Their warning had worked, but all the survivors had gathered outside Sanctuary's entrance at ground level. It was just a gravel road that led to the guard shack and chain-link gate once used to welcome trucks for processing by the landfill. The landfill's maze covered acres and acres of recycling and trash and allowed Sanctuary to hide in plain sight before the world fell apart. But now, Grove and Mondo and everyone who mutinied had failed and lay gunned down on the gravel. I just don't think I can do this anymore. Dessa didn't even know exactly what this was. She was so tired, physically, yes, but tired in her bones, in her heart, and her soul. Tiana's combo-cured skin was ashy and extra pale underneath all the grime, cement dust, and dried blood that streaked it. The wrinkles around her eyes aged her a few years older than her 18 years. I know. Me too. They had picked through this field of dead bodies in search of their friends. They had checked everyone, over 100, turning over their still warm bodies with minds racing and fear in their hearts. But they hadn't found the boys. Amos, Cole, Egg. Amos, built like a football player with broad shoulders, dark hair, a strong chin, and a gentle heart. Egg, built like a stick, tall, lanky, angular, goofy, and obsessed with footwear. Cole, built for the shadows, with dark hair and a dark scowl he'd tried to hide all these months while living under Sanctuary's rules. They hadn't found Delmar either, now the leader of the combo-cured people from Farm. Delmar had been with them at the group home before all this started. He'd transformed from a bully who always hunched his shoulders like he was anticipating a slap into something else, something far more formidable. Some of Sanctuary's security staff, wearing their typical eggshell blue uniforms, cleared away rubble and brought in supplies from who knew where. With the Super Vs exterminated and the mutineers dead, there was now free access to all the food, water, and other supplies that would last years, especially now with half the number of people to feed. The blue suits took up the wheelbarrows that Dessa, Cole, and Riley, dead from Dessa's own knife when she'd been infected by a Super V, had used to bring produce back and forth from farm. Now the blue suits used those wheelbarrows to form a train that removed the bodies. The 3-story fence that rimmed Sanctuary and the landfill shimmered in the distance. The V-mob that had congregated all along it was now gone. She didn't know if that was evidence of Delmar or not. He had helped Mondo and Grove with the initial mutiny, and then promised to provide a distraction that would draw the V-mob away from the fences. But then he and the rest of the Combocure had vanished and not been seen for over a day. Dessa tried to force herself to take a step toward Sanctuary. Ms. Winters and all the scientists were setting up the upper 3 stories for their new lab. She had never been allowed up there, but now this would be the new home of Project Paulus. Would they let her back in? She had defied Ms. Winters' orders, but Ms. Winters had desperately wanted Dessa to come with them. Dessa could only hope that was still true. In spite of all the monstrous things Ms. Winters had done and participated in, she was in charge of Project Paulus. She was the reason Dessa's brother, Ivan, was still alive and unturned. Now only 4 children in Project Paulus remained out of the original 10. Claire, who was even younger than her brother, the twins, Angela and Angelina, who were 13 years old now, and Ivan. Project Paulus was the reason for all of Sanctuary to exist. The children had been bitten and infected with the Lissa virus, but Ms. Winters had been able to save them, to make them immune. Someday, though Dessa had no idea when, and secretly feared it might be never, Ms. Winters would share the Project Paulus treatment with others, with Dessa, with Cole, with everyone still uninfected. Dessa took a deep breath. I should try to see my brother and the other kids. Yeah, see how they're holding up, Tiana said, voice quiet like a mouse. Get away from all this. But neither of them moved. The shock of everything was still so raw. Dessa told herself to take a step, just one step. But her body refused. It wasn't even a fight. It was a shutting down like her battery had died. She wouldn't mind if the ground swallowed her up, and she could let everyone do whatever they wanted to each other, because she was never going to stop any of it, and it was never going to end. But her brother was inside. And there was Riley, too. Dessa owed it to Riley to make sure they honored her last wish. Riley had made Dessa promise to burn her body, to burn it all up. Remembering that promise finally allowed Dessa to take a step, and then another. I need to make sure Riley is... Tiana came with her, mostly because if Dessa let go, she knew they would both fall to the ground and might never get up again. They headed for the entrance, skirting the bodies, the wheelbarrows, the stench of blood. Her knees shook, maybe from climbing up almost 8 floors of Sanctuary's wrecked stairwell, maybe because she was just so sick of all this death and destruction. A blue suit stood at the entrance, blocking their way in. This woman wore one of the full bubble hazard suits with the hood pushed back. The outside temperature was hot enough on this spring day that Dessa suspected the hazard suit acted like a sauna blanket. Sweat plastered the woman's hair to her head, and more sweat dripped down her neck. You can't go in there, the blue suit said almost automatically. Maybe she felt bad about what she'd done. Maybe she realized she could never take back what had happened today. And now, in the aftermath, now maybe she wished it hadn't happened. I want to check on my brother, Dessa said, her voice emotionless. And our friend. Her body is in there. We need to take care of her. No, I'm sorry. No one is allowed inside without permission. Maybe before, Dessa would have gotten angry. Part of Dessa knew she was experiencing shock, also exhaustion, hunger, thirst. A part of her wondered if she would ever be anything other than an outsider. It's all she had ever been since the day both her parents died in a car accident. Maybe that had been true even before the accident. Her family had immigrated to California so long ago, she couldn't even remember what it was like anywhere else, but she had still never felt like she belonged. She had never fit in. Staring at the woman, Dessa felt dead inside. She needed to rest and think and plan, but right now, feeling empty of emotion was the best she got. was the only way to get through the next few minutes. "Then radio whoever you need to radio," Dessa said, hoping she wasn't wrong about this. She had refused to go with Ms. Winters and the kids. Not doing what the adults said always came with consequences. "Ms. Winters, Coordinator Schofield, we'll wait." As the sun beat down on their necks, the blue suit unclipped a radio and turned around. After a long minute, the radio squawked back. Facing them again, she said, "You may go in." But when Dessa and Tiana moved, the blue suit blocked them. There was the faintest spark that ignited in Dessa. "You just said—" The blue suit nodded at Tiana. "She's not allowed in. You know the rules." Dessa closed her eyes and thought about burning the whole place down. After everything, they were going to treat Tiana like they were better than her because she had the combo cure? After they had just finished massacring so many people? Tiana stepped back, the gravel crunching under her shoes. "It doesn't matter. Take care of Riley. Check on the kids. That's what's important right now. I'll wait here for you." Dessa blinked her eyes open. She didn't want to go into Sanctuary alone, but there was no choice. "I'll be quick." The blue suit stepped out of the way as Dessa passed into the building's shadow and across its threshold. The sunlight dimmed as she entered the doom and gloom of ground level, partially destroyed from the explosives the mutineers had set off to seal the elevators. The safety Sanctuary had offered always more than balanced out the darkness. But not anymore. Ground level was set up as a large open warehouse space and bustled with activity. To her left, a cheap-looking desk that had been there since before the Lissa virus destroyed the world welcomed everyone. Blue suits and even a few scientists, in their now dusty white lab coats, worked to clear rubble from the stairwells built along the walls on either side of the room. The intercom machine was just a pile of rubble. At the far end of the warehouse was a partitioned space that led to Sanctuary's incinerator. And to Riley. Dessa headed across the floor, the cold sinking into her skin. Small windows lined the top of this level where the walls met the ceiling. After working in Sanctuary's underground levels, she had always found relief from that bit of natural light on ground, but now she couldn't bear to be inside any longer than was necessary. She reached the door that led to the incinerator. It was open and revealed the garbage elevator had sort of imploded on itself. And then her eyes fell on the too-still lump of canvas cloth. With all the care she could manage, she asked for help from one of the blue suits, and they brought Riley to the incinerator already working double time, taking care of everything else Sanctuary was trying to burn up. Maybe cover-up was a better word for it. As they helped her lift Riley gently into place, Dessa could so easily picture the 16-year-old's blonde hair, sharp blue eyes, and stuck-up attitude, her lip curled in a half-smile. "I'm sorry this happened. I wish I'd been nicer to you. You were one of the bravest people I'd ever met." As if Riley was still alive, Dessa could picture exactly what she would have said. "Yeah, well, suck it up, Buttercup. You've got to pull it together and stop feeling sorry for yourself. At least you're not dead. Yet. Try to keep it that way, okay?" And then it was done. Riley was gone. Dessa had kept her promise. But there was so much more to do, and though Dessa tried to take Riley's imagined last words to heart, she was not at all sure she had it in her to do it. Chapter 2. Dessa left the incinerator room, but didn't get more than a few steps before she was stopped in her tracks. With their backs to Dessa, 2 white lab coats marked the presence of Ms. Winters and Coordinator Schofield. They were deep in conversation and hadn't noticed her presence. It seemed the truce she had witnessed between them, as they walked hand in hand back inside Sanctuary after the massacre, had not lasted long. "The scanning equipment is not up to specifications." Ms. Winters' voice was laced with disdain. "It is not what was promised. It is not at all redundant to the caliber of—" "It is what we have." There was a hint of steel in Coordinator Schofield's voice. The cuff of his lab coat sleeve revealed his gold watch, dusty but still glinting in the pale light. We must confirm complete eradication of the lyssavirus within the deep tissue and organs. If more invasive procedures are required, so be it. Ms. Winter's spine stiffened, but Dessa couldn't read her expression to know what emotion had produced it. She took a step closer to better hear. The two scientists hadn't noticed her yet, and though there were plenty of others working on ground level, everyone ignored her. The smells of burnt rubber, cement dust, and cold filled the air. You cannot possibly expect me to sacrifice the long-term data we are only beginning to collect. Not all, Coordinator Schofield interrupted. Only 2. We must progress. We must do whatever it takes. You do not need to remind me, Ms. Winters replied. Yet there is no need for such a step. Not yet. I disagree with such an assessment, Coordinator Schofield said. What is the point of additional experimental participants if we cannot confirm whether the first round of treatment has resolved the encrustation of the viral protein coat at the deep tissue and cellular? Ms. Winters interrupted. We would learn far more by applying the refined Project Polis treatment protocol to new participants. Dessa drew in a sharp breath, as the thought made her dizzy. New members? Dessa's mind burst with the possibilities. She couldn't understand most of what they were saying, but she caught that part at least. The noise brought both Ms. Winters and Coordinator Schofield whirling around. For an instant, they looked like 2 kids caught doing something naughty. Then the moment vanished, and Coordinator Schofield's expression resumed his default arrogance. He glanced at Ms. Winters with raised eyebrows. I am going upstairs. Please join me when you are finished down here. There is still much to debate and determine. His eyes slid over Dessa and away again. Turning around, he walked across ground level to the stairs. The brilliant Ms. Winters had managed to fix her hair and clean the large lenses of her glasses so that they shined. She was old enough to be someone's grandmother and was the most prestigious scientist working inside Sanctuary. Only Coordinator Schofield had more authority than her, but he wasn't nearly as popular among the scientists. Dessa, Ms. Winters began, carefully feeling out the words. I've made a space for you with the other children. She looked beyond Dessa and into the incinerator room. Was that? Yes, Dessa said, her voice clipped. I'm so sorry for your loss. I didn't know Riley well, but she seemed... Ms. Winters trailed off, maybe unsure of how to finish that sentence. Riley had always been completely herself, which meant totally uninterested in scientific experiments. You'll need to get cleaned up first, of course, Ms. Winters continued with no hint of rebuke in her voice. It made Dessa uneasy how nicely Ms. Winters spoke. She used the same voice with Dessa as she used with the kids, grandmotherly and sweet, which was a total act that barely covered her sharp mind and sharper will. We must ensure no novel germs enter the new living space. But after that, I think you will find the accommodations rather comfortable. I made sure you were no longer relegated to any sort of dormitory bunk. I should have done this long ago, but, well, you'll have real bed sheets and your own room with a door that closes. That tugged at Dessa unexpectedly. She had never had a room of her own before. Never. In the group home, Dessa and Tiana had twin beds on opposite walls. They had practically hated each other's guts back then, before all this. And before that, she had always shared a room with other fosters. After the world had fallen, she had slept in Sanctuary's dormitory with dozens of other women who barely tolerated her, with even less privacy than ever before. And you'll be right next to the other children. So if you would just follow me up. A nice bed, cleaning up. Dessa shook off the dream of it. She needed to check on the kids, but then wanted out of there. The boys were missing. She and Tiana needed to search for them. But it was more than that. Dessa wanted outside again. Needed it. Being inside Sanctuary was choking her. I know this has been very difficult for you, but as you well know, I have made great progress. Project Polis exists because of loyal staff who still understand the importance of our mission. I count you as unequivocally part of that list. Ms. Winters threw a look after the retreating form of Coordinator Schofield. Of course, the lab equipment is not up to my standards, but we will deal with those issues as we encounter them. I'll go with you. Dessa forced the words out, suddenly wondering what game Ms. Winters was really playing. She always gave herself away when she talked on and on like this. But let me just grab Tiana. She wants to see the kids too. Tiana had always been Ms. Winters' favorite out of their group, at least before they'd arrived at Sanctuary. Tiana had been the most interested in and quick at learning all the science stuff Ms. Winters threw at them. With Ms. Winters' permission, there was no way the guards or anyone else inside Sanctuary would... No, that's not what I meant. Ms. Winters' words stopped Dessa in her tracks. She pictured a room all her own, with a door that closed, and washing up and diving into clean sheets and falling asleep for 1,000,000 years, and maybe, just maybe, sleep away the sadness, the grief, the exhaustion. She wanted that for Tiana, too. Dessa pretended like she didn't know what Ms. Winters meant. She's right outside, I'll be quick. Maybe it was petty of her, but Dessa wanted Ms. Winters to say it out loud. How even now, after all this, she wasn't going to allow anyone with the combo cure inside Sanctuary, even after everything Tiana had done for the kids. A pained expression washed over Ms. Winters' face. I'm sorry, but I think you know that is not possible. It's not possible to do what? Dessa said, seizing on the rebellion that rose inside her as a welcome relief from all her other feelings. We cannot allow the combo cured inside, certainly not in the laboratory area where the children reside. Though I may disagree with some of the scientific reasoning behind... There isn't any scientific reasoning behind it, Dessa interrupted, rebellion turning into a flare of anger, and it felt good. She is not allowed in, Ms. Winters drew herself up to stand tall. And this is not a regulation I will break. Tiana must stay outside. Dessa wanted to feed this little flame and let it grow big to burn away everything else. But you taught us that there's no way for the uninfected to catch anything from the combo cured unless it's through the blood. We can all share the same air. We can be around each other. Tiana can have the protection of these walls along with its running hot water, food, clean sheets. Something in Ms. Winters' face changed. An earnestness rose in her expression and put Dessa on guard. You are still uninfected, and that is a precious thing in today's world. It is certainly a different situation. There's so much you can do to help, and the children need you. But I have worked to save the children, to find a cure for the Lissa virus, and I have done it. The children are awake, released from their comas, as you have seen for yourself. And I have refined the treatment protocol. I believe after everything you have done for the children, that it is only appropriate to allow you to benefit from the treatment as well. Ms. Winters had promised Dessa and Cole that they could one day benefit from Project Polis, but only if they remained uninfected. Did Ms. Winters really mean it? Could Dessa join the exclusive club that would provide her with protection, not just from the Lissa virus, but from ever needing the combo cure and dealing with its terrible side effects? If Dessa could be made immune, it would change everything. She waited for that knowledge to rise and burst inside her. She was used to being treated like an outsider, used to being treated less than, used to being swallowed up by bureaucratic systems. Joining Project Polis would change everything. She would finally belong. Except there was some warning inside her that whispered, soft and low, resisting. She couldn't understand it, but she also couldn't ignore it. Come with me now, Ms. Winters said. The children will be so pleased to see you. She turned away, as if the whole thing were settled and, of course, Dessa would go along with whatever Ms. Winters wanted. It was something Dessa had dreamed about for months, to be made immune to the Lissa virus, full access to her brother and the other kids. So it surprised her when she heard what came out of her mouth. "I can't." Ms. Winters turned back, surprised. "I'm sorry. What did you say? I thought you had already agreed." Dessa desperately wanted to check on the kids, but had this dreadful feeling she couldn't explain. If she followed Ms. Winters up the stairs, she might never come down them again. "I can't do this right now," she finished lamely, trying to buy herself some time to figure this out. "Dessa, I understand that today's been very difficult. We all witnessed a terrible thing happen out there," Ms. Winters said, looking confused. "And I understand you have been traumatized. You already disobeyed me once, when I instructed you to stay with the children as we escaped. But Project Paulus still needs you." Dessa backed up across the floor, stepping over bits of cement and metal yet to be cleaned up from Grove and Mondo's explosives. They had blown up the elevators, supposedly to trap the Super Vs down below, but also, Dessa eventually learned, to trap all the scientists down there too, in order to take control of Sanctuary. Of course, they failed because Ms. Winters always got her way somehow, even during an apocalypse. "Please," Dessa said, desperate. She wanted to be made immune to the Lissa virus. She never wanted to turn V. She would gladly avoid the side effects of the combo cure if she could. So what was the problem? Ms. Winters reached out as if to grab Dessa by the arm. "Please, reconsider." Dessa's heart rate sped up. The children were safe. Ms. Winters would make sure of that. But Dessa had to get out. She needed to get herself out of there. "I just need time to think about it. This has all been too much. Please." There was this rising wave of darkness that threatened to consume her. A distant part of her knew it wasn't rational, but after everything that had happened, her body and mind refused to do anything except run away from Ms. Winters, from the blue suits, from all the carnage the walls had witnessed. She pivoted and raced for the door. The sea of loyal Sanctuary staff looked ready to stand in her way. If Ms. Winters wanted her upstairs, then they were going to make sure she went upstairs. "Let her go!" Ms. Winters' voice drifted across the space, laced with the disappointment only an adult who always thought they knew better than you could create. "We all need time to get ourselves together and figure out what's still important. She is not quite herself yet. We must remember why we are all still here, and we must keep going." Dessa did keep going, right through those front doors, slamming the metal open with a bang that startled the blue suit guarding them. Tiana sat cross-legged on the gravel, leaning against Sanctuary's wall in the shade. Dessa kept waiting for someone to stop her, surround her, tie her up, drag her away. It wasn't until the sun hit Dessa full in the face, blinding her, that she could stop and take the deep breaths necessary to calm herself. Tiana jumped up and rushed over. "Is everything okay?" Dessa shook her head. No, nothing was okay. Nothing might ever be okay again. "I just can't be in there. I just can't." Tiana stayed silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, "What happened?" Dessa was all mixed up. Her insides began to shake. She, I think she wants me to join Project Paulus, but I can't go up there. I can't do it. Not yet. I know it'll make me immune. I know it, but I can't deal with that right now. Not with the boys still missing." She waited for Tiana to chastise her. Was she crazy not to jump on Ms. Winters' offer to join Project Paulus, to be made immune to the Lissa virus once and for all? What was there to think about? Dessa's brother and the other children were upstairs. By rejecting Ms. Winters' offer, wasn't she practically abandoning them? Tiana examined Dessa with narrowed eyes, and then finally shrugged. "Yeah, I get it. Look at how messed up it's been for the kids all these months. I never knew how you managed to suck it up to stay underground all these months anyway." And after everything that happened with the Super Vs, this is basically just one big tomb now. It's not weird that you want to think about a big decision like that for more than a split second. Plus, if you let her mess with you now, how would we ever find the boys? The kids were out of it for months. I can't go after the boys by myself. Relief rushed over Dessa. She hadn't known how afraid she'd been that Tiana wouldn't understand. If she really wanted me up there, she could have forced it, Dessa said. I almost thought she was going to. That doesn't mean she won't eventually, Tiana said, thoughtful. But it's not really her style. Ms. Winters likes people to like her. She likes people to want to do what she says. Tiana looked off at the horizon, toward the small hill that blocked the view to farm. Let's go back to my shack. I want to check on Tig. I want to clean up, maybe sleep for a week. And then I want to find the boys. Dessa blinked as tears of relief filled her vision. That sounds good. That sounds really good. Chapter 3. Dessa and Tiana headed for farm, on the path they'd traveled dozens of times before with wheelbarrows and buckets, Coordinator Grove leading the train to collect fresh produce. More like tribute, as Amos had said sarcastically. Thinking of how Amos would have spoken, with just a hint of a curl to his lips and a perceptive light in his warm brown eyes, made Dessa ache. Where was Amos? Where were Egg and Cole? She didn't even know where to begin to look for them. Rounding the hillside that blocked farm from Sanctuary's view, the only sound was the gravel crunching under their shoes. Now farm looked more like a ghost town, empty of people and activity. Sad little one-room shacks dotted the area, tucked amongst crops of food that spread in erratic fashion from the little stream that wound its way through the center of farm. The grass was so green, it hurt Dessa's eyes. Everything looked exactly like they had left things the day before. No one guarded the gate. No one weeded the plants. The place felt abandoned. The sun warmed her skin and the mild breeze tickled the hair on her arms. Dessa had missed being outside. Sanctuary offered the safety of its bunker-like walls, but this fresh air and real sunlight, and no one backstabbing you at every turn, and no Super Vs on the loose, well, maybe it wasn't as bad out here as she had thought. A strident-sounding meow met them before they reached Tiana's shack. Dessa's heart lifted as Tig stood up from a warm, sunny spot in front of the door to stretch out and then trot over to greet them. On the bit of bare dirt in front of the door that counted as a porch, Dessa and Tiana worked in silence to strip off all the grime, all the blood, all the sweat, wash their clothes, and hang the jumpsuits up to dry. Tig stayed back until they had stopped splashing water around, then came to twist between their legs, purring as he arched his back and demanded scratches. Tiana bent over to give him what he wanted. Look at you, so happy to see us. Tig's whiskers twitched, as if agreeing with her. They entered Tiana's little one-room shack, and everything looked exactly as they had left it. Cot, table, wash basin, Tiana's little trinkets everywhere. Thankfully, Tig still had plenty of food and water left. Dessa could cross the room in maybe 5 big steps and touch the other wall. She looked longingly at the cot as exhaustion pulled on every muscle of her body, tempting her to lie down and let sleep take over. Instead, she said, Where did the boys stay? Do you think we could look? Maybe they left something behind. Maybe there's some sign of where they've gone. Maybe... Tiana looked up at Dessa in surprise. Yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that. They redressed in the damp jumpsuits. Dessa followed Tiana back out as Tig trotted along next to them. You think they'll send people out here to collect all this? Dessa motioned to the food. For some reason, she didn't raise her voice above a whisper. It somehow didn't feel right to talk very loud, like it would wake up a ghost. She didn't feel watched exactly, but wouldn't be surprised if something like that was going on. The camera viewing room inside Sanctuary hadn't had any working monitors that showed much of farm, but all that meant was once things settled down, they'd probably send real people to check things out. Tiana stepped past some strawberry plants growing along an informal path. Probably. She stopped in front of a shack that looked almost identical to hers. Maybe it was a little bigger and would have taken 6 or 7 steps to cross. Maybe the wood looked a little more weathered. Dessa had never visited this deep into farm before, all of them deciding that sneaking around the landfill and meeting up at their hideout spot was safer. Even though exhaustion made her brain fuzzy, she forced herself to scan everything for signs of something out of place. Any sign the boys might have left for them. Any sign of the boys at all. She longed to fall into the strength and safety of Amos's arms. He would gather her up and tell her they could figure this out. Instead, he was gone, along with Cole and Egg. Maybe they were safe with Delmar and the other combo cured. That's what she had to believe, because the alternative was too scary to think about. "What do you think, Tiana?" Dessa said, not knowing what everything was supposed to look like, and so not knowing if something was out of place. Tiana lifted Tig into her arms, but he wasn't having it, and squirmed until she set him down again so that he could wander around the shack and sniff at the corners. "It looks the same," Tiana said. "I can't tell if anything is different yet." They headed inside, the need for sleep falling over her like a heavy blanket. Dessa struggled against it to keep searching for clues, but knew it wouldn't be long before it won. Inside the shack, the wood slats let in enough sunlight for them to see by. There were 2 cots with thick blankets rumpled into place like Amos and Egg had just woken up and not bothered to make their beds. Otherwise, it was bare of personal touches. Just a wash basin set on top of a pale cloth, thrown over a rickety table, 2 cups, and an extra pair of socks on one of the beds, which she figured meant it was Egg's. Like a magnet, Amos's bed pulled at her. She gathered up his blanket for warmth and comfort. It smelled like Amos, like boy and soil and grass. Longing washed over her, and she closed her eyes, imagining Amos there, her arms wrapped around him instead of the blanket, his arms around her. Blinking back tears, she opened her eyes and told herself to get it together. Now was not the time to cry. But she wavered on her feet, sick and so tired of everything, until finally she couldn't take it anymore, and she laid down on Amos's cot. Covering up with the blanket and nestling into Amos's sad little pillow, the cot squeaked under her, sinking in some spots more than others, having conformed to Amos's shape over these last 3 months. Tiana walked a brief lap around the cabin, until finally giving up and collapsing on Egg's cot, wrapping herself in his blanket. "We should really keep searching, but I need to lie down for a minute." It was like cotton filled Dessa's mouth and brain. After everything that had happened, her body's need for sleep could no longer be denied. Tig crawled onto Amos's pillow to curl around her head. Dessa fell into a dreamless fog. Eventually, hours later, Dessa woke, disoriented, mouth dry. Her body felt numb and ached in places she wasn't used to. She didn't want to move, but didn't know where she was. Blinking open her eyes, the room was dark and she looked up, expecting to see the underside of a bunk above her head. Instead, she could make out the wood and tin that covered the roof. The boys' shack. Right. The gray light filtering between the boards told her it was either past sunset, or she had slept through the whole night to make it to another sunrise. Her stomach grumbled, loud, and her throat felt scratchy. Untangling from Amos's blanket, she rolled over and stared at the wall, making the spring squeak. As her mind woke up, her heart lurched with longing, as if now that the body had gotten some rest, she could feel things again. And those feelings were terrible. Where was Amos? What happened to Amos, Cole, and Egg? Turning over to her other side, she saw Tiana's expression smoothed over in sleep. Tiana looked years younger like this, compared to what the combo cure and stress normally made her look like. Her dark hair was tangled over her face, and she was curled up in a ball. Sleep pulled Dessa back under, even as she struggled against it. There was so much to do. They had to find... "Dessa?" The voice floated through space, calling her up from an ocean of sleep. "Dessa, you need to take a look at this." Dessa struggled up, the sleep waves dragging at her clothes until she finally broke through the surface. She blinked her eyes open again, realizing the sun now filtered warm and golden through the boards. Her limbs were all tangled up in the blanket, and she slowly unwound everything as her mind cleared and feeling rushed back into her body. Her stomach growled, long and insistent, hunger carving it out like a bowl. Tiana stood in front of the wash basin with the cloth lifted up to reveal a little shelf with a basket filled with fruit. "I think the boys must have left this behind for us," Tiana said, excited. Tig was already at the basket, sniffing the fruit, but when Dessa sat up, he bounded across the room and landed with a jump onto the warm spot she left behind on the cot. He circled a bunch of times, then kneaded against the pillow, making it crackle. That was a weird sound for a pillow to make. The last bits of sleep fled from Dessa as she swung her feet onto the floor. She gently removed the pillow before Tig could claim full ownership. Squeezing it hard in both hands, she felt something stiff but thin inside. How had she missed this while sleeping on it? "Wow, Tig, you're kind of awesome." He lifted his head at his name, looked at Dessa, and then tucked himself back into a donut on the warm spot she had left him, without the pillow for cushion this time. "What is it?" Tiana asked, as she divided up the food between them. Dessa's pulse picked up as she felt a thick stack of papers. Reaching inside, her fingers brushed against the folded edges. She pulled out the stack and saw immediately that they were some of the pictures she had stolen and torn out from Sanctuary's magazines to give to Amos. Sanctuary forbid them from being together, but they had snuck around anyway and traded pictures. Amos liked mountain scenes and lakes and small boats floating on ponds. She collected those pictures for him whenever she'd gotten the chance. He had drawn her scenes with gardens and sunflowers, and a chair and a steaming mug of coffee to take in the view. She had tucked all the drawings away in her pillowcase, deep underground, on Sanctuary's level for support staff. Lost now, maybe for good. She'd almost had a chance to get them, but it had turned out to be too dangerous. Now she didn't know if she'd ever be allowed down there again. Slowly unfolding the glossy papers, Dessa's hands shook. Maybe some of that shaking was from hunger, but she also knew, deep down, that she was hoping Amos had left some sort of message. A sign that he was alive, a sign for where to find him. But these were all pictures that she'd given him. As she looked through the stack, the folds having cracked some of the colors and details, she couldn't find any sort of message. "Maybe this isn't random food from farm," Tiana approached with the bowl in her hands. "They stuck some granola bars underneath the fruit, and we weren't allowed to keep anything like that for ourselves. Maybe they left this for us before they ran off." They both desperately wanted a sign from the boys. As desperate as they were, Dessa knew that meant they might read clues into things, like food and magazine pictures, that weren't actually clues. But that didn't stop her from searching. Dessa finished inhaling the fruit and granola bar Tiana had handed over. She imagined her stomach acid breaking down the food, and all those calories and sugar passing through her body into her bloodstream to fuel whatever was going to come next. The sugar hit her system and flooded her with energy. Something slipped out from the middle of the pictures. Cream-colored paper floated to the ground, rough, with no gloss like the magazine clippings. Dessa recognized it as the type of paper Amos used for his drawings. Heart beating loud in her chest, she reached out and picked up the paper. Unfolding it, she tilted his drawing to better see it in the filtered light. Quick pencil marks, with none of Amos's usual attention to details, covered the page, like he'd been in a hurry. Tears welled up in Dessa's eyes. Somehow she knew he had left this for her on purpose. It had to be a clue, right? Chapter 4. With a few quick strokes, Amos had drawn a crow and what looked at first glance like a planet of some kind. They were simple sketches, with the crow overhead, almost as big as the planet. "I don't get it," Tiana said. "Is this his version of a love note? I thought he drew you sunflowers and big steaming cups of coffee. Why is he drawing a crow and whatever that big circle is?" I think it's a planet. Dessa looked at the drawing again, but I don't know which one. The globe wasn't a fantasy drawing, that was for sure, but something more realistic with what looked like warts and canyons. It wasn't anything like the other drawings Amos had given her before. What does it even mean? Tiana asked. Dessa slumped. So you don't know what it means? She crinkled the paper and felt its rough grain. Some of the pencil shavings transferred to her fingers. Amos had touched this. Amos had worked on this. But it didn't get them any closer to figuring out where the boys actually were. Tiana looked up from the drawing. No, but you do, right? I mean, he's your boyfriend. You guys trade these pictures all the time. So what does a crow and an ugly-looking planet mean to you? Dessa thought hard. Amos was counting on her to figure this out. It was why he had left her the drawing. She didn't want to let him down, but she was totally clueless. A crow flying over a planet? And Tiana was right. It was kind of ugly looking. Not anything romantic or stylized like in the movies. Dessa shook her head. I don't have any idea. Tiana blinked and hunched her shoulders. What? Dessa asked. Tiana took in a deep breath, as if gathering her courage. Well, there is this one place where they could be. There's a couple really big logs, and they sort of form this little grassy space in the trees. There's no trees inside the fences, Dessa interrupted, her heart beating faster. Yeah, Tiana squinted. It's this spot we found outside the fences. Sort of a meeting spot. A backup to our hideout, just in case. Dessa felt stunned. She had known Tiana was keeping stuff from her. Cole had admitted as much to Dessa when they'd been searching the guard shack for clues. Tiana was collecting maps and building stuff for escape. But this was different. Never in a million years would Dessa have imagined this. What are you talking about? Her mind spun, but the thought that rose to the top, the thought that made her heart sink and white noise roar across her ears was, You guys have been going outside the fences? Yeah. There was a resistant, rebellious tone to Tiana's voice. I mean, not all of us, not Egg or Cole. Just me. And Amos, once or twice. Like on a salvage run? Dessa said, trying to make this make sense. But I didn't think you guys went on salvage runs. I thought Pierce didn't trust you enough. Tiana sighed and retreated to the table, setting aside the now empty food bowl. It reminded Dessa of the time they'd been trapped in the house where Ivan had been living with his foster parents. She and Tiana had found the place empty and mostly ransacked, except for a bag of animal crackers they had split down the middle. No, not on any salvage run, Tiana said. We went out there, Amos and I, sometimes together, sometimes alone, to just go and, search for stuff. We didn't tell Egg because we didn't want Delmar to find out what we were doing. Search for stuff? Dessa didn't understand. Except deep down, she knew it was more like she didn't want to understand. But what about all the V's? You left the fences and went out there alone? What if something had happened? The V's are slower now, Tiana said, her voice mouse-like, like she knew she was offering a terrible excuse, but it was all she had. And they weren't grouping up like a mob, not like the last few weeks. Maybe you'd find one or two, but they were easy to avoid or deal with. There's a whole wilderness area on the other side of these hills, and a town with supplies. We were checking out the railroad tracks, the road, the aqueduct, just to see, just in case. But you never told me. Dessa didn't mean for the words to come out like a wail, but that's what it sounded like to her own ears. Tiana sighed. Because we knew you would freak out, like you're doing right now. I'm not freaking out, Dessa said, even though she could hear herself doing exactly that. I haven't yelled at you, but after all this time, after everything we did to get here, to Sanctuary, you just go out there? What could be worth the risk? Tiana's voice turned sharp. I don't know. How about a little freedom from being treated like crap? How about making sure we had an escape route or two set up just in case? How about collecting some supplies Sanctuary couldn't take from us? Dessa wanted to yell at Tiana and Amos for risking themselves like this. Her reasons weren't good enough except Dessa held a drawing in her hand that was clearly a message of some kind from Amos that she couldn't understand. Was this his way, somehow, of saying meet them in the forest? This place might be exactly where the boys were waiting for them. Those supplies stowed away might help keep them alive. The escape routes. Dessa's mind shied away from thinking about that. The kids were inside Sanctuary and surrounded by security. Sanctuary still offered their best chance at surviving until the V's finally began to die off. Dessa wanted to yell, to freak out, to make everyone she loved promise they wouldn't do stupid things to get themselves killed. But that wasn't a promise anyone could make anymore. Riley had proved that no one was safe, not even inside Sanctuary. The 3-story tall fence separated them from the outside world, where the boys were somewhere, maybe with Delmar, still alive because they had left before Sanctuary could shoot them down. This is all falling apart, isn't it? Dessa slipped the drawing into her jumpsuit pocket. Yeah, but that's nothing new. Tiana handed her a cup of water. Come on, we need to keep our strength up. For what? Dessa could hear the whine in her own words. What is it we're supposed to do now? Are we really going outside the fences to search? We don't even know where they are. But as soon as she spoke it aloud, her body knew that was what they had to do. Go outside the fences. The grim look on Tiana's face spoke of agreement. Do you think we should go back and check on the kids? Dessa asked. She pictured Ivan, Claire, Angela, and Angelina the last time she had seen them. Deep underground inside Sanctuary on engineering level. Gas masks on their faces as the scientists in their white lab coats flapped around them, herding them away. Ivan had known Dessa would leave to help the others before she had even known it herself. Tiana shrugged. They won't even let me in. How many times do you think you can say no to Ms. Winters before she forces things anyway? They're picking up the pieces of the last battle, and when they're done, they're going to come looking for you. How do you know that? Dessa said, shocked. Tiana frowned. I don't, not really. But everything they've done these last 3 months is about control. Who's allowed inside, who isn't, what uniform you have to wear, what you're allowed to eat. If you go back in there now, how do you know they'll let you back out? We have to find the boys while the trail is fresh, while they're still alive to be found. Tiana fell into silence, brooding. You're pretty scared, Dessa said. It wasn't a question. I don't know if I can go after them by myself. I'm afraid I'll mess it up, that I'll miss something. Dessa, this is our boys. We have to go after them together. I know, Dessa said. And for the record, I'm scared too. Scared to go outside the fences. Scared we won't find them. Just scared. But they had to go. And if there was one thing she knew, it was that she could do hard things, even while she was scared. The last 6 months had proven that over and over again. Dessa had a little food in her belly, and now all she wanted to do was get on with it. So how were you guys getting out? Tiana didn't look at Dessa. It's not far. We went into the landfill and dug under the fence. There's a piece of junk we rolled back and forth to cover up the spots so nothing could get in. Tiana and Amos had lied to her. For her own good, according to them. Dessa was living in some fantasy world that they thought didn't exist, but wanted to protect her from reality anyway. She wanted them to be wrong, but had enough doubt and enough trust in her friends to wonder if maybe there were some hard truths she couldn't yet face. But now that her mind was clear and her body rested, and they knew where the boys might be, she couldn't deal with all of that other stuff yet, so Dessa pushed it all away. Then let's go get 'em. Take me outside the fences. Take me to the place you lied about existing, and let's go get our boys. Tiana headed for the door. We didn't lie to you about it. We just didn't mention it. Dessa snorted. There's a difference. Tiana looked back. There is a difference. Chapter 5. They left Tig sleeping on Egg's pillow, having set out more water for him just in case. With the cat food still at Tiana's place, it would have to do, because they definitely couldn't take the gray-striped cat where they were going. It had only been a couple of days since the Combocure had left farm, but plenty of weeds were already sprouting and would soon choke out the crops. Using a small footbridge to cross the stream that cut through the center of farm, Dessa followed Tiana back out to the road, feeling the familiar crunch of gravel and wondering if Egg had finally found a new pair of shoes now that he was outside the fences. Please let them be okay. They exited the waist-high farm gate and continued up the sloped path that brought them around the curve of the hill to reveal Sanctuary's 3-story cement block. The landfill's maze sat to their right for pretty much as far as the eye could see. The wrecking ball stood silent now, resting at a different angle than Dessa remembered because it had been used to demolish the secret stairwell just in time to prevent Super V's from killing Dessa and Tiana. The large crane hook still sat where they had left it. Holding up a section of fence a mob of V's had almost battered down. The trucks they positioned to help brace the fence remained in place. A memory of the V who had banged her hand on the windshield glass to get to Amos flashed in her mind. Shutting the memory away, Dessa caught movement just past the guard shack. Someone or something had moved the mob along. Delmar and the other Combocure had offered to do it, but Dessa was pretty sure that had been a lie to get out from under Sanctuary's scrutiny. Still, something had made most of the V's leave. But a small group still huddled at the main gate. The sight of them startled Dessa because usually their moans of rage alerted to their presence. Dessa blinked and shook her head as if to reset the picture for her eyes. Tiana, are you seeing this? It had to be V's at the gate, but most of the mob had moved on, so why not these? She had just assumed they were infected because the whole world was covered with V's now, but this far away it was hard to tell. There were no groans, and none of them pressed at the chain link, and Tiana drew in a sharp breath. They're not V's, that's people! Maybe the boys! Tiana raced for the gate. It took Dessa a second longer to process everything, and then she fell into a dead run. It only took a few seconds for her legs to burn. It was only several hundred yards, but her body was already shutting down. Her stomach rebelled, and acid rose in her throat. As she closed the distance, she could see the telltale marks of the Combocure now, ashy in the sunlight. The Combocure made otherwise brown skin look deathly pale. But none of these Combocure looked familiar. They were strangers. Newcomers. Sanctuary's doors burst open, and blue suits with guns streamed out. They sprinted for the fence and arrived before Dessa and Tiana had even made it to the guard shack. Dessa sucked in gulps of air, and her muscles burned, protesting all the exercise after so little sleep and food. Tiana, wait! Dessa tried to process what it all meant. This wasn't Delmar. This wasn't any of the Combocured from farm. Tiana stumbled to a stop at the guard shack, and they hid in its shadow to watch the blue suits confront the strangers. Tiana was right. Sanctuary staff, those who had survived the bloodbath of the last 48 hours, must have been overstretched and overwhelmed. They should have had guards at the fences and on patrol, instead of strangers taking them by surprise like this at the gate. Do you recognize any of them? Dessa asked, gasping for breath. Tiana scanned everyone even as she bent over at the waist, breathing hard. No, but I don't understand. Where did they all come from? Making sure they stayed in the guard shack's shadow, Dessa told her brain to slow down and really look. It was a group of about a dozen people, all on bicycles. One bicycle was larger than the others, with fat tires and what looked like a battery pack, and towed a small trailer. In this trailer sat an older man, probably too frail to bike on his own. Yet he must have been someone important to the group to bring him along like this. Or maybe he was the stubborn type who would force them to bring him along. They were dressed in simple clothes that looked clean of travel dust. No grime, no blood, no guts, no dirt. Most also wore wide-brimmed hats and cowboy boots. Their belts were studded, but also their clothes were patched. The poncho-like cloth thrown over everything to protect their clothes and keep them warm looked faded and well-used, but more than just random sheets with holes cut out for their heads. The geometric design gave a sense of style. These people weren't desperate, at least not as desperate as things could get outside the fences. Most of them wore holstered guns or knives strapped to belts. No one had their weapons out, so they weren't planning to attack Sanctuary right this moment, at least. Though that detail didn't keep the blue suits from keeping their weapons raised. One of the strangers stepped out from the rest to approach the fence. He looked younger than the man in the trailer, but similar enough to be related. Their skin was a deep brown that showed the distinctive ashy layer of the combo cure. "We saw you had an infected problem," the younger man called out in accented English. "So we set off some noise traps for you. We corralled the infected so we could talk to you." An imposing figure wearing the eggshell blue of security passed by the guard shack, making Dessa flinch back. Coordinator Kraus. He flicked his gaze over Dessa and Tiana, frowned, and then continued on to the gate. Dessa looked at Tiana and nodded toward Kraus. They stepped out of the shadows and paced Kraus to the fence, staying well back from the blue suits, further down the fence line toward the beginning of the dump, but close enough to better see and hear. Kraus reached the gate. He stood behind his staff, no weapon of his own out, but the other blue suits made up the difference. "This is a protected facility. You all need to move along now." "We're not looking to make trouble," the younger man said. He opened his arms wide. "We're looking to trade. We have a community not far from here that—" "Where's the location of this community?" Coordinator Kraus interrupted. The younger man smiled and looked at the older man in the bike trailer, saying something in Spanish. They spoke quickly. Then the younger man turned back. "I'm sure this facility understands the importance of operational security. We will not be sharing our location with you yet, but that has nothing to do with us, here and now, being willing to trade. My name is Arturo. This is my grandfather, Fernando Gonzalez. He's our leader and makes the decisions, but I will translate for him." Arturo motioned to the older man and the rest of the group. "And these are some of my many friends. You already see we can offer you many things. We moved along all those infected and helped keep up your fences." Arturo's gaze skated down the fence line, briefly resting on Dessa and Tiana before moving on to the trucks and crane hook, his eyes widening slightly before turning attention back to Kraus. "Those infected would have eventually taken down your fences. Clearly, we could be stronger together than apart." Dessa liked what Arturo had to say. People were stronger together, especially now, but only if they weren't trying to kill each other. Sanctuary had proven both those points true. She desperately wanted to see if these strangers had seen other combo-cured people out there. Maybe the boys were waiting for them at the spot Amos had drawn on the paper, but wouldn't it be better to know for sure? Coordinator Kraus's expression turned to granite. "Unless you'd like to tell us the location of your community, it's time for you to move along." Arturo opened his mouth, but the grandfather reached out and placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. Dessa felt a tug on her arm. She turned and followed Tiana's gaze down the fence line toward the trucks and crane hook just like Arturo had done. "There's someone over there," Tiana said. Dessa's heart rate picked up, and suddenly everything became suspicious. Maybe Kraus was right to come out with raised weapons and to deny entry. Was this group at the fence just a distraction from some larger sneak attack? Chapter 6. A flash of turquoise reminded Dessa of the other times these last few days she'd seen that same color. She suddenly realized these strangers hadn't shown up for the first time today. They had been checking the place out for several days at least. Squinting, she saw a woman and was about to call out and alert the other blue suits when Arturo spoke. "That is my sister down there. She's helping to make sure your fences stay up." Dessa missed a gruff reply from Kraus. These strangers weren't sneaking around exactly, but still. The woman had crazy big hair and stood out in the open to examine the trucks, her head tilted to the side. A second person stepped next to her and they pointed up at the crane. She headed for the pair of women as the conversation at the gate heated up. If there was going to be a shootout, Dessa wanted nothing to do with it. The pile of dead bodies was gone, but the stains remained. She stepped along the fence, waiting for blue suits to fly past and train their weapons on these two other strangers, but for the moment, they remained at the gate. The two women caught sight of her and Tiana, and approached the fence. The younger woman, maybe in her early 20s, wore jeans, cowboy boots clean enough for the turquoise-colored dye to look vividly out of place against the dirt, and a cloak like the others, a patterned blanket with a hole cut in the center for her head, draped over her shoulders and arms, covering her just past the waist. Close enough now to pick out details, Dessa noticed her curly dark hair was shaved underneath on one side and long on the other. At some point in the last 6 months, this woman had been infected with the Lissa virus and given the bacterial antidote to keep from turning V. The ashy layer to her dark skin made that fact clear. She raised a gloved hand, and her stance was somehow strong and rebellious, even though her hand was raised in welcome. Dessa and Tiana stopped yards from the fence. This close, Dessa could see a splash of freckles across this woman's cheeks. The second woman was older, wore glasses, and held a little notepad. She brought the notepad down to her side, and Dessa caught a flash of sketches, numbers, maybe measurements. That fence will not hold forever. These trucks and cranes might work for now, but you really need to set new posts in place, the older woman said. The younger woman looked at Dessa and Tiana. I'm Magdalena, and this is Kelly. She was an engineer and likes to get to the point. And who were you? Tiana said, a challenge in her voice. Magdalena gave them an almost wolfish smile. An English lit major? Greek and Roman mythology specifically. I was in college just about to finish up my thesis. But before that, I was a farmer's daughter. Dessa and Tiana looked at each other. Was this Magdalena for real? Magdalena laughed. Yeah, I know it's dumb. I'm lucky I lived this long. But that's my grandfather and brother over there talking to your people. They're pretty good at knowing what to do to survive. You must be pretty good at it too by now, if you left college and survived this long, Dessa said. Sure, Magdalena said, something like pain flashing in her eyes. That's true of all of us at this point, isn't it? Kelly flipped through a few pages in her notepad and then glanced up. I'm going to speak to Fernando and Arturo about the fence. Maybe that will help ease whatever trouble Arturo is about to start. Magdalena snorted. True story. Magdalena rattled something off in Spanish to Kelly. Kelly answered, much more stilted and with a heavy English accent that clipped off the words. Dessa only caught a few words thanks to her high school Spanish classes. Town, medicine, brother. Anything besides that went over Dessa's head. Did you catch that? No, Tiana said. Just something about stupid brothers. Kelly left for the gate, but Magdalena remained. Her demeanor changed into something harder as she surveyed the girls from head to toe, as if evaluating their worth and finding them lacking. Magdalena looked beyond them to Sanctuary's 3-story building and took in the landfill. What is this place? We have a lot of weapons in here, Dessa replied. If you're thinking about attacking us, I wouldn't. Magdalena laughed. Where did you come from? Tiana asked. Magdalena pressed her lips together. I don't give away information that could put my family in harm's way. You know where we live, Tiana said. You have to be nearby, otherwise why would you want to trade with us? Magdalena waved her hand at the world. Nearby could mean the town across the freeway there. Maybe it could mean 10 miles away, maybe 50 miles away. You know we didn't drive here. Our bicycles can only go so far. There was still that challenge in Tiana's voice. There's no way you're 50 miles from here. That would be a stupid amount of distance to travel. You would have never made it. How far have you traveled? Magdalena said, returning Tiana's challenge. It had been almost 100 miles to Sanctuary, and they definitely almost hadn't made it. Maybe it counted for something that they all hadn't started shooting at each other yet, especially with Sanctuary's recent track record. Magdalena's group seemed organized and like they'd been together for a long time and knew how to work with each other. which made them better off than Sanctuary at the moment. Are there a lot more of you? Dessa said. Magdalena laughed again. Of course. Hundreds. Tiana snorted. Right. This wasn't getting them anywhere. Dessa didn't really care about where they came from or how many of them there were. Let them figure out how to trade with Sanctuary or let them all fight to the death over the landfill. What she cared about was keeping the kids alive and finding the boys. Did you see anybody else out there on your way here? Dessa asked. Magdalena opened her mouth, and somehow Dessa knew she was about to tell a lie. Just hold on, Dessa said. Don't lie to us. If you saw anyone else out there, that doesn't have anything to do with your operational security whatever. Our friends are out there somewhere and we're looking for them. I just want to know if you saw anybody combo cured. Combo cured? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Your skin, Dessa said. Magdalena arched her eyebrow even higher. I see you do not suffer the same problem. Maybe that was part of what Magdalena found so irritating about them. Dessa was clearly uninfected. It wasn't the first time she had experienced that sort of jealousy. It's what we call it here, Dessa continued. When you're bit by one of the infected, and then someone shares their blood so that you won't turn? Sure, Magdalena said, relaxing. That's how it happened, more or less. We learned it was bacteria, Tiana said. That's what makes our skin look like that, and it's what messes with the memories. Magdalena looked startled. How did you learn that? Just tell us, Tiana said. Have you seen any other combo cured? 3 young men? One really tall and scrawny, another one built like a football player, another one uninfected, with eyes that could burn holes in the back of your head. Magdalena squinted at them as if the sun shined full on her face, though she stood in shadow. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. If things work out today between our groups, then maybe I can help you. If they don't, then... Magdalena shrugged. Rising frustration made Dessa step to the fence and grab the chain link. It rattled under her grip and shimmered in the sunlight. Past Magdalena and the gravel border around the fence, the rolling hills spread out lush green with spring rains. Oak trees dotted the hills until they became numerous enough to count as forest. Why does it matter? Why won't you tell us? Dessa said. I thought you wanted to trade with us. Why would I give you something you want when I haven't gotten what we came for? Magdalena replied. We already helped you by clearing away those monsters. Now you want more from me without offering anything in return? What do you want? Dessa said. There was a long stretch of silence as Magdalena looked them over again, analyzing. There was a cool calculation of risks and benefits happening that Dessa wasn't sure how it would turn out. Magdalena finally looked to her left, to the gate where the blue suits and her people gathered. The 2 sides, strangers and Sanctuary staff, stepped away from each other. Arturo stood out from the group and raised a hand at Magdalena. She responded by raising her own hand. Whatever message that signal conveyed wasn't good. Magdalena's demeanor changed from calculating to defeated. She dropped her head to stare at her boots, her tangle of curls covering her face. Magdalena, Dessa prompted. Magdalena looked up, eyes blazing. Maybe I know where your football player and your tall, shoe-obsessed friend and your uninfected fireman are. Maybe I don't. But I will never tell you unless I get what I want. Dessa and Tiana looked at each other like they were both struck by lightning. Shoe-obsessed? Dessa sifted back through every word they had spoken. Nothing had been said about Egg's shoe obsession. Everything else made sense, but Magdalena wouldn't have known that detail unless she'd met the boys. But more than that, Magdalena hadn't just seen the boys. She must have interacted with them. Maybe not for long. It wouldn't have taken more than 10 seconds for Egg to comment on her turquoise cowboy boots and ask where she got them. Dessa examined Magdalena with new eyes, surveying every facial muscle and tic. Did Magdalena even realize what she had revealed? I know you must have lots of things inside there. Magdalena motioned to the 3-story building. And I don't mean the trash. though I guess that's its own kind of treasure. But we've been watching. We know that you are weak right now, that you've been fighting each other. We also know that you have a lot of equipment, and I'm sure that means you have other things too. They're not giving you weapons so that you can wipe them all off the map and take things over, Tiana said. Don't act like we're stupid. Magdalena stared at them like she was trying to see into their souls. Finally, she said, Medicine. We want medicine. Insulin. Dessa tried on and discarded option after option. Should she act like, it's too bad your people will not trade with mine, then I might have been able to tell you about your friends. Dessa went cold, realizing Magdalena had let that detail about Egg slip out on purpose. This was some kind of power struggle Dessa didn't yet fully understand. Before Dessa or Tiana said another word, Magdalena stepped away and wheeled out a brown-framed bicycle. She straddled the seat, throwing her cloak out of the way, and rode off to join the rest of her group. They biked over the grassy hillside, the buzz of the electric bike that carried the grandfather, vanishing as the hill slope took them from view. For all we know, they've got the boys tied up somewhere, Dessa said, grabbing Tiana's hand. Tiana closed her eyes like her head hurt. But why didn't they trade that information for what they wanted? Dessa bit her lip, thinking. Maybe if Delmar is with them, maybe he told them things about Sanctuary that make them think Sanctuary wouldn't want the boys back, and now Kraus has turned them away, and we have to go after them. They might lead us right to the boys. Chapter 7. Odessa's safe, Kraus called out, walking over to Dessa and Tiana with a few blue suits at his side. Dr. Winters requests your presence immediately. For an instant, Dessa thought something was wrong with the kids. That thought was like a bolt of electricity to her heart. Tiana tugged on her arm. Dessa, they're getting away. We're running out of time. Dessa and Tiana would be on foot and might be able to catch up, but only if they left now. She turned back to Kraus and the blue suits, conflicted. Are the kids okay? Of course, Kraus said. Come with us now. You are wasting my time. Tiana let go of her arm and backed up a step, and another. Dessa, we gotta go now. A shiver ran down Dessa's spine. She wanted to answer yes. The word was on the tip of her tongue. Of course, they needed to follow Magdalena. She had mentioned Egg's obsession with shoes. She knew where the boys were, or at the very least where they had been. She had dropped that clue on purpose because, like another strike of lightning, Dessa realized Magdalena was hoping it was enough to bring Dessa and Tiana out after them. But the kids were inside Sanctuary, and the blue suits looked ready to drag her away if she didn't go willingly. Also, she had never been outside the fences, not since the day they arrived 3 months ago. Even though the last 48 hours had shown her how horrifyingly dangerous Sanctuary could be inside the fences, she still hesitated. Kraus and the blue suits were yards away. They looked exhausted and stressed and ready to break. She imagined herself on the other side of the chain link, the whole world spread out before her, filled with V's, strangers, unknown dangers. Dessa, Tiana said, voice choking, strain in every line of her muscles. I have to go after them. I have to. Dessa took a deep breath. Tiana and Amos had been going out there this whole time. She could do this. She had to do this. Stop where you are, Kraus said, his voice implacable. Dessa stepped backward along the fence line, ignoring Kraus. Tiana, where's our out? From the edge of her vision, she saw Tiana relax. Right, follow me, Tiana said. We'll sprint for the landfill and lose them in the maze. Kraus issued orders in a low voice. The blue suit stepped ahead of him. Guns down, but now with tasers out. Tiana had been right. Sanctuary had only been biding its time and getting itself together. Dessa didn't know what they wanted from her, but she wasn't going to let them force her into anything. Now! Tiana shouted. Dessa pivoted in gravel and pushed off. Following Tiana, they sprinted for the edge of the landfill. There was a shout behind them and the stomp of boots, but no gunfire. Was this about making Dessa join Project Paulus? She tossed a look over her shoulder and saw their lead shrinking. Kraus wasn't running, but the blue suits were swift and had their tasers out. "Left! Go left!" Tiana shouted and dashed into the landfill. Piles of trash loomed overhead, and Dessa followed Tiana as she then dashed right in an attempt to lose the blue suits. They twisted around piles of broken furniture, used washing machines, cracked ceramics, broken glass, dried paint cans with the lids off, everything mashed together like a strange art installation commenting on consumerism. Tiana slowed, searching the ground for something. Dessa took gulping breaths and tried to ease her heartbeat as she listened for noise behind them. "I think we lost them," Dessa said. Tiana's eyes lit upon a red paint can with a crescent moon scratched into it. "There it is!" She turned right and then went straight, and they hit the fence again. They were surrounded by trash, but Tiana went to the chain link and started dragging away what looked like a wheelbarrow filled with cardboard, broken glass bottles, and chicken wire. The piles of trash that towered overhead also blocked the view. The blue suits couldn't see them, but they couldn't see the blue suits coming either. All the trash created a sort of cove-like area. The chain-link fence rose well past the piles. "A little help, please," Tiana said as she attempted to roll the wheelbarrow out of the way on its flat tire. "We haven't had time to patch it. We don't have a pump either." With Dessa bracing the front of the wheelbarrow to keep it from tipping over, they managed to move it a few feet aside. If she looked really close and sort of squinted, maybe there was a small gap of a few inches underneath the chain link, nothing big enough for either of them to fit through. "Tiana, are you sure this is the right spot?" But Tiana went to the fence and took one full turn in a circle, searching the landscape. "Okay, I don't think anybody's watching." "I mean, they're always watching," Dessa said, unable to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. "But they don't have as many people to watch with, and I might have heard a few of the cameras are down." Tiana dropped to her knees and used her forearms to shovel aside piles of dirt that had been loosened. Suddenly, the depression grew in size. "All the better for us. Yeah, as long as we don't get attacked by Vs, or strange groups who decide to fight for our medicine or whatever else they think we have." Tiana looked back at Dessa, dirt covering the jumpsuit and leaving streaks on her cheeks. "Yeah, except for all that." She wiggled through, and the chain link caught on the back of her jumpsuit, making the section of fence shimmer in the sunlight. "Crap," Dessa said. "That's kind of noticeable. Maybe they'll just think it's the wind." "Not with our luck." Tiana tugged the jumpsuit free and wiggled the rest of the way through. Standing up, she started slapping off the dust, throwing a light brown cloud of soil into the air. Dessa forced herself to go for the gap, even though another part of her screamed to stop and go back to Sanctuary and her brother and the other kids. But another part of her knew Amos, Cole, and Egg needed help. And another part of her, so small it whispered out of fear, knew that blue suits chasing her down to force her back to Sanctuary meant her status had changed in some fundamental way, and she really did not want to find out how. She crouched on all fours, hobbled to the gap, then slid onto her belly. Fishtailing her arms and legs like she'd seen Tiana do, she wiggled through while sucking in her stomach to keep from snagging her jumpsuit on the fence. She made it to the other side and stood up, brushing off the dirt that now coated her. "Amos really crawled through that?" Dessa said, her throat choking up, but not from the dust. Yeah, but the fence shook a lot more, obviously," Tiana said. "Come on, let's go. They can't have gotten far." Dessa had only traveled a few feet, but everything felt different on this side. She no longer viewed the green hills through the diamond pattern of the chain link. Everything was breathtakingly, dangerously open. As she finished patting herself off and followed after Tiana, she noticed her hands shaking. Dessa hadn't been outside Sanctuary's fences in over 3 months, but there was no turning back now. Chapter 8. The sun high overhead told Dessa it was midday. Sweat began to pool and drip down her spine as she and Tiana strode ahead, skirting the landfill fence in an attempt to cut the distance between them and the bikes. Dessa touched her jumpsuit pocket where Amos's drawing was kept. Magdalena's group had taken a path that led into the forest, heading for the spot where Tiana thought the boys might meet. It was even more evidence that Magdalena's group had encountered the boys, but why lie about it unless something had gone wrong? Dessa pushed that fearful thought aside. She was struggling enough. Even with no V's or blue suits in sight, she was startled at every sound, even the brush of wind through the grass. There were a lot of holes in this impulsive plan, and a lot of things that could go wrong. They needed to find the boys and figure out what was going on. "Do you think Delmar is going to attack Sanctuary?" Dessa asked, trying to fit the pieces together. "I think whatever he's planning, it's not good," Tiana said. "Maybe. Yeah, maybe he's been talking to Magdalena's group, and they're planning something." It didn't make Dessa feel any better to hear Tiana agree with her. Just a few hours ago, Dessa would have said there was probably no one else alive in the whole world, and that Sanctuary was the last holdout. But others were out here, surviving, maybe planning an attack for all she knew. But if they could find the boys before that happened, maybe they could figure out a plan to keep themselves and the kids safe. "We can see all the way around us," Tiana said, as if trying to comfort her. "If there's any danger, we'll be able to get out of the way." "I know," Dessa said, because she did. "You know that sprint away from the blue suits means we're out here without any weapons. Again." Tiana bent down, picked up a broken tree branch and handed it to Dessa. "There you go." "I think I'd rather have a pillowcase of tuna cans," Dessa said wryly. Tiana snorted. "Yeah, well, we work with what we have." A flash of turquoise, downslope to their left, away from the trees, stopped them in their tracks. "What is it?" Dessa said, covering her eyes from the sun to better see. "They're not going into the woods. They're headed for the valley." Tiana snapped her fingers. "Didn't we hear them say town in Spanish? They're headed for the little town across the freeway." "What town?" Dessa said. Tiana looked over. "Right. You haven't been outside. I think it's called Crow's Landing." "Crow's Landing? Well, that doesn't sound spooky or anything." Dessa dove into her pocket. She carefully unfolded Amos's drawing and stared at it. "It's super small, but it's been salvaged before," Tiana said. "It should be clear of V's. Maybe that's where this group is staying for the night." "Tiana, do you think that's part of what this drawing means?" Dessa held up the paper. "It's a bird. A crow, right?" "Oh, wow," Tiana said, eyes widening. "Yeah, that's a crow. And it's landing for sure, but what does the planet mean?" Dessa said, deflating a little. Still, it felt like an important clue. It felt like she was understanding part of the message after all and just needed to figure out the other piece. "Maybe there's a planetarium in town? Or an astronomy museum, or—" Tiana shook her head. "I don't know, maybe, but it's a small town." "Would Delmar know about the town?" Dessa asked. "Yeah," Tiana said, "for sure he would." "Then maybe it's where all the Kalmbukird went," Dessa said, getting excited. If they could just get into Crow's Landing, maybe the rest of Amos's drawing would make sense. They changed direction, running now to catch up to the strangers, and let the slope of the hill wrap them around the landfill until it met with a road. This road flattened out and cut across the Interstate 5 freeway. Tiana stopped them at the overpass that crossed the 2 blue ribbons of water that marked the aqueducts, using the height as a vantage point to scan the valley farms and ranches along with the beginning of town. "Tiana, they're getting away!" Far off in the distance on the other side of town, yellow fields turning green were covered in dark, moving dots. "Crap, are those V's?" Dessa said, pointing. Tiana squinted. "I don't know, maybe. Maybe it's deer or something. Sanctuary cleared out this whole area months ago." "Maybe this is where they led that mob, after distracting it away from Sanctuary's fences," Dessa said. Sacramento Valley was relatively empty of population centers compared to the coastline, but there were still the cities of Turlock, Modesto, Stockton, and a bunch of little towns that dotted the farmland and freeways around gas and water stops. All those people had hunkered down or been turned, or been driven out. "Come on," Dessa said, unable to bear staying in place any longer, especially higher up like this where anyone could spot them. "Let's go." As they approached the town limits of a place that looked like it had been around for maybe 100 years and been neglected for at least the last 50 of that time, Dessa worried they had lost Magdalena's group altogether. She scanned from left to right and found no hint of dust cloud, flash of turquoise, or the whine of electric batteries. All she saw were crumbling cement buildings, peeling paint, sagging roofs. "Did you see where they went?" "No," Tiana said, worry thick in her voice. "I didn't." They reached a four-way intersection. Left led to a road that paralleled the aqueducts and freeway. Right took them south, also parallel the aqueducts and freeway. Going backward returned them to Sanctuary. Going forward took them into town. With no fences, no guns, no weapons except their knives, what were they thinking coming out here? How had Tiana and Amos ever had the courage? This was insane! But underneath the fear, another part of Dessa felt invigorated. Something else rose and, though she couldn't quite name it, had something to do with the blue sky, the open air, the lack of crazy people, their crazy rules, and their crazy experiments. There was no one to tell her what to do or how to do it, or that she was doing it wrong. "Onward," Dessa said, switching the hand holding the stick. Tiana gave her a sideways look. "Not afraid anymore?" "Oh, I'm still afraid." Dessa patted the pocket of her jumpsuit where the drawing was safely stowed. "Maybe we can find a town map or something and figure out what in the world Amos is trying to tell us." Was that a really sad joke? What in the world? That's not even reaching Cole's level, Tiana said. But her voice had lightened a little, and Dessa decided to call it a win. They headed into the town of Crow's Landing. The green population road sign said it had once been shy of 300 people. Now it looked totally dead. Not zombie dead, but ghost town dead. Maybe the grass grown tall and lush from spring rains covered up what had happened here after the V's came through, but she could see no bodies, no skeletons picked clean by birds, and instead saw endless ranchland, almond orchards, sagging porches, and roof lines heavy with decomposing leaves left over from winter. They gave each other a grim-faced look. Would they really have to search this place building by building? But then there was movement to their left, down the end of a long driveway with a sign at the road for a dog boarding kennel. "I think that's them," Dessa said, heart rate picking up. "At a dog kennel?" Tiana said. Dessa and Tiana stayed on the road, hiding behind a little waist-high rock fence. Down the long driveway, weeds several feet tall and flowering made it hard to see, but provided good cover. They watched as Magdalena's group swarmed the buildings and looked like they were searching everything from top to bottom. "What do you think they're looking for?" Tiana said. Dessa shrugged. "Dogs need medicine too, right? Don't dogs get diabetes or something?" "Whoa," Tiana said. "I didn't even think of that. So you're saying they're searching for whatever insulin might be left from whatever dog with diabetes got boarded here before the V's took everything over?" "Maybe not just insulin." Dessa watched as the people in their unmistakable cowboy-looking clothing became more agitated. "Maybe antibiotics, maybe vitamins, I don't know. Whatever they've got in there that's useful." "But Sanctuary's already salvaged the town," Tiana said. "They're not going to find anything." The rocks under Dessa's hands were rough, and the smell of soil tickled her nose as she watched people race out of the large barn, shouting and waving their hands around. "Maybe that's why they're getting mad." The leader, Fernando, stayed in the bike trailer, not seeming satisfied at whatever was being said. Magdalena and Arturo headed into the kennel barn themselves, coming back out with disturbed looks. All dozen of them formed a loose circle and talked in loud, animated Spanish. Their grandfather shook his head and spoke. Everyone fell silent to listen. Finally, Magdalena pointed back to the road. Dessa and Tiana both ducked, the smells of rock, plants, and soil filling her senses. Spring was here, and everything was lush and full of life. Not like the V's. Not like Sanctuary's landfill, endless gravel and bunker walls. "We need to go," Dessa hissed. Tiana nodded. They moved along the rock fence, crouching so it would give them cover. Dessa dragged her stick across the ground, bumping it on clumps and rocks. Then they sprinted for a large tree across the street. When they were hidden from sight, Dessa peeked and saw Magdalena's group back on their bikes and already at the road. Dessa held her breath, waiting to see if anyone would notice how all the weeds had been flattened. But the bikes flew past and turned onto the street that would take the group further into town. She ducked back behind the tree with Tiana as they listened to the whine of wheels and battery pass them by. After giving it a few seconds, Dessa and Tiana followed, using the buildings and weeds for cover. They headed further into town, to its tiny center with a small collection of cafes, restaurants, and tourist shops. Dessa thought she could count them all on 2 hands. There was also a collection of single-building offices, 1 gas station, and several neighborhoods, mostly single-story homes with chain link around the yards, and faded American flags on tilting poles, the wind and weather turning the flags into something more like red, white, and blue streamers. Not even the lush weather could hide the fact that this town was barely big enough to deserve being called a town, even before the Lissa virus had wiped everything out for good. And that's when she saw it. Across the street, behind glass, in one of those displays revitalized town districts like this always had, was a big map. Chapter 9. The bicycles turned left, following an arrow and sign that marked an abandoned airstrip. Dessa and Tiana ducked behind the wall of a little shop. The rough wall bit into Dessa's back through her clothing. Her breath came heavy in her chest as her mind spun. She needed a look at that map. "Tiana," Dessa said. "I know, I saw it," Tiana said. They waited another few seconds until the bicycles were completely out of sight, and then left the building shadowed across the street. Weeds and broken glass littered the asphalt, but it wasn't long before they made it to the sidewalk on the other side. The big display board towered several feet above her head. The thick plastic that protected the map was cloudy from dust. Dessa and Tiana used their sleeves to wipe as much of it clear as they could. Slowly, underneath the smeared grime, a colorful grid of the little downtown district emerged. Squares and numbers dotted the streets. Beneath it all, on the bottom third of the map, was a legend with a list of businesses grouped together by type: restaurants, clothing stores, insurance, real estate. Dessa scanned the names, hoping for something to pop out. As she read down one list and then the next, her stomach sank. There was nothing that made any sense with Amos's drawing. "I don't get it," Tiana said. "There isn't even a museum in town at all. Not even a historical society." Dessa almost skipped the real estate list, her eyes glazing over, but then something caught her attention. She blinked and started from the top, even as the noise of bicycles came back into hearing. Tiana tugged on her arm. "Dessa, they're coming! We have to hide!" But Dessa didn't move. She swore her eyes almost crossed when they hit the name: Lunar Development Agency. "Lunar means moon, right?" Dessa said, not looking away from the map. From the corner of her eye, she could see Tiana looking down the road toward the airstrip. "What?" Tiana said, turning back, eyes wide. "Lunar." Dessa put one finger on the name and then searched for its corresponding number on the street map. She was all turned around and not sure exactly where they were on the map, the "You're Here" sticker long fallen off, but it looked like this business was several streets further into downtown. If she could just figure out where they were on the map. "Dessa, we have to go!" Tiana's tug became unable to be ignored. Dessa stumbled backward, the map blurring with grime again. She desperately tried to take a picture of the layout with her mind, but then Tiana spun her around on her heels. They dashed back across the street to hide behind another building just as the bicycles came into view. There weren't even remnants of a sign left to tell what this building had once been. A broken-down little porch step led to a ripped screen door that hung off one hinge. Parked halfway onto the sidewalk was a white truck with weeds that had grown up so tall around the vehicle they blocked the view into the cab. Its bumper hung off one end, vanishing into the weeds. Dessa crouched low between the corner of the building and the truck, positioning herself for a solid view of the street. "That airfield is where the helicopter dropped us off," Tiana whispered. Dessa could not say the same for herself. When the helicopter had flown to pick up Dessa's half of the group and bring them back to Sanctuary, something had malfunctioned and the helicopter had tried to land, but exploded instead. The weeds had grown so tall and lush, it was difficult to see anything was hiding in them. Somehow they felt full, and that feeling made Dessa shiver. Magdalena's group stopped in the middle of the street, right next to the town map. Dessa bit her lip as the dozen or so strangers got off their bikes and whispered in low, heated voices to each other. "Can you understand any of what they're saying?" Dessa said, barely above a whisper herself. Was that the grass rustling next to the truck from the wind, or something else? Tiana shook her head. Something about medicine again. Dessa bit her lip. She didn't trust any of these strangers, but if they were searching for insulin for someone they loved, well, she understood that kind of desperation. She had been under a deadline to find life-saving medicine for her brother more than once. It was a terrifying, all-encompassing desperation that she hoped to never experience again, but knew deep down that it was inevitable. Across the street next to the cafe, from a large patch of overgrown grass in front of an insurance office, a figure in tattered clothes rose. The low, raging moan of the V drifted through the air. The V moved toward the bicycles, intent on releasing its rage, but it moved slower than Dessa had ever remembered any of them moving. No, that wasn't quite right. This V moved at the same speed as the Vs climbing Sanctuary's fences. The ferocious speed they once had now seemed gone, not that they still couldn't do plenty of damage. What felt like an impossibly slow process of starvation was finally working. Ms. Winters and the other scientists promised this process would take out all the Vs someday. Please, let it be soon. This V, dressed in a tattered navy blue suit, with brown loafers torn to shreds that exposed grotesque toenails, reached out his hands in the shapes of claws as his rage locked onto Magdalena. It took long seconds for Magdalena's group to notice, but Dessa told herself it didn't matter. They weren't her people, and they all had the combo cure. One bite wouldn't kill them. But giving up Dessa and Tiana's position before they found the boys, that was a different story. Still, she stayed tense with indecision until, with relief, saw the group had noticed the V. The raging moan combined with the slap of the loafers turned their heads. Magdalena issued a sharp word, and people stood back as she unsheathed a knife and raced up to the V, even as Arturo told her to hold back. Either she didn't hear him or didn't want to hear him. Her cloak flapped with movement, and her turquoise cowboy boots flashed by as she brought the knife up and around in a long arc to bury its blade in the V's ear. Brain dead in one strike. The V crumpled to the ground. Standing over it, Magdalena wiped her knife, dark with rotting blood, on the V's suit while wrinkling her nose. Magdalena and Arturo climbed back onto the bicycles. Their group began to pedal down the street, heading for the other side of town. Dessa stood ready to follow when a flash of movement drew her attention the other way. Her insides flipped, thinking it was another V about to attack, but then she saw khaki. It was a support staff jumpsuit. The figure ran away from the bicycles, the waist-high weeds obscuring details. But Dessa thought their hands were tied at the wrists behind their back. A familiar dark wave of hair made Dessa think of Egg's long-ago comment that Cole looked like someone who belonged in a boy band. "Crap! That's Cole's hair!" Tiana whispered. Dessa stood up and shouted, "Cole! Cole!" Before she could take a step after him, a hand slapped down on her shoulder and held her back. "Dessa, stop!" Dessa shook Tiana off, What was with her? Tiana should have wanted to find the boys just as much as Dessa. Anger bubbled up at the way Magdalena had looked at her, stone-faced, and said, "Maybe." Dessa thought that meant Magdalena had seen the boys, not actually been evil enough to kidnap them, tie them up, and hold them in a dog boarding kennel. But for what? It didn't matter. What did matter was, if Cole had escaped and the strangers hadn't found what they were looking for, it meant Amos and Egg might be close by, too. "Tiana, what's wrong with you? He's right there!" Tiana's face went pale, and she stepped backward until her spine hit the stucco wall again. Dessa went cold, her body realizing before her mind understood what was happening. The town was dead, but no longer silent. Dessa had thoughtlessly shouted Cole's name. She had foolishly believed, since the rest of town had been empty of V's, that the same would be true here, too. It wasn't. Whether it was the bicycles, that first V, Cole running, or maybe Dessa shouting his name, the waist-high weeds all around them now rustled with movement. Dessa had forgotten what it was like outside Sanctuary's walls, how one minute a place seemed empty and safe, and the next minute everything could change. She watched in horror as out of those weeds and from behind buildings, and appearing from nearby porch shadows, and dragging themselves out from underneath broken-down cars, came dozens of V's, moaning and searching for a target upon which to display their rage. With hands curled into claws and mouths forming snarls around blackened teeth, they surrounded Dessa and Tiana. Chapter 10. "There's a gap straight ahead," Dessa whispered, the stick in one hand while she grabbed Tiana's arm with her other hand. "Toward the airfield." But right before her eyes, more V's popped up from the weeds and stumbled into the street from both sides, choking the route. The road back to the landfill became impassable. Cole had headed in that direction, but they were cut off from him now. Even if the V's were slower than before, these numbers would overwhelm them. Out from underneath the bumper of the truck, a disembodied hand punched out through the stalks and grabbed Tiana's leg. Tiana screamed and kicked, stumbling onto her butt. Dessa brought her stick high overhead and then struck the V's arm with force, but all that did was shatter the branch into a million pieces. More of the V emerged. In her panic, Dessa's mind automatically cataloged the arm covered in scratches, the long nails with acrylics, all of which had been broken off except for the thumb and first finger. Those acrylics still showed off bright orange paint and huge gaps where the nails had kept growing out. This time she stomped hard on the V's hand, her standard-issue Sanctuary work boots generating a loud crack as they broke bone. Tiana scrambled away on all fours, deeper into the weeds growing behind the building. The crunch of broken glass whipped Dessa around. V's emerged from the back of the lot, stumbling straight for Tiana. The only reason she and Tiana weren't ripped apart yet was thanks to the V's slower speed. "Tiana!" Dessa helped her up, and they raced behind the back of the building. With this many V's dotting the streets and lots, they had to dodge through gaps and race around clumps of them. The V's swayed on their feet, falling into each other, massing together so that soon there would be no gaps left. There was a shout, and the V's parted, revealing Magdalena's group on the road, hemmed in and fighting back. The strangers surrounded the old man in the bike trailer and fought, facing out with knives and bats and machetes. In a split second, Dessa saw a V lunge for Magdalena, but her back was turned. She couldn't see it coming. Dessa raced up and pushed the V in the lower back, tripping it so that it fell flat on its face. Magdalena pivoted, took everything in with wild eyes, and brought her knife down to lodge into the base of the V's skull. "What are you doing here?" Magdalena shouted as she fought. "We want to know where our boys are," Dessa said, but then danced backwards in time to stay out of reach of another lunging V that Magdalena took down with a swipe of her knife. "Nunca," Magdalena said, and then rattled off a long string of Spanish that Dessa guessed was some sort of insult. Rage boiled up inside Dessa again. Everyone had turned on each other and were hurting innocent people in the process, people she loved. These strangers hadn't gotten the medicine they needed, and now they would do nothing to help Dessa find the boys. Arturo shouted, and his people tightened up their circle as the V's closed in. Dessa and Tiana were pushed out of the main fighting, suddenly on the edge of the V mob as it crowded after the fresh meat all clumped together in the road. She and Tiana had no weapons. Dessa was uninfected. One bite would mean something very different for her than for any of the combo cured. Magdalena refused to help them find the boys and might have even kidnapped them, and in Dessa's book that meant she didn't deserve any more help in return. 3 V's detached from the mob, turning onto Dessa and Tiana like a predator latching onto prey. Slow predators, but it was time to get out of there. With the V's all mobbed up like this, the path Cole had taken was now clear. "Tiana, we go now, after Cole! Down the street and around!" Tiana nodded, her cheek streaked with blood, and they raced away, dodging the stink of death. Broken glass crunched under their shoes. They reached the next street, but more V's blocked this road, snarling their rage, and their stumbling picked up speed as she and Tiana were spotted. A flash of khaki up ahead made Dessa's heart soar, even as she dared not shout for Cole's attention again. More V's emerged from the surrounding buildings, woken up from their strange hibernation. They passed another insurance building, a taco stand, and a pizza parlor with its second-story windows shattered, and shadows moving around inside. V's lurched out of those broken windows, the sills hitting them at the waist, making them tumble and splatter head first onto the concrete below. Dessa pointed to where Cole's jumpsuit vanished around a corner. If only they had 2 of Magdalena's bicycles to catch up. V's continued to pop up from the weeds on either side of the road, but Dessa and Tiana were able to outrun them. With how ferocious their speed had always been, it seemed impossible to Dessa that they had slowed down. Still dangerous in big numbers like this, but maybe it wouldn't be much longer until the V's died off on their own. She just had to make sure she and everyone she loved survived long enough to enjoy a V-free world, which was greatly in doubt at the moment. Dessa's lungs burned, but she silently screamed at her body to go faster. Tiana pounded the pavement next to her. Cole turned at the next intersection. "Dessa!" Tiana shouted. A V lurched across her path, arms outstretched to capture her in a violent hug. She ducked her head down, thought of Amos, and drove her shoulder into the V, tackling him to the ground. The V's hot, stinking breath, combined with the stink of rot that seemed to drench his clothes, to make her want to retch. The growl of rage against her ear drove spikes of adrenaline into her heart. "Don't get bit! Don't get bit!" An infection meant she would have to take the combo cure, which would put her in a feverish, coma-like state for at least 10 days or more. Not that she would survive the V's long enough to come out of the fevers. She fought with everything she had, but then something grabbed her by the back of her jumpsuit. Suddenly, she was flying off the ground and set back on her feet. "What the hell are you doing here?" Cole said, dumbstruck, as he let her go. He tossed her a knife and then tossed another knife to Tiana. They caught the weapons in mid-air as the V's closed in. "We thought you were dead," Cole said. "I told them it had to work, but we didn't know. They were freaking out, and I knew the wrecking ball was our only chance. But we didn't think it worked. I really—" Slashing their way through, Cole led them down the street, but it was blocked off with more V's. He turned down another street, and then another, taking them away from Sanctuary and back near the center of town, until the V's funneled them down a street with buildings sitting wall to wall and forming a dead end. "Are you going to answer me or not?" Cole said, his initial dumbstruck awe at seeing them alive, now giving way to his default anger. "You should be safe behind the fences. I didn't save you to just—" "We came out here to save you, dumbass," Tiana said. "You did not," Cole said as they searched for a way out. V's blocked the way they had come in and were scrambling closer. "You didn't even know I was here." Panic hiccuped in Dessa's throat. "Cole, where are Egg and Amos?" Cole looked down the street. "Crap!" V's closed off the end of the street and approached like one big organism, covering the road to each of the sidewalks. "They've cut us off!" Dessa turned in a big circle, searching for an escape route, but there were only more buildings with no gaps. Who knew how many V's might be sleeping in those buildings? There was nowhere to go. At the dead end, A single building with its sign hanging by one corner displayed a crazy name that Dessa's panicked brain at first couldn't compute. Lunar Development Agency. "You've got to be kidding me," Dessa said. Large glass windows on either side of the front door showed scientifically rendered moons painted in ghostly white. "I really don't see what's funny about this," Cole said. "Tiana, look," Dessa said, pointing. Tiana did look and drew in a sharp breath. "We have to get inside, now!" Tiana ran up to the sign, jumped and grabbed for it, pulling it all the way off. It slammed to the ground, and both of them picked up a side. On Dessa's count, they threw the sign through the glass window. It shattered completely, tinkling to the ground like a waterfall. That's when Cole tried the front door and found it unlocked. Tiana cursed. "You've got to be kidding me. Why'd you let us break the window?" "It's not like I had a chance to stop you," Cole said, rushing inside as the cool air of the interior floated out. Goosebumps rose on Dessa's arms. Cole poked his head back out the door, looked down the street, and then threw Dessa and Tiana a harsh look. "Get in here before we're all dead!" Dessa rushed inside after Tiana. She had a lot to say and think about and ask, but first they needed to barricade the windows and doors. Cole closed the front door behind them, locking it. "Help me drag these over to block the windows." They flipped desks and cabinets in front of both the broken and unbroken windows, then moved more furniture against the door. Groans rose in volume as the V's reached the dead end of the street and tried to force their way inside. Sunlight flickered through the gaps in the furniture as V's moved around. Hands reached through the small openings, grasping at air. The three of them stepped away until their backs were up against the far wall. It took a long moment to make sure the furniture barricade was holding. Dessa's heart still pounded loud in her chest, but she could at least take a breath now without panicking. Tiana hissed and motioned with her head at the room. They split up and scouted the room for weapons and supplies like it was old times. It wasn't a large building. Just this front room meant to take customers by the looks of its decorations, fancy couches and tables now all piled up against the V's. Several big houseplants, now long dead, stood like strange desiccated corpses in the corners. The carpet was clean enough, and pictures of the moon hung everywhere on the walls. These weren't stylized drawings, but actual high-resolution photographs with labels for the moon's craters and mountains. In the back room was a little kitchen area emptied of any food or water, a huge storage section with several computers, and a number of cabinets stuffed full of paperwork and maps. The maps were magnified parts of the moon. There was one back door with no window, currently padlocked. They could break the lock if needed, but the sound would draw the V's, and who knew what waited for them on the other side. Still, Cole set an old fire extinguisher next to the padlock, just in case. When they finished, the three of them returned to the main room to check on the barricade, then retreated to the back room, closing the interior door between them and the moans of the V's. "Cole," Dessa said, unable to wait another second. Now that they were reasonably safe for the moment, she burst with the need to know. "Where's Amos and Egg?" Cole turned blazing, almost accusatory eyes on both of them, but Dessa stood strong under that onslaught. She knew him too well to take it personal. Whenever Cole got really scared about something, he coped with anger. Maybe it wasn't the healthiest way to handle things, but it wasn't like Dessa was much better off. "What happened?" Tiana said. Cole's expression crumpled. "I don't know. They separated us, tied me up, blindfolded me, put me in a dog kennel, told me it was because I was uninfected, told me to wait because they were planning to trade me for something. Medicine, I think. I don't know. I don't know what they did with Amos or Egg or Delmar or any of the others." Dessa wanted to cry. "Are you serious?" Cole looked down at his shoes, miserableness in every line of his stained khaki jumpsuit and scuffed sanctuary-issued boots. Sitting down at the little lunch break table, Tiana rested her forehead on the wood. "Did this place really sell people plots of land on the moon?" "Looks like it," Cole said. Posters on the wall envisioned entire gated communities of mansions put under space domes. Someone could buy acres of moonland for cheap. pay for it with cryptocurrency, and someday soon build their own private paradise where spaceflight was common and zombies didn't overrun the surface. She didn't know if it was all a big joke or if people had taken all this seriously, though the paperwork spilling out of the cabinets and all the fancy high-resolution photography definitely leaned serious. Would humans ever get to the moon again? She didn't think so. She was pretty sure the human species was done, and Amos and Egg were still lost. Chapter 11. They stayed in the back room with the barricade in place for what seemed like an eternity, but maybe was only an hour. The closed door muffled the groans of the V's. Dessa couldn't take standing still any more and quietly headed for the front room. She wanted to study those photographs. Something bothered her about them. "What are you doing?" Cole said. "I need to take a look at something," Dessa said. "Don't stir them up any more than they already are," Cole said. "I think I know how to handle myself around some V's," Dessa said. Cole got up as Dessa quietly opened the door. Tiana stayed back with her head down on the table. Dessa hadn't walked on carpet in a long time, and it was soft underfoot. She was surprised there wasn't more dust. They should have been sneezing their heads off, but weren't. She set that little detail aside because that wasn't what bothered her. Staring at the photographs of the moon, she took in the canyons and mountains that looked a lot like warts. Something caught in her throat. Diving into her jumpsuit pocket, she took out Amos's drawing, unfolded it, and held it up next to one of the framed photos. It wasn't an exact match by any means, but it was definitely a match. She looked at Cole and saw he recognized it too. Excitement bubbled up, but Cole put his finger to his lips and jerked his head at the V's. Dessa nodded and they hurried into the back room again, quietly closing the door. Dessa set the paper on the table and flattened it out with her hands. "That's the moon." Tiana looked up, dark circles around her eyes. "What?" Dessa tapped the paper. "It's not a planet. Amos drew the moon." "So what?" Cole said, looking between Dessa and Tiana. Dessa released a frustrated breath. "This is the town of Crow's Landing, right? Amos drew this, and he was showing us this place. He was—" Tiana snatched at the drawing and stared at it. "You're kidding! You've got to be kidding me!" Cole frowned. "Look, I'm excited by Amos's drawing skills too, but it's just the moon and a stupid bird. Even if he was talking about this place, how does that—" Tiana held up the paper, almost shoving it in their faces. "Amos drew this, but this is Egg's joke. A crow landing on the moon? We're in Crow's Landing and we end up in possibly the only place in the world that has a store that sells land on the moon?" Dessa looked around with new eyes. They were here. Was that cup on the counter freshly used? Was there no dust on the carpet because this was used as a meeting place? They knew about this place. They had been here before, or were— "No, Amos would have told me about it," Tiana said, biting her lip. She snapped her fingers. "Maybe Egg knew about this place from Delmar. Maybe—" Now Cole got excited. He stood up and started going through the kitchen cabinets one by one. "Amos could have left you another message or drawing or whatever." Dessa's gaze zoomed in on the coffee maker. Cole saw where she was looking and rolled his eyes. "Right. I guess that's where I'd hide a note for you too." With shaking hands, Dessa went to the little plastic machine sitting on the countertop. It was cheap-looking, and the glass carafe couldn't hold more than 8 cups. She held her breath and flipped open the plastic lid, sure she would find something. But there was nothing. Cole rested a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Maybe they put it somewhere else. Maybe they didn't have time." The groans of the V's through the door changed. Cole cocked his head, as if trying to better listen. The noise sounded like someone had both turned the volume down but the intensity up. Dessa abandoned the coffee maker, but stuffed the drawing back in her pocket before opening the door to the front room again. The desks, couches, and chairs were all holding. Photographs of the moon lined the walls. Light still filtered in, dappled by the V's trying to force their way through. Tiana crowded her heels. "What is it?" Dessa strained her ears, trying to send her senses out beyond the barricade and into the dead-end street. It wasn't just the V's out there anymore. There were grunts and cracks like people fighting. Realization hit Dessa. Someone's out there! Hope and fear rose in Dessa at the same time. Was it Amos and Egg arriving at their intended meeting spot later than planned, with a bunch of V's ready to mob them? The three of them approached the barricade, trying not to stir up the V's while getting a look at the street. Just the smallest triangle of light let Dessa see gray hands, bloodied clothes, snarling faces. The light increased as V's stepped away from the barricade and turned on something in the street. She closed one eye to better focus her vision and saw a flash of turquoise. Disappointment sat bitterly on her tongue. She was glad Amos and Egg weren't out there with the V's, but it also meant they were still missing. Dessa stepped back until she reached the center of the room. "Magdalena's out there." "Who?" Cole said. "Oh, she didn't introduce herself to you?" Tiana's gaze didn't move from her own little window among the furniture. "That's the woman with the turquoise boots who says she was at college when all this went down. She's one of the people who took you." "They put a blindfold over me so fast I don't remember any of them," Cole said, cursing. "I can't believe we were so stupid to trust Delmar like that. He led us right into the forest to all these strangers. But he knows he can't trust me or Amos, and Egg tried to untie us, so he turned on him too, and—" Tiana glanced back at him, her gaze softening. "It's all right. We're just super glad you're alive. Really." Cole shook his head and hunched his shoulders. Dessa could suddenly see the old man sitting by himself in the bike trailer. Magdalena and Arturo stood off the bikes on either side of him. The rest of the group wasn't in sight, and they faced the onslaught of V's coming their way, putting themselves between the V's and their grandfather, like the strength of their will alone would save them. Dessa's stomach sank. They were drawing the V's away from the door, but would never stand a chance against mobs coming at them from two directions. Tiana stepped back and tossed her hair over her shoulder. "Good. Let them get what they deserve." Cole didn't say a word one way or the other. They didn't owe these strangers anything, but it was just the three of them out there, and the old man couldn't fight. Why had they even brought their grandfather into all this? Maybe he was their leader, but the world was too dangerous. Dessa frowned as anxiety made her stomach flip. She told herself to let it go. They had kidnapped Amos, Egg, and Cole, and who knew how many others. They were in league with Delmar for some reason. But Magdalena had also asked for medicine for someone she loved, and they were about to die out there. And most importantly, maybe, just maybe. "You guys, if we save them," Dessa said, thinking hard. "It's just the three of them." "No," Tiana said, shaking her head. "No, they don't deserve it." Dessa stepped back. "Maybe they know where Amos and Egg could be." "They don't," Tiana said, sounding so sure. "We saw them looking all over town. They don't know where anyone is." Only Tiana had the combo cure. Dessa and Cole were uninfected. Any of them could get ripped apart by the V's, but Tiana was here, and if the V's did bite either Cole or Dessa, then they could get the combo cure. This might be their only chance to figure out where Amos and Egg might be. Dessa went for the desks and couches, dragging them aside, not worrying about noise anymore. Amos and Egg had left them a drawing that sent them to this place. Now three of the strangers showed up. Maybe it meant something, maybe it meant nothing. But if they didn't help, it was basically the same as killing the strangers. I can't just let them die. "They're working with Delmar," Tiana said hotly. "That's what Cole just said. They're working with Delmar, and they tied him and Amos and even Egg up because Delmar knows they can't be trusted for whatever it is he's going to do next." Dessa kept working at the barricade. "But Tiana, what if they know something?" Cole said gently, and joined Dessa at the barricade. With a long-suffering sigh, Tiana came to help. They finally dragged the last desk away from the door and opened it. The rectangle of light hit Dessa's legs, warming her. She stepped out until fully in the sun. The V's were yards away, their rage pushing them toward the three strangers. Dessa waved, jumping up and down to get their attention, but it didn't work, though it did attract the two closest V's. Cole and Tiana rushed out from either side of Dessa, knives in hand. The blades flashed in the light, and they went for the V's, ducking and slashing at their calves. "Hey! Magdalena! Arturo!" Dessa shouted. "Get in here!" Cole and Tiana slashed the tendons of two more V's. The move didn't kill them, but did slow the V's down. and let them move on to the next fight that much faster. Arturo fought out of sight, but Magdalena swung a machete and buried it in the shoulder of a V about to take out a chunk of flesh from the old man's shoulder. Blood sprayed across his face and he wiped it off his sleeve. Magdalena screamed and wrenched the blade out, driving it through the V's neck. She pivoted to go after the next V and then stopped, spotting Dessa on the porch. Dessa pointed back through the dark opening of the door. "Get him inside or you're dead!" More V's turned away from the strangers, torn between the different tempting targets. Magdalena sheathed her blade, shouted Arturo's name, and hopped on the bicycle, the battery whining to life as she pedaled for all she was worth. Cole and Tiana took out 2 more V's just as the infected lunged for the bike. The battery sounded strange against the backdrop smells of blood and guts covering the street. Magdalena barreled over several of the crawling V's, the trailer bumping at each lump, almost unseating her grandfather. Arturo raced behind her on foot, slashing at the V's as he went. Dessa held her breath as she imagined the old man tumbling out and into the waiting arms of the infected. Their Achilles tendons had been cut, but their mouths and hands still worked fine. Come on, come on! This wasn't just about Amos and Egg. Something inside her rebelled against letting the 3 strangers die, even if Tiana thought they deserved it. Even if they did deserve it. Dessa was sick. So sick of people killing each other. The trailer stayed upright and Magdalena bumped the bike over the steps. Dessa jumped out of the way as the bike and trailer flew inside and vanished in the shadows. Arturo went next. "Cole! Tiana! Back inside!" Dessa ran for them, using the knife Cole had given her to take out a V that grabbed Cole's ankle. She slashed down and the V let go, but the move unbalanced her and she fell flat, her hands catching herself just before the ground broke her nose. She lost the knife and choked on dust. Something caught her pant leg now, and she twisted, kicking out. The weight on her leg released. The same V who had attacked Cole, with lips receded so far she could see his blackened teeth all the way to the molars, slumped over, dead from a killing blow as Cole stood above her and offered a hand. "I feel like we've done this before," Cole said. "I'm sure we have," Dessa said, barely able to squeak out the words as she took his hand and got to her feet. "But I was the one who saved you first. This is just you returning the favor." "That's not how I remember it," Cole said, smirking. They raced inside after Tiana. Rebuilding the barricade with Magdalena and Arturo's help went quickly. Before the V's mobbed the door again, everything was in place, and they retreated to the silence of the back room. The air now stank of blood and guts. Arturo helped his grandfather out of the bike trailer into a chair. He was a few inches taller than Magdalena, with broad shoulders and the same kind of poncho now soaked with blood from the street fight. He looked well-fed and healthy enough, just like Magdalena. Their group had been getting regular food, water, and rest, today's events notwithstanding. The combo cure had turned their skin ashy and made it hard to tell ages, adding a few extra smile wrinkles around the eyes, as Egg liked to joke. Magdalena looked in complete disarray. It wasn't only her clothes or her hair, but her entire demeanor. It was like her mind had tripped over something and fallen into some dark well. "Thank you," Magdalena said, her voice shaky and vulnerable. She looked first at Cole and Tiana and then at Dessa. Sincerity shined in her eyes. "I thought we were dead." Next, she looked over at her grandfather. "Abuelo." "Bien, mi Corina." The old man brushed a shaky hand across his face, as if wiping away cobwebs, but all he managed to do was smear V blood around. "I am still here." "I'm super glad I was able to help make this little family reunion happen," Dessa said sarcastically enough that it immediately put the strangers on edge, like she had hoped to do. "But what I want to know is what you've done with our friends. Where are Amos and Egg?" Chapter 12. Magdalena gave Dessa a wan smile. She glanced down at her turquoise boots. "Egg? Is he the shoe-obsessed one? And Amos is the one built like a football player, right?" Dessa's insides went sub-zero as Tiana stilled next to her. Cole rubbed his wrists together, scowling. "Where are they?" Magdalena waved at the air. "I'm sure they're around." "We just saved you," Tiana said, disgust thick in her voice. You would have been dead without us." A sharp word from the grandfather made Magdalena whip her head around. The grandfather held her gaze for a long moment. Arturo's eyes were glassy with the shock of recent violence, and his dark hair was matted. If Dessa had to guess, he was older than Magdalena by several years, the older brother. He spoke with none of Magdalena's fire. "Your friends wanted to come with us." Tiana snorted. Dessa wouldn't have thought her insides could get any colder, but that did it. "You lie. They did not want to go with you." Cole leaned against the wall, deceptively casual, though he kept his knife in hand at his side. "That's a little hard to believe after you tied me up and stuck me in a dog kennel." Magdalena's eyes slid down to Cole's knife. Her words were strangely empty of emotion now. "We do not associate with uninfected. You are a risk we cannot tolerate." Dessa looked at Cole. "A risk we cannot tolerate?" "You're saying that you're treating Amos and Egg different?" Tiana said, holding up her bare arm, the ashy layer a side effect from the combo cure, noticeable even in the dim light. "Because they have skin like this? Because they got the combo cure?" Arturo raised his eyebrows in confusion. Magdalena rattled something off in Spanish. The only words Dessa caught were combo cure. Arturo smiled, though it didn't fully reach his eyes. He looked as exhausted as Dessa felt. "Yes, the combo cure. People need each other, and there is strength in numbers. No one survives alone out here anymore." "We lost people," Magdalena said, the words so empty she could have been talking about the weather. "Because they did not want the combo cure. They turned, and we lost them, and we swore we would never let that happen again." Arturo reached out as if to rest a comforting hand on his sister's shoulder. "These days we must be careful who we choose to unite with." "Like Delmar," Cole said, disdain in his voice. "He seems powerful, and he offered us something we need." Magdalena threw a scathing look at Dessa and Cole. "And maybe we just don't like the way the two of you look." "Magdalena," Arturo said, sitting up straighter at the table. "That is not very kind." Magdalena sighed and rubbed her eyes. "You're right. I'm sorry. We do owe you for saving us. That is something we won't forget." She looked over at Tiana. "You may join us if you like. Your friends talked about how strong and smart you are." Tiana laughed, like they had said the funniest thing in the whole world. "You're still lying." Magdalena arched an eyebrow. "About which part? The part where you're tough and smart? Or the part where we have your friends?" "You're stupid for even suggesting they would have abandoned us," Dessa said. But it was like Dessa hadn't spoken. Magdalena only paid attention to Tiana. "Believe what you want. It doesn't matter to me." "Magdalena." The note of older brother disapproval was thick in Arturo's voice. "How does this add to the strength of our numbers? If you are so unkind in your words when inviting someone to join us." "We are supposed to be kind?" Magdalena said, sarcasm thick in her voice. "And were their people kind to us when we came to their gates after moving the infected on from their fences? Did they kindly return the favor to us? Or did they demand some new favor in exchange for the insulin? Delmar told us how it would go and we didn't believe him. But he had it right." "Deja de ser arrogante," Arturo said. "We make the deal," Fernando said, his English both rough and fragile. His shoulders quivered from exhaustion, and Dessa realized he was only keeping himself upright by bracing his elbows on the table. Why had they risked him? As if reading Dessa's thoughts, Magdalena said, "He is our leader. We can't tell him what to do." "We can't tell him what to do. He never listens." Fernando flicked his eyes over the room. The three of them switched into Spanish, arguing. Even if Magdalena hadn't already said they were related, the tone of this conversation would have told Dessa there was lots of family history here. Mostly the arguing happened between brother and sister, but the grandfather said things at times that stopped them both. Dessa wished Amos was there. not just because she loved him, but because he knew a decent amount of Spanish. Increased banging from the front room stopped all conversation. Tiana opened the door for a look as the rest of them tensed. They held their collective breath to see if the barricade of cabinets and desks would hold. Dust flew through the cracks and the other window shattered, the glass tinkling through the furniture to land on the carpet. A long bloodied arm reached through this newly created gap between two desks. Magdalena and Arturo stood, straining to see, almost like they expected someone, and talked in Spanish again. Dessa readied for a fight, but then something squealed in pain as if a small animal had been caught. The arm withdrew, the groans lowered in volume. Dessa turned back to the strangers and thought about Amos's drawing. It was proof that either he or Egg had known about this place. It was proof Egg and Amos had been together, Egg coaching Amos to draw a joke like that. It couldn't be a coincidence that more people kept showing up. "Why did you come here, to this place?" Dessa said, jutting out her chin. Magdalena stepped to put herself between them and Fernando. "We were forced this way, you saw it." "No, that doesn't make sense," Dessa said, thinking hard about Amos's drawing. "You're meeting people here. You're expecting someone else to show up. Is it more of your people? Is it Delmar?" Dessa turned back to the strangers. Magdalena and Arturo exchanged a look. A silent message passed between the two siblings that only they could understand from a language of memories formed since childhood. Holding herself with a forced casualness, Magdalena didn't say anything, but it looked like she was ready to fight. Dessa had lost her knife in order to save Cole, but Cole and Tiana still had their knives, and they hovered their hands near them. "Do not think you could possibly win against us in a fight," Arturo said, his words both heated and disappointed. "Why do we always have to fight? It does not need to be this way." "There are 3 of us," Dessa said, "and we don't have to fight. Just tell us where our friends are." Magdalena released a disgusted sigh. "We should just tell them." Arturo shook his head. "They are leverage. We must take care of those we love and look out for their needs first, above all else." Dessa felt punched in the stomach. She could have spoken those same words. When it came to her friends, to the kids, to Amos, she meant those same words to her core and had done many terrible, terrifying things to prove it. "Why are we doing this?" Cole said, disgusted. "You can't believe anything Delmar promised you. Maybe you think you can, but we're all telling you that you can't. He'll use you up, and you won't get anything out of it when it's all said and done." Magdalena gripped the handle of her machete. "And you are somehow trustworthy? Can you get us what we need? Delmar has shown us the many things he has already found. We would be fools to ignore that. We understand how the world works, and are ready." Arturo didn't hold his machete yet, but Dessa was sure he could get it in hand quick enough to do damage. The room became impossibly small as the tension thickened enough to slice. Dessa swallowed as she took in their long machete blades. Magdalena and Arturo stood in stubborn silence until their grandfather tried to get up from the table. He stumbled and flailed. Both Arturo and Magdalena grabbed for him. "If we're going to fight, now would be a good time to do it," Cole said, stepping forward, blade raised. But Dessa froze. This was a family, just like her family, trying to survive. She couldn't do it. "No. Stop." Magdalena and Arturo settled the old man back into the bike trailer, stuffing several blankets around him as a cushion. Sweat poured down his pale face as his grandchildren spoke in soothing tones. The moment for a fight passed. Everyone lowered their weapons. Arturo waved a hand at his head. "The memories come back sometimes." Tiana looked like she swallowed around a lump in her throat. "I know what you mean." A main side effect of the combo cure was how it changed the way the brain handled memories. Sometimes it brought them back as so real. Amos, Egg, and Tiana had described it like seeing ghosts, or being locked into reenacting something from their past. The way those memories locked you up at any moment had almost gotten her friends killed more than once. But the longer you went without a fresh V-bite that dumped extra lysovirus into your blood, the longer someone with the combo cure could go without the memories taking over. The groans of the V's at the barricade rose in volume again. A half-dozen squeals cut through the groans. The building felt like it shook from the weight of the rage, even as arms and legs and heads pounded on the stacked furniture, splintering the wood. A half-dozen rats bounced off desk legs and couch cushions, searching for an escape. Right before their eyes, the barricade turned into a pile of splinters, and sunlight streamed through, throwing a spotlight on the 6 of them. Chapter 13. The V's climbed over the broken furniture, and the air became choked with their rot. Dessa grabbed for a steak knife left out by the sink. Everyone in the back room scrambled into fighting positions. V's streamed through, getting themselves stuck in the doorway and then knocking the framed pictures of the moon onto the carpet. Cole and Tiana lashed out, their knives taking down 2 V's, the bodies slowing the rush of the others. As another V crawled over the pile, Dessa lunged for it, driving her steak knife through its eye. Blood so dark it looked black oozed out. She screamed internally at herself to not let the knife go. The hot stench of the breath from a V on her ear, combined with a click of its teeth. As she struggled to pull out the steak knife, there was a flash of steel. The V fell at her boots, a blade embedded in its skull. Magdalena wrenched out her machete and nodded once at Dessa. "Thanks," Dessa said, pulling out her steak knife and really wishing she had a machete too. The roar of V's drowned out everything else as Arturo swung his blade, lopping off the head of a V about to chomp on Magdalena's shoulder. Magdalena speared another V through the spine as it scrambled across the floor. 2 V's got past Cole and Tiana, making a beeline over to the table to the old man in his trailer. He waved a small knife at them, his grip weak and faltering, the blade only a few inches long. Dessa dove for the closest one, grabbing onto an ankle with one hand, pulling the V back across the table as she angled for a deadly strike with her sorry excuse for a knife. The fleshy skin sank under her grip, threatening to split. She gritted her teeth against the feeling and knew that she should already be dead. The V's really were weakening. She would have never been able to fight this close quarters with them, and survive, if they'd been fresh. But their overwhelming numbers might not let them enjoy that new reality. A quick steak knife through the ear quieted the V, but the second one made it across the table. The old man grappled with it, having lost his knife, and was losing the battle inch by inch. Everyone else held back the V's, filling up the front room, trying to plug the doorway with their bodies before more could get through. Dessa dove across the table for the V. It was small, emaciated, barely anything of it left at all. But the old man was losing the fight. The V's face, hair, and clothes left no clues to who this person had once been. Everything about it was so decayed, yet it could still move. It still had teeth and cloudy eyes with the V's signature vacant stare. The V had its mouth open, teeth bared, tongue blackened, and it bore down on the old man, now inches away from taking a bite out of his nose. With a scream, Dessa jumped off the table and tackled the V, making them both fly through the air and tumble to the floor on the other side of the trailer. She grappled with the V, covered in the stench and slime of rot, her steak knife lost in the fall, no weapon within reach. Another flash of light signaled the path of a blade that landed deep in the V's back, the tip coming through the other side as Dessa felt a prick at her heart. The V slumped on top of her as Magdalena towered overhead. Dessa jumped to her feet. The old man slumped, the trailer the only thing still holding him up. "Get him out of here!" Magdalena shouted, withdrawing her machete from the V's back with a slurp. Wildly looking around for an exit, Dessa dove for the fire extinguisher by the back door. With 3 strikes, the lock broke, and she wrenched the door open. Sunlight streamed through, lighting up the room, blinding her to details. What was left was garish red blood spatter marking the cabinets, counters, and walls. Her friends fought monsters, and Magdalena and Arturo were with them in the thick of it. Shouting filtered through from outside. Even though her pulse beat in a frenzy of adrenaline, her mind recognized the noise as real voices, not more V's. Help! "Hold on!" Dessa shouted at Fernando, at her friends, at Magdalena and Arturo. "There's people coming!" "Get him out of here!" Arturo yelled back as he sliced into the arms of a V that had gotten its hands around Tiana's neck. Dessa grabbed the bike and wheeled the old man outside, her eyes still not fully adjusted. She wheeled him out of the way of the door and raced back inside, but the old man suddenly returned to life and grabbed her wrist. Her heart stopped as fear flashed through her. But people couldn't turn that fast. They couldn't. "Stay. They will finish it." His words were heavily accented but clear enough. "They are good people like you." She shook him off and he slumped against the wall for support. Racing back to help, the contrast from sunlight to dark room destroyed her vision again. Her ears strained to find the danger, but the room had quieted. Her stomach rebelled, threatening to empty itself if she didn't run from those smells, but she forced herself to ignore it. "Cole? Tiana?" She stepped deeper into the back room, and the picture gelled into place. There was the dripping of liquid, blood pooling and streaming off counters and tables. There were Magdalena and Arturo, breathing hard as they finished off 2 more Vs, adding them to a big pile at the door between the 2 rooms. In the small gap that remained of the open door, Dessa could see and hear people moving around, finishing off the Vs from the other side. "Here," Tiana said to Dessa's left, breathless. "We're all right." Dessa rushed over to them. Tiana leaned Cole up against the wall. His legs were spread straight out in front of him, and his eyes were closed. Blood and sweat dripped down his face. Was that sweat from the fight, or the beginning of the fevers? Had Cole been bit? "Oh no," Dessa said, her heart jumping in her throat. "Is he—" Tiana used her fingers to work through his hair as she examined his scalp. She looked over at Dessa, eyes glazed from the fight. "No, at least, I don't think so. I saw him hit his head on a stupid cabinet." "Are you sure?" Dessa said. Tiana released a half-sob. "No, I'm not sure." Dessa helped Tiana search Cole over from head to toe. He sat there breathing, conscious, but keeping his eyes closed. The room behind them filled with people, but Dessa focused on the task in front of her, making sure Cole hadn't been bit. If he had, they needed to get the combo cure into him, fast. She hadn't even had the chance to tell him about Ms. Winter's offer to have them join Project Paulus. If he was bit, that offer would no longer apply. But even though there was plenty of congealed blood, grime, and sweat, neither Tiana or Dessa found a bite mark. "He's got a decent lump forming above the ear," Dessa said quietly, as she gently touched it. "But I think he's okay." Cole flinched. "Ow! Not if you keep poking at it." "Sorry," Dessa said. Tiana dropped to her knees and hugged him. "Cole!" Cole winced, like Tiana's hug hurt, but didn't pull away. Dessa caught his gaze over Tiana's shoulder. He just looked at Dessa, his dark, intense eyes an entire conversation of feelings as he held Tiana. Then his attention turned to something over Dessa's shoulder. He nodded once. "Let's get out of this room." Dessa and Tiana helped Cole onto his feet and led him past all the strangers that had filled the back room. When they stepped across the door's threshold, bright sunlight blinded them again. As the seconds passed and their vision adjusted, the image of Magdalena and Arturo hovering over their grandfather came into focus. The siblings spoke so fast to him, all the words blurred together, as they checked his clothes, his hands, fixed his position in the trailer, and then checked over the trailer and bike. "He's all right," Dessa offered, her voice loud in the space. "I got him away in time." Magdalena looked back at Dessa, her face flushed, her hair in tangles, and blood congealing in it. "Gracias," Arturo said, his broad shoulders now hunched in exhaustion. "Thank you," Magdalena said. More people were scattered across the back lot, more of the strangers, but also people that made Dessa do a double take. "Freaking Delmar," Dessa said. Cole scowled, and Tiana looked like a volcano about to erupt. Delmar had arrived with the strangers and brought over a dozen combo-cured people Dessa recognized from farm. Delmar was stocky, muscular, and with a dark complexion similar to Amos, but nothing like Amos in any other way. A sneer seemed permanently set on his face, and he stood there acting like he owned the world. Not a speck of blood or dirt stained his clothes. He had managed to stay out of this particular fight. Magdalena caught sight of Delmar. Before Arturo could stop her, she stalked over and pushed Delmar in the chest. He stumbled back several steps. "What the hell?" Dessa told herself she was a bad person for enjoying seeing Delmar get put in his place by someone who looked ready to bite his head off, and then just decided to enjoy it while it lasted. "What the hell?" Magdalena said, in full fury. Arturo hovered nearby but did not intervene. She waved her hand around. "What the hell is all of this? You said the town was clear, that's what you said. You said it would be safe to bring our family here, you said." Delmar narrowed his eyes. "Someone left a gate open. It's been fixed, and you all look just fine." "Just fine? We almost died," Magdalena said. "You better understand." That's when Delmar caught sight of Dessa, Cole, and Tiana. He stopped in his tracks just yards away and gave them a grin that looked more like the bared teeth of a predator than a smile that said he was happy to see them alive. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Delmar threw Magdalena and Arturo a look, and then signaled several people who approached Dessa, Cole, and Tiana warily. "What are you doing?" Magdalena demanded. "I'm going to tie them up," Delmar said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Chapter 14. Dessa backed up until she hit the wall. She sent an accusing stare at Magdalena and Arturo. "We saved you! We saved your grandfather!" Arturo's expression looked pinched. Magdalena opened and closed her mouth like a fish, as if she were about to speak up for them, but then said nothing. Cole stood there, fury making the muscles in his body tremble as his hands were tied behind his back. Tiana cursed Delmar and kicked at their shins, but it didn't do any good. All Dessa could feel was rage as she struggled. They roughly twisted her and pushed her cheek against the wall. She smelled dust and stucco. Then they flipped her back around and sent her to her knees on the asphalt next to Cole and Tiana. Delmar watched everything from a distance as he calmly discussed something with several people Dessa recognized from farm. People wheeled bicycles back and forth. Others dragged the dead Vs outside into a pile at the end of the lot. Supplies were set out, not much, but enough to make clear this was some sort of designated meeting spot. The people speaking with Delmar left as Magdalena and Arturo approached again. Someone else tended to Fernando, who still rested in the shade. He was given food and water, while Dessa and her friends were left thirsty. When Dessa couldn't take it anymore, she shouted, "Delmar, what have you done to Amos and Egg?" Delmar glanced over. "You should really gag them. They won't stop talking until you do." Magdalena frowned, like she had tasted something sour. "They are the reason we are still alive. No thanks to you." "Just wait," Cole said, his voice like steel. "I won't be tied up forever." "You'll regret this," Tiana said. "I swear." "Where are Amos and Egg?" Dessa said again as a million terrible thoughts raced across her mind. Delmar rolled his eyes. "I'm telling you." He turned back to Arturo and Magdalena. "Either you gag them or I will." Magdalena turned stone-faced. Arturo sighed and flicked his hand. A couple of the strangers came over and tied brightly colored bandanas around their mouths. The cloth instantly became soaked with Dessa's saliva. She struggled against the rope, but that only made her wrists burn. In order to take full breaths, she had to stay still and concentrate. "They've got everything you could need in there," Delmar said, as if picking up halfway through a conversation they'd had before. "You want insulin? They've got insulin. They've got the machines to make more insulin. Food, water, medicine, clothes, seeds. Years worth of that stuff. We just gotta take it from them while they're weak from fighting each other. You know that basement bunker I told you we found? There's plenty of weapons in it. Some end-of-the-world prepper collected a bunch of goodies." Dessa went cold as she realized Delmar was talking about using weapons against Sanctuary. "They'll do anything to keep Project Paulus going," Delmar said. "That's their weakness." But he trailed off as Magdalena looked at him and started laughing. "What's so funny?" Delmar said, a hard edge to his voice. "Paulus," Magdalena said. "Are you serious?" Delmar sneered. "I didn't pick the name. It was their stupid scientist who did." "Why, Magdalena?" Arturo said. "What does it mean?" Magdalena looked at them like it should be obvious, He was one of the Titans? Dessa glanced over at Cole and Tiana. Titans? It sounded vaguely sports-like. She'd never heard of them. Cole and Tiana looked like they hadn't either. Greek gods, creators of the world? Pallas was one of the original Titans birthed from Gaia and Uranus. With his Titan siblings, he overthrew his father, but then the Titan's children overthrew them later on. Zeus? Maybe you've heard of him? Pallas was known as a god of intelligence. He was the grandfather of Apollo, Artemis, Hecate, all the gods who could see the future, change the future, speak prophecies. Delmar looked at her like she was crazy. Really? Nothing? Magdalena arched an eyebrow. She was seriously channeling her college scholar vibes now. Her voice was precise, and she reached for her nose as if echoing an old habit where glasses had once been. He was the god of intelligence, of questions, and finding the answers to those questions. Dessa didn't know what to think, except it wasn't surprising that Ms. Winters had named Project Pallas after a god of intelligence who had birthed even more gods who could answer all the questions your heart desired. That definitely seemed like something Ms. Winters would have delighted in choosing. It was my major in college before all this, Magdalena continued, her voice becoming subdued. Greek and Roman mythology, how the gods came to be, how they fought each other, birthed more gods, intervened to change the course of humanity. And the point is, Delmar interrupted, who the hell cares what Greek god she named it for? I'm telling you that Project Pallas is her baby, and she'll do anything to protect it. That's why they're weak right now, and they're not going to give you anything that might risk their precious Project Pallas. We'll have to take it from them by force. Delmar waved his hand around and then formed a fist. I've got several dozen people with a grudge who are willing to fight, and way more than that when it comes to weapons. Not just knives and machetes either. Something epic. Guns, Arturo said. Delmar smiled like a cat. Nope. Better than guns. But what do you got? Your group has to pull their weight or you're not getting any of it. We have weapons, Magdalena said, her eyes skirting over to her grandfather. Some guns, but only a few. 36 people are willing to fight to get what we need. Many more back home who can't fight. Delmar raised an eyebrow. And where did you say home was? Magdalena gave him a smile that showed her teeth. We didn't. Delmar chuckled. Good. You're not as stupid as you look. This made Arturo raise both eyebrows. Magdalena rolled her eyes. We should try trade again. It could still work, Arturo said. It won't. Delmar sounded so sure of himself. But you want to try that first? Go ahead, you'll see. You'll come crawling back to me begging for a fight. It won't, Magdalena agreed, but didn't sound so sure. We tried it already. It didn't work. So that's plenty of fighters, Delmar continued. More than enough to take out what's left of Sanctuary's defenses, especially with the surprise I've cooked up. The thing was, Delmar was right. Dessa hated when Delmar was right. It wouldn't take much for the rest of Sanctuary to fall. Tiana had described Sanctuary like a ship at sea. The last 48 hours were like Sanctuary breaking itself open on an iceberg. There weren't that many blue suits left to protect Sanctuary from anyone, and definitely not against the number of people they were describing, plus whatever surprise Delmar was planning. Delmar had worked with the mutineers to overthrow Sanctuary. Who knew how long he and Pierce had been planning to take over Sanctuary for themselves? How long had Magdalena's group been in the area watching them? And now he'd found someone's weapons bunker and was planning some big surprise? Dessa could read her own thoughts on Tiana's and Cole's faces. The bandanas made it impossible to talk, but they didn't need to. Delmar, Arturo, and Magdalena hashed out options and details that matter-of-factly discussed Sanctuary's complete destruction and takeover. Delmar wanted to wage a war. Dessa feared if he fought it, that he would win. Chapter 15. It wasn't long before 2 more bikes with trailers wheeled into view. Magdalena's people loaded Dessa in one trailer and Cole in the other. Tiana was left kneeling on the asphalt. Dessa waited for a third trailer to come into view as Arturo took off their gags, but left their wrists tied. Saliva crusted the sides of Dessa's mouth. It was a relief to get the bandana off and be able to swallow normally again, but that did nothing to calm her anxiety. "What are you going to do with us?" "We must move you somewhere else," Arturo said, giving his sister and Delmar a meaningful look. Delmar crossed his arms over his chest, but otherwise looked bored. "You can't trust Delmar," Tiana said hotly. Tears of frustration filled her eyes. "You can't trust anything he says." "Quiet," Magdalena said, her expression pained as she climbed onto one of the bicycles. "Or we will gag you again. So be quiet while we do this." "Do what?" Dessa said. "What are you going to do with us?" "What are you going to do with Tiana?" Cole said, his voice strained. "Where is her bike?" A third bike and trailer still hadn't shown up. They kept Tiana kneeling on the asphalt. Dessa was grasping at straws, she knew it, but hoped they were about to unload their grandfather to use his bike and trailer for Tiana. Arturo jumped on the bicycle attached to Cole's trailer. Dessa felt the abrupt movement of her trailer throw her backward. Magdalena pedaled and the bike's battery whined. "Wait!" Tiana tried to scramble up from her knees, but fell over instead. One of Magdalena's people came and helped her up. "You can't leave her!" Cole shouted, his face turning red as he tried to twist around. "She has to come with us!" "Tiana!" Dessa yelled, but the bikes turned the corner, the building blocking their view. Other people on bikes wheeled up behind them, even as Cole struggled in the trailer, almost falling out. A man came up on a bicycle alongside and brandished a stick that he used to punch Cole in the gut. "Stop!" Dessa said, but flinched back into the trailer as another bicyclist with a stick pedaled up next to her. The trailer bumped through multiple potholes, making Dessa's teeth clack together. Magdalena didn't bother answering or looking back. Tiana was gone. They were tied up and stuck in bike trailers, headed somewhere else. The world spun. Magdalena's group was prepared to fight alongside Delmar to get the medicine they needed from Sanctuary. The idea that such a thing could work would have been laughable 3 days ago. They had no idea how big Sanctuary really was, how many people it held, how many weapons it had. But now, after the mutiny, Sanctuary had been decimated. Far less than half the staff remained. They had plenty of guns, but that just meant more people would die before the dust settled. Dessa had no idea what kind of weapons Delmar had found. And the kids would be caught in the middle of all of it. Tiana wasn't going with them. Amos and Egg were still missing. That carved-out feeling of loss formed in her belly. They were all separated, and somehow Delmar had influenced an entire group of strangers into attacking Sanctuary on his behalf. The medicine. It all came back to the medicine these strangers needed. But that wasn't the worst of it. No, the worst of it was Delmar's self-satisfied, all-knowing grin. There was something about this whole situation that stank of him. Something epic, as he called it. That, more than anything, scared the crap out of her. Magdalena and Arturo's group had no idea who they were really dealing with. The bicycles sped past a pile of dead Vs stacked near the front entrance of the Lunar Development Agency. Amos and Egg had drawn them a map to this very spot. It had turned out to be a meeting place between Delmar's people and the strangers, but there was still no sign of either Amos or Egg. "Your friends wanted to come with us." "Yeah, right." Cole caught his breath and started shouting again. "Go back! You have to take us back!" When they reached the end of the street, Arturo called for a stop. "If you cannot be quiet, then we will gag you again." Desperate for a way out of this, Dessa started talking and hoped somehow the universe would give her the right words, the right idea to fix this. "You can't trust Delmar," Dessa said, talking fast. "He'll turn on you the first chance he gets after you help him." Magdalena looked at her brother over her shoulder. "You know, she's probably right." Arturo studied Dessa. "We are preparing for that." Dessa shook her head. No, you don't understand. He's creative, he's ruthless, We need the medicine, Magdalena said, looking over at Dessa tight-lipped. Unless you can offer us a better solution to that problem, it doesn't matter who he really is. We tried the peaceful way. It didn't work. We'll steal the medicine for you, Dessa blurted out before she even knew exactly what she was saying. You don't have to fight anyone. Let Cole and I prove it to you. Everyone on bicycles, and Cole, turned to stare at her. What are you saying? Cole asked. But Cole's eyes were wide and looked like maybe, just maybe, the idea wasn't as stupid as he expected it to be. Dessa gathered courage around her like a cloak. Sanctuary staff had chased her and Tiana into the landfill and lost her. They don't even know I'm gone and... She looked at Cole. They don't know for sure where he went either. For all they know, he's been hiding in the landfill this whole time, waiting until it's safe. We can just slip back inside and take what you want. And nobody has to die. Nobody has to fight. I'm supposed to be inside right now. I know exactly what you're looking for and where it is. I'll just go get it for you. She bit her lip, hoping they wouldn't read the lie in that last bit of her little speech. She had a pretty good guess where the insulin would be kept. In the upper stories, in whatever laboratory section the scientists had already managed to set up, but wasn't exactly sure. She's right, Cole said, cocking his head. They don't even know we're outside the fences, but they do know you are in the area. They probably have already guessed that you're going to try to fight them after they turned you away. They'll be expecting you. Did Delmar happen to mention that? Did he tell you that every one of them has guns and other weapons? That they already used a gas to kill a bunch of people? And they will do whatever it takes to keep Sanctuary under their control? Have you decided how many of your own people you're okay with getting killed? Because it's going to be a lot. Unless you let us steal it for you, Dessa continued. And then no one has to get hurt. And then you won't owe Delmar anything, and he won't have talked you into doing something you regret. Magdalena laughed. And how do we know you're telling the truth? That's my brother in there. We have a bunch of kids in there, Dessa said hotly. Magdalena frowned. Kids? Those are the Project Polis kids? One of them is your brother? Exactly, Dessa said, desperate. So you know I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe. If stealing the medicine you need keeps this attack from happening, I swear I'll get it done. Arturo raised an eyebrow at his sister. What do you think? They don't have any way to prove what she's saying, Magdalena replied. It could all be a lie. But if it isn't... I saved your grandfather when I didn't have to, Dessa said, pinning all her hopes on the opening she heard in Magdalena's voice. She tried to reach inside their minds and figure out what exactly it would take to convince them. We let you in the building when we could have let you fight the V's on your own in the street. We've already saved you more than once, and we didn't have to. Can Delmar say the same? The siblings broke into fast Spanish again. Dessa thought maybe she caught the word for attack, or maybe take out the garbage. Others in the group listened in, waited, some of them offering a few words of their own. At first, Dessa couldn't tell which way things were headed. Magdalena was clearly arguing against the idea, but with little heat. Arturo kept scratching his chin, thoughtful. Finally, they chimed in one after the other, until Magdalena sighed. All right, Magdalena said, breaking into English again and looking at Dessa with a piercing gaze. We'll try it your way, but if this doesn't work... I look forward to the I told you so I will receive, Arturo said. But if we can avoid a fight, shouldn't we try? Yes, of course, but they could be lying, Magdalena said, but there was capitulation in her voice. They could be, Arturo said, agreeable. That was it. The conversation was done, the decision made. Tiana, Cole started. Is our insurance if you are lying, Arturo said, whipping his head around and dropping the hand from his chin. She and your other 2 friends will remain with us until you return with the medicine. Dessa shivered at all the unspoken things between 4 simple words. Insurance. Remain with us. So they did have Amos and Egg, and now they had Tiana, too. They were in league with Delmar, and it was now up to Dessa and Cole to steal medicine from Sanctuary to prevent a bloodbath that might finish all of them off. Chapter 16. The strangers climbed back on the bikes and escorted Dessa and Cole through the town of Crow's Landing. Quiet streets displayed freshly dead V's as evidence of the earlier chaos. Fresh blood-stained buildings, windows, porches, roads. Waist-high weeds had been flattened and bloodied in large sections where V's had trampled. The 4-way intersection near the center of town came into view. They cycled straight across, ignoring the sign for the airfield. The tires bumped over the asphalt, making for a rough ride. Then they traveled out of town, passing the driveway and sign for the dog boarding kennel. Next came the twin blue ribbons of the aqueducts as the bicyclists took the overpass. They crossed high above the Interstate 5 freeway, and then the road sloped to touch down at the base of the hills that began on the other side. Sanctuary's 3-story fence shimmered above their heads on top of the first hill as the vivid green grass rolled out before them, vanishing into oak trees at the horizon. Dessa tried to catch Cole's gaze, to let him know it was going to be okay. They were being taken to Sanctuary. They would end up back inside the fences, get themselves untied, and make a plan from there. It was going to be that simple, right? Eventually, they reached the spot at the fence where Dessa and Tiana had escaped. She pointed it out, just a little section of dirt that sloped enough when you pushed it aside to crawl through, knowing she was giving the strangers an easy entrance into Sanctuary, but also knowing it was worth the risk. If she could avoid everyone turning on each other again, she had to take this chance. This was about saving everyone. Tiana, Egg, Amos, the kids, even these strangers and Sanctuary's own staff. Even Delmar, though he didn't deserve it. The bicycles braked to a soft stop. Towers of trash blocked any view of Sanctuary itself. Dessa looked down the fence line toward the front gate, but the curve of the hill put it out of sight. It was quick work to help Dessa and Cole out of the trailers. Their ropes were untied, and the fresh blood flow made her wrists burn with relief. "What do you even need?" Cole said. "Insulin," Dessa responded before anyone else had a chance. "Right?" Arturo climbed back on the bicycle. "Yes." "We'll wait for you behind that hill," Magdalena said, pointing. "You have 24 hours to get us as much insulin as you can carry, or—" Magdalena didn't finish because they already knew. Battle, bloodbath, hurting their friends. Pick one, pick them all. She looked at Cole, and Cole looked back at her. "Are we doing this?" Cole said, arching an eyebrow. Dessa nodded. He motioned her forward. "Lead the way." She went up to the fence and slithered through on her stomach. The chain link snagged her grimy jumpsuit, but Cole unhooked it for her. Cole had to try harder to fit, but then they were both on the other side, looking through the chain link back at Arturo and Magdalena's group wheeling their bicycles away. "Why didn't Sanctuary just trade them the stupid medicine?" Cole said. Dessa snorted. "Why did they keep all the combo cured outside on farm? Why did they act like they were running low on supplies when we knew they weren't? Why?" Cole closed his eyes. "Yeah, but this is different, or it should have been. You know they have machines that can spin up whatever medicine they want, and plenty of supplies to do it with. There's at least 10 people on staff who need insulin, though I don't know how many survived the recent civil war." "Oh, that's good news," Dessa said. "I didn't know there were that many people who needed insulin. That means there's got to be a lot lying around, or they're already making more." Cole looked at her, stunned. "What?" "You said all that to them." Cole motioned to the strangers almost gone from sight. "And you didn't even know if anything about it was true? You didn't know about the people on staff or the machines or—" "I mean, I guessed," Dessa said. "And I guessed right, so it's all good." Cole winced. as if her nonchalance hurt him deep in his soul. "I don't understand how you get so lucky sometimes." Dessa snorted. She headed for the piles of trash, the whiff of rot hitting her nose. "Lucky? After everything we've been through, you think I'm lucky?" "Are we really going to steal the medicine for them?" Cole said instead of continuing the banter. Dessa bit her lip. "Maybe. I mean, there's a few things I didn't mention yet." "Oh, really?" Cole said, not sounding shocked at all. Dessa gave a half-hearted laugh. Cole sighed. "What is it?" "Well, it's about the last time I was here. The blue suits were chasing us down. Well, mostly me. They didn't seem to care much about Tiana. Krause said Ms. Winters demanded my immediate presence, and we had to run to escape." "They did what?" Cole frowned. "What the hell?" "I think Ms. Winters said some stuff about wanting me and you to join Project Paulus. She's refined the treatment protocol or whatever, and they need more data." Her and Schofield were arguing about it. Dessa stopped as she noticed the shock on Cole's face. "What?" Cole blinked and rubbed his chin with his hand. "You think she really means it?" Dessa bit her lip. "I do, actually. I overheard her talking about how the research has stalled. Schofield wants to do some kind of deep tissue sampling to make sure the virus was actually gone from inside the kids, but Ms. Winters thinks it'd be better to add new subjects to Project Paulus. You and me. I didn't understand most of what they were saying, but I got at least that much out of it." Cole stared at the ground and then looked up, a fiery light in his eyes. "Sign me up, Dessa. She can pump me full. Make me immune to the Lissa virus forever? We'd never turn V or need the combo cure. I'd go through a lot to make that happen." Dessa knew he was right. She knew it, but couldn't feel it. That internal resistance rose up in her. Something she didn't fully understand made her rebel against the whole thing, even though it didn't make any sense on the face of it. Maybe it was that she was just expected to comply, like there was no choice. She hated being told what to do as if she didn't have any say, even if it was for her own good. The Project Paulus treatment protocol had worked a miracle in the kids. They would have all turned V without it. And yet so much of the last 6 months had been lived under the ticking time bomb of getting the kids the medicine they needed, and then fearing they would never awake from their comas. As if reading Dessa's mind, Cole said, "It won't be like that for us. You know it won't. The kids' treatment got interrupted. That's why it was like that. But for us, it'll just work, right?" Dessa nodded, knowing again that he was right, that she was being some kind of crazy ungrateful to not snatch at what Ms. Winters was offering. But then again, "But how many times have the scientists messed things up? Badly," Dessa said, voice small. "They made the Lissa virus." "And they made the combo cure," Cole replied. "And then they made the Super Vs," Dessa said. "But the kids are awake and healthy." Cole rested a comforting hand on Dessa's shoulder. "This is good news, Dessa. The best news." Dessa put her hand over his and gave it a squeeze. "You're right. I hate it when you're right, but here we are." "I'll make sure to add it to the long list and try not to rub it in too much." Cole smiled and dropped his hand. He looked backward toward Sanctuary. "But why were they chasing you?" "They wanted me back inside, probably for my own good." But the words sounded hollow even to Dessa's ears. She was sure that was the truth as Sanctuary saw it, but there was something more to it than that. "It doesn't matter, right? They wouldn't let Tiana back inside, but they'll bring us in for sure. I bet my life." "You bet your life?" Cole scoffed. "Are you trying to dare the universe to take you up on that? You can't say something like that out loud." "I take it back. I don't think you're lucky. I think you just dared the whole world to—" Dessa huffed. "Right, let's focus on my word choice and not the whole epic battle thing Delmar promised to send Sanctuary's way." Cole shook his head. "So what's the plan, Mastermind?" Dessa stuffed her hands into her jumpsuit pockets and found them pathetically empty of weapons, food, water, and anything useful. But the drawing from Amos was still there, folded up into a little square. crow landing on the moon. She could picture how pleased with himself Egg would have been, thinking that up. She could see the look on Amos's face when he got the joke, like he was right there in front of her. The way Amos would have sighed and relented, knowing it was silly but also that it would work. Except it almost hadn't worked. Dessa and Tiana had figured it out and found the town map, but the V's had almost destroyed everything. They'd found the meeting place, but still no Amos or Egg. Holding Amos's drawing comforted her, even if it didn't exactly help her generate any ideas. Mastermind? I have no idea what we should do next. Cole stopped in his tracks as he gaped at her. But you're the one who thought up this whole thing. This was your idea, I thought for sure. She scowled back at him. That was to get us out of there alive, to give us a chance. I got us back inside the fences and we're not tied up anymore either. I think my scorecard is looking pretty good right now. Cole plunged his hands into his jumpsuit pockets. You really don't have a plan, not even a bad one? Dessa frowned. Well, I'm not totally at a loss, I guess. There's several bad plans floating around in my head right now, but mostly my plan was for us to get out of there alive. So far, so good. Not for Tiana. The words caught in Cole's throat. The mood changed, turning more serious. Dessa kicked a small rock with the toe of her boot and felt that well of darkness rise up. Or Amos. Or Egg. So maybe we should talk about these bad plans of yours before we go any further, Cole said with just the slightest hint of sarcasm. Okay, maybe not so slight. Maybe really, really thick. Maybe thick enough to choke on. We need to get into Sanctuary's upper levels, Dessa said. I bet that's where they're keeping any insulin, and that's where the scientists and kids are set up too, for all they know. Here Dessa paused, and Cole looked at her with such hope, like he was counting on her to offer the best idea ever, and all he had to do was wait for her to announce it. She wished she had that much confidence in herself. For all they know, I never even left. Like I said, they think I fled into the landfill with Tiana, and now regret leaving, and maybe... Now something in Dessa's mind did begin to catch on an idea. Maybe I found you knocked unconscious in the landfill. Maybe we could blame it on Delmar. Delmar. Cole actually spit on the ground, his saliva turning the gravel a dark gray. So we go back to farm, Dessa said, warming up to her own idea. We find a wheelbarrow or something and put you in it. I act like I found you and brought you back and you need immediate medical attention. Dr. Winters requests your presence immediately. Dessa knew whatever Ms. Winters wanted. It wasn't to do with her brother or the kids, or they would have said that. They knew how easy it was to convince Dessa to do anything for the sake of the kids. No, this was about the conversation Dessa had overheard between Schofield and Ms. Winters. Deadlines and halted progress, and deep tissue samples and joining Project Paulus. But won't they wonder where Tiana is? Cole said. Maybe, Dessa shrugged. I don't think so, but even if they do, we'd tell them she got lost in the landfill or whatever. We don't know where she is, and I bet they're not going to care. They're still putting everything back together inside Sanctuary. They don't even have patrols on the fences yet, and probably won't for at least another day. That's all the time we need. Enough to get in, steal the medicine, get out. She stopped, the whole plan laid out before them. But Cole looked at her beseechingly, like he expected more. That's it? That's the plan? I guess so, Dessa said haltingly. Cole drew his eyebrows together in concentration as he stared at the ground. So I pretend I'm injured and you rush up with me to Sanctuary and they... Excitement bubbled inside Dessa. Yeah, exactly. They take us right up to the kids, but more importantly to whatever infirmary they've set up. Don't you think they'd keep the insulin handy for anyone who needed it? As long as whoever needed it survived the mutiny, Cole said. Dessa waved her hand as if swatting away a minor detail. We get to check on the kids, get ourselves cleaned up, go to sleep, and then in the middle of the night we just steal life-saving medicine and escape a military-level security bunker to wander around in the middle of the night with a bunch of V's on the loose to find a bunch of strangers who wouldn't mind killing us." Dessa slapped Cole on the shoulder and spoke in an overly bright tone. "Yeah, that's the spirit. Exactly." Cole gave her the most dour smile she had seen in months. "Exactly," she says. "Exactly. Like it'll be so easy." "I never said it would be easy, but unless you have a better plan." Cole kicked a pebble across the gravel. He yanked his hands out of his jumpsuit pockets and shooed her on before him. "No," he said, sounding miserable. "Unfortunately, I think your idea is the best we got." Chapter 17. They headed for farm to get a wheelbarrow. There wasn't much to be done about the stains on their jumpsuits, but they could at least scrub off the worst of the gore and check on Tig. Dessa led them to Tiana's shack. Crossing the patch of dirt that counted for a porch area, Dessa started stripping off her boots, just like Tiana had first asked them to do. "Do we really have to?" Cole said, referring to Dessa taking her shoes off. "Tiana made us do it the last time we were here. Are you really going to track blood and guts across the floor of her place?" She didn't know if Tiana was ever getting back here, but told herself not to think like that. Whatever happened next, she wasn't going to be the one to mess things up. "I won't cover for you either." Cole's eyes widened. He bent over and untied his boots. Dessa's knots were stiff, so she had to work at them. The underneath of her fingernails were dark with grime, dirt, blood, and who knew what else. She had cleaned up not that many hours ago, but now it was like it never happened. From around the shack's corner, a small animal galloped into view, gray-striped and meowing. Tig ran to them, tail up, his back arched, and purred as he rubbed against their legs. Dessa smiled even as she pushed him away. "No, Tig, that's gross. Let us get cleaned up first." Tig used her hand as a rubbing board and pushed his head hard against her palm until she finally gave in and scratched him really good behind the ears. When he felt it was sufficient, he sauntered over to Cole, who crouched with open hands to beckon Tig in. Tig complied, and Cole made gentle strokes down his back with a little scratch at the end that lifted the cat's butt. Dessa went inside and checked to make sure Tig had plenty of water, which he did. The food looked meager, but she couldn't do anything about that. Her own belly grumbled with hunger, but she figured Sanctuary would fix that soon enough. She returned outside with a wash bucket and rags. "When we steal the insulin, we should steal some more food for Tig." "Sure, why not?" Cole said. "While we're at it, why not steal some weapons? I mean, if we're making a wish list and assuming everything's going to go perfect." Dessa rolled her eyes and ignored his baited words. With the water splashing around, Tig stayed a safe distance away, looking put out. It didn't take long for them to clean up the worst of the gore. They decided to leave some streaks of it on Cole. He was supposed to be rushed to medical after all. None of it was actual blood from his own wounds, but Sanctuary wouldn't know that until he was already in the infirmary getting cleaned up. When they finished, they allowed themselves the luxury of a couple of minutes in the sun while giving Tig more scratches. "So we're basically going inside Sanctuary in disguise. As ourselves," Cole said finally. Dessa hadn't thought of it that way. "Sure, I guess." "Maybe we could just come clean and tell them everything and it'll all work out," Cole said. She didn't reply to that, but let his words hang in the air until he played them back enough to realize they were even dumber than the plan she had offered. Cole stood up and released a big sigh. "Right. Dumb idea. Why would telling the truth ever help things?" Dessa stood up and patted him on the back like a little kid done good. "You're finally learning how the world works." They settled Tig inside, leaving the door cracked open and promising to return. Dessa really hoped they could make good on that promise. After all the scratches, splashing water, and general excitement, they left Tig curled on Tiana's pillow. Dessa's eyes landed on the Wonder Woman figurine and all the other knickknacks Tiana had collected. "We're going to get them back," Cole said. She swallowed over a lump in her throat. "I know." They left Tiana's shack and headed down the path to the farm gate, picking up a wheelbarrow next to the little produce platform they had filled buckets from more than once. They headed for the trail that sloped around the hill to take them to Sanctuary. Before Sanctuary came into view, they stopped. "I think you better get in the wheelbarrow now," Dessa said, "in case they have anybody on watch." Cole sighed and climbed in. "Let's get this party started." Dessa braced the wheelbarrow for him so it wouldn't tip over. "Did you really just say, 'let's get this party started'?" "Isn't that something you say?" "Something I say?" Cole waved his hand in the air. "People say. It's a saying. I've heard it before. Eggs used it." "Yeah, he probably has," Dessa said. "And I guess it works here. But it's just weird to hear that come from you." Cole rolled his eyes. "I can't make a joke?" "You can," Dessa said slowly. Cole bristled. "I can be funny." She looked at him and then looked away and then looked back. "If you're trying to learn how to be funny to impress Tiana or something, it's not going to work. Not because you're not good at it, but because you just need to be yourself. And also because you're not really good at it." "Gee, thanks," Cole said. "Did I ever tell you that you're the best at pep talks?" Dessa laughed. Cole sat down in the wheelbarrow and looked up at her. "See? I can be funny." Dessa shook her head but couldn't keep the smile from her face. He was being ridiculous, but it was working. They were about to see just how much trouble Dessa's plan would put them in. But he'd managed to get their minds off the whole mess for several seconds. Dessa took a deep breath, taking in the smells of grass and soil. Soon those smells would be replaced with gravel, grease, and cement. "Ready?" Cole huddled in the wheelbarrow and tried to look spacey. "Don't dump me." She picked up the handles and pushed hard to get them rolling. It wasn't long before Sanctuary came into view. 2 guards stood sentry at the doors. Dessa hurried up, breathless. Cole moaned and held his head. "Please," Dessa said, letting panic enter her voice. It wasn't even acting. Not really. Sanctuary was a monstrous place, its bunker-like architecture holding an even greater darkness inside. How had she not seen that before? "Ms. Winters! We need Ms. Winters! Cole's been hurt. He hit his head!" Cole moaned again for good measure and held his head between his knees. She waited, expecting them to demand more information, but the 2 guards looked them over and then looked at each other. Their eggshell blue uniforms were wrinkled and showed sweat stains, but were otherwise clean. They didn't blink twice about opening the doors. They didn't even radio anyone to confirm Dessa's story. Though an excuse was on the tip of Dessa's tongue, neither guard asked about Tiana. Everyone stayed loose, relaxed, with guns holstered. Dessa told herself to breathe. It meant they really didn't know Dessa and Cole had been outside the fences. They were escorted into ground level. More than that, the blue suits relieved her of the weight of the wheelbarrow and took over pushing. She hurried to stay alongside Cole as they headed for the stairwell. On her left stood the small guard's desk used during Sanctuary's landfill days. The expansive warehouse had a set of 3 elevator bays on one end that were basically a pile of rubble, having been blown up by the mutineers Grove and Mondo, both now dead. At the far end of the warehouse stood the incinerator room. Riley, injured and bleeding, flashed through Dessa's mind. All of them surrounding Riley on the garbage elevator on their way up, watching her begin to turn. Dessa's promise to burn her body after it was over. It took all her willpower to tear her mind away from those scenes. It helped when Cole reached out a hand and laid it over the hand she gripped the rim of the wheelbarrow with. He fell out of his brain injury act for the briefest moment to look at her straight on and give her a squeeze. In the next moment, he let go and moaned, hanging his head like the room was spinning. The stairwell was made of industrial cement and metal. There was supposed to be a duplicate set of lab rooms and equipment above ground, though Ms. Winters had said it wasn't comparable to what Sanctuary had created underground at lab level. But beggars couldn't be choosers, and the underground lab had been destroyed. Dessa had never been allowed upstairs before, so she had no idea what it looked like. But if it was designed anything like the rest of Sanctuary, there would be a lot more cement, a lot of exposed pipes, the symmetrical yet brutal commitment to efficiency for the sake of the mission, to create a solution that would eliminate the lyssavirus problem once and for all. They headed for the stairwell without a problem, and that made Dessa shiver from nervousness. Even though they were headed where she wanted to go, where they needed to go. Something in her really didn't want to walk up those stairs. People looked busy with their jobs, blue suits, and even a few support in their khaki jumpsuits. But not many, not nearly as many as there had been before the mutiny. The thin line of windows that rimmed the walls where they met the ceiling let in some natural light. Dessa told herself to hold it together. Their plan was working far better than they could have hoped. They were being taken straight upstairs where the scientists worked, where the kids were staying, where the medicine was kept. No one had even questioned them. The stairwell up reminded Dessa of the other stairwell, now destroyed, that had accessed Sanctuary's underground levels during construction. It looked a lot like where Dessa and Tiana had been tied up by the mutineers and set out as bait to draw the Super Vs down to lab level before a literal wrecking ball from the sky had pulverized it, allowing them to escape. "Was that really you?" Dessa said quietly, remembering how it had plundered the stairwell from the sky, mangling steel beams and pounding cement blocks into dust. "The wrecking ball?" Cole groaned again, but it sounded a lot like yeah. A ghost of a smile flitted across his face. "How did you even know we needed help?" "Aim as an egg. It was worth a try," Cole said, and then put his head between his knees. Dessa shook her head. Worth a try? She was pretty sure Cole had been itching to use that thing, and had fun while doing it, but didn't say any of that because the blue suits were now lifting the wheelbarrow and climbing the stairs. Up 3 sets of stairs to the top floor. Cole put on a good show the whole way. Each bump on the stairs as the blue suits dragged him up with the wheelbarrow forced another groan out of him. Finally, one of the blue suits said, "What's wrong with him?" "He hit his head," Dessa said, ready to launch into a big, made-up story about what happened, but the blue suit didn't follow up. When they reached the 3rd-floor landing, they wheeled Cole in front of a thick metal door set in even thicker concrete. Though there was a keypad set into the wall on the right side of the door, one of the blue suits knocked hard on the metal, making it ring. "Keypad's broken." "Of course," Dessa said, excited their plan was working, and really, really nervous that things were going so smoothly. "When do keypads inside Sanctuary ever work, right?" She gave a nervous laugh. Cole groaned, whether from the fake pain in his head or the pain at her terrible attempt at conversation. She didn't want to know. The door opened with a screech. A lab assistant she vaguely recognized, wearing their signature white lab coats, stood in the way. "What is it? We are extremely—" But then his eyes lit upon Dessa and Cole, and he smiled. He actually smiled. Chapter 18. Dessa glanced at Cole, creeped out. The scientists never paid them any sort of attention, and she would swear they had never once smiled at her. "Welcome! Welcome! We're so glad you decided to join us." The lab assistant opened the door wide. "Please bring them into the infirmary. You don't look well, but we'll get that fixed right up. Cole, isn't it? And Dessa." She followed after the blue suits, who wheeled Cole into a long hallway. The lab assistant clucked around them, a disapproving frown forming as he took in the various stains on their jumpsuits, but then the bright, fake smile returned. "Dessa and Cole, Ms. Winter's special guests." That's an odd way of saying it, but sure. Dessa squinted at the lab coat, trying to figure out what his game was. The other scientists basically worshipped Ms. Winters, so maybe he thought Dessa and Cole could put in a good word for him. Cole moaned again, his fake pain bouncing around the hallway. "What happened to him?" the lab assistant asked, looking concerned. "Cole has a—" Dessa stopped there, having forgotten the list. Cole shifted in the wheelbarrow, showing her the rip at his knee, even while keeping his head down between his legs. "He's got a scrape on his knee, and he's banged up pretty good. I found him in the landfill when the blue suits chased me, and I got scared, with everything that happened, and I ran, but then I realized I shouldn't have run. This is home. This is where it's safe. I guess I finally came to my senses." Dessa laughed awkwardly to show just how silly her former self had acted. "I knew I shouldn't have run, but I guess it's good I did because I found Cole unconscious. I think one of the combo cured hit him and knocked him out, maybe that Delmar guy?" They tried to take over Sanctuary with the other mutineers, but Cole and I helped stop them. And then I figured I needed to get Cole back to Sanctuary quick and— Yes, the lab coat waved her silent. Of course, perfectly understandable. We're all so glad you're alive and well. We'll get him patched right up, get some antibiotics into him. Of course, we should check you over, too. We'll get everything sterilized and bandaged, and I'll let Dr. Winters know you're here. She'll be so pleased. They followed him down the bare cement hallway. It looked more industrial rather than the blinding white hospital look of lab level Dessa was used to. The lab coat stopped at an open door and motioned them through. Wheel him to the bed. Dessa, please take a chair. He entered the room without another word or question, which was a big relief, because it had sapped almost all of Dessa's adrenaline to fake match his excitement. The blue suits wheeled Cole over and lifted him onto the bed. He raised his head for a split second, eyes clear and knowing, and gave her a look. Dessa raised an eyebrow. What? But the blue suits turned to leave, and the lab coat bustled back with a metal tray on wheels piled high with supplies. Dessa sat in the closest chair as Cole was worked on. The smell of antiseptic grew strong as the lab coat opened packets and wiped every bare inch of Cole's grimy skin. The room looked haphazardly set up as a first aid center with 2 cots against one wall, and the hospital bed Cole was now sitting on. Medical supplies were piled on carts with wheels. More piles spread across several counters. There were also 2 small red cabinets with first aid symbols on them. The lab coat stood back, holding a used antiseptic wipe in one hand. I think there isn't much to be done beyond the knee bandage, actually, except for watch you for signs of a brain injury. Nothing needs stitches. Stay seated and I'll send along clean clothes. Some food and water would be nice, Dessa said. Right, the lab coat said, glancing over. Food and water it is. Then he got up and left them alone. The door was opened to the hallway, but in 4 short steps, Dessa had crossed the room and closed it. Dessa and Cole's eyes immediately snapped together. This is weird, right? Cole said. Definitely, Dessa said. They've never treated us this nice before. Whatever, Cole slid off the bed. It's like how they treat the kids. I bet Ms. Winters told them we're going to be part of Project Paulus soon, and the scientists figure they better get with the program. I don't mind being treated like a rock star instead of like the dirt under their fingernails. It's a nice change. Let's track down the insulin while he's gone. They started at the same spot in the room and worked each side until meeting on the other end. It didn't even take that long to find what they were looking for. Insulin lasted longer when kept cool, and it turned out there were only 3 little fridges in the room. Each fridge held various pill bottles and vials. The insulin vials were clearly marked and filled almost half a shelf. You think we could get away with taking it all? Cole said. I think it'll get noticed if any of it's missing, Dessa said, then thought about it harder. Actually, maybe not. Coordinator Grove kept the inventory lists. Who knows how they keep track of things now? They might not even miss it. How long does one of these last anyway? I have no idea. Cole picked up a bottle and examined the label. They wanted us to bring back as much as we can carry. I say we take 8 each, Dessa said. Stuff 4 in each of our pockets and sort of mix everything on that shelf together so it doesn't look like anything is missing. The sound of the door opening made both Dessa and Cole jump. What are you doing over there? Sharp and accusatory. It was Coordinator Schofield's voice. Cole and Dessa turned around, caught. The bottle of insulin was still in Cole's hand. He held it out in front of him like passing off a baton in a relay race. The same lab coat who had worked on Cole now stood next to Coordinator Schofield, looking like a kicked puppy. Coordinator Schofield had deep lines around his eyes, but otherwise looked as formidable as ever. He was head of the scientist division, really head of all of Sanctuary. He was the one who had ordered Sanctuary to be gassed. Maybe others had agreed with him, but ultimately the order had been his. Now he stood there, glowering at Dessa and Cole like he always had, treating them like a non-stop inconvenience to his work. He was old, almost as old as Ms. Winters, with short gray hair thinned out at the very top of his head, and a gold watch set on the perfect spot on his wrist to flash every time he moved his arm. Embarrassment flushed Dessa's cheeks with heat. Schofield had caught them red-handed. Are you diabetic? Coordinator Schofield said, arching an eyebrow. I do not recall that detail in your medical record. Cole said, at a loss for words. Dessa took a step forward. Sorry, that lab coat, scientist, said he was going to get us some food, but we were really hungry. We saw the fridges and thought, well, we know the scientists get a lot of snacks that other people in Sanctuary don't. Dessa winced at her choice of excuse. It wasn't that long ago that Coordinator Schofield had basically shouted her out of lab level after she had dumped a bunch of pilfered snacks across the blindingly white floor. He had been incensed at her rule-breaking, even as he must have already known by then that the Super-Vs had escaped from their experiments. Yeah, sorry, Cole said, picking up the thread, still holding out the bottle of insulin. We saw the fridges and couldn't help it. But all these bottles are in the way, so we were moving them around to get a better look. What does that medicine even do? Dessa said, feigning ignorance. Coordinator Schofield lifted his lip in a grimace as he motioned for the lab coat to take the bottle from Cole. It's called insulin, and it's for diabetics. We must, of course, make it ourselves, and it is a precious resource. You should not be searching around for food in the infirmary. That is highly improper. Looking contrite, Cole channeled his Mr. Responsible act from the long months inside Sanctuary and folded his hands together in front of him. I'm very sorry, sir. We were hungry and we're just really glad to be back here. It took all of Dessa's willpower to keep it together. Cole could turn on that act like day and night. Mr. Responsible versus Mr. Doom and Gloom. The contrast always startled her. But what mattered was that Coordinator Schofield seemed to buy it. Assistant Holly here is going to see to your needs. He will not be foisting the duties assigned to him on anyone else less senior. Am I right, Assistant Holly? Assistant Holly pushed by Cole and Dessa to return the insulin to the fridge. Turning around, face red, he said, Of course, Coordinator Schofield. Nodding once, Schofield pivoted and left. Assistant Holly silently handed them fresh, clean, unstained jumpsuits along with cold buckets of water. They each took turns behind a curtained divider to clean up and change. Dessa eagerly dried herself off with the rough towel, slipped on fresh underwear, and then the new jumpsuit, making sure to transfer Amos's drawing over. When she finished, her damp hair forming a wet spot between her shoulder blades, lightly combed but still tangled, she came out and traded places with Cole. She tried really, really hard to avoid looking at the fridge with the insulin. Still, as Cole went by her, clean jumpsuit in hand, a silent message passed between them. They knew exactly where the insulin was kept. Now they needed to wait for their chance. With how well everything had gone so far, their chance should be easy to find. Chapter 19. After they had been patched up, cleaned up, and given fresh clothes, Assistant Holly showed Dessa and Cole to separate rooms across from each other. The rooms were tiny, with real doors, bare cement floors with a throw rug, a bed, a dresser, a lamp, and a small window that looked out over the landfill. The bed had real sheets, and a pillow. The rug in Dessa's assigned room was this woven, pale orange thing bleached by the sun. This was the private room Ms. Winters had promised, and no matter Dessa's misgivings, it thrilled her to finally have a room of her own, even if only for a little while. Life before her parents had been killed in the car crash felt like it belonged to someone else, like a movie she had watched enough times to dream about, but had never actually lived. Way back in this dreamland, she remembered having her own room. It hadn't seemed like a big deal then. But staring at this little room, Dessa felt like it was a pretty big deal now. Her own space, a closed door, a bed, a dresser, a rug. She could probably move them in any configuration she wanted, and no one would yell at her to move it back. Sure, it was small, but it was hers. The kids were the best chance for a cure, and they were treated with honor by everyone else, well protected, well cared for. Ms. Winters wanted Dessa to join the Project Paulus Club, too. It all made it easy to ignore that bad feeling in her stomach that told her this was all about to unravel in some terribly twisted way. Dessa peeked into Cole's room, which looked pretty much the same as hers except his rug was faded yellow. Everything was secure, clean, and bore the mark of Sanctuary's strange fascination with symmetry. Then she looked longingly at her cot, wondering what a real pillow and sheets would feel like. Instead of giving in, she returned to the hallway to follow Assistant Holly to a makeshift cafeteria that served this level. A couple support staff who Dessa recognized had been trusted enough to work previously on lab level were preparing food and serving it up. She guessed they must not have been part of the mutiny and had somehow survived the supervies and the exterminating gas to go back to their old jobs. Famished, Dessa and Cole wolfed down whatever was put in front of them: oatmeal, tuna salad, watered-down iced tea, even a snack-sized package of chocolate chip cookies they split between them. Those cookies were an item that previously only scientists had been allowed to enjoy. "I guess with not as many of us left, they're more generous with supplies," Cole said, a wry note in his voice. "I guess so." But really, Dessa didn't want to think about it too hard. The chocolate and sugar hit her mouth, sending a thrill into her blood. It had been a long time since she'd eaten a full meal with dessert. Cole used his spoon to push around the oatmeal. I wonder if they're feeding Tiana. Dessa's next swallow went down a little tougher. She wondered where Amos and Egg were, and what was happening to them. They finished up, and with full bellies, were escorted down the hallway to see the kids during their hour of playtime before bed. It never got old, stepping into the room and seeing Ivan's face light up, knowing he was alive and healthy and still himself. She was proud to have had a hand in all that, keeping him alive, keeping him with her. They entered through Ms. Winter's lab room that connected to a viewing window overlooking another large room decked out with kid stuff. Bare cement walls and a cement floor with a rug thrown across stood in contrast to the boxes of toys, stuffed animals, and blocks set up around the room. There was a small shelf of books and 4 beds against one wall. All 4 of the kids played quietly, almost too quiet, like they knew they were being watched. Dessa guessed the window was actually a one-way viewing mirror, but the kids would know they were being watched like lab rats. Ms. Winters or another scientist always seemed to be observing them ever since Ms. Winters had first saved the kids from turning into Vs. Entering through the open door that connected the 2 spaces, Dessa opened her arms up. Ivan and Claire saw her, abandoned their game, exclaiming, and rushed her. She enveloped them in a hug, glad to have cleaned up first instead of bringing blood and guts into the room. Feelings of joy overwhelmed her, and her eyes began to water. The kids were here, safe, alive, healthy. If only she could say the same about her friends, about Amos. She was being torn in 2 directions, desperately wanting to stay with the kids and knowing she couldn't. Not if she wanted a chance at keeping everyone safe. Angela and Angelina, who had been reading books side by side against one wall, looked up, dropped the books, and rushed over. After hugs all around, Cole asked what they had been reading, but the twins both giggled, as if embarrassed to have a boy talking to them. Dessa looked down at both Ivan and Claire. Ivan's dark skin contrasted with Claire's hazel eyes and dirty blonde hair. They were both frail children, Claire the smaller of the 2. Once, a long time ago, Claire had carried a unicorn backpack wherever she went, but somewhere along the way the backpack had been lost. "How has it been in here?" Dessa asked. "How's Tig?" Claire said, ignoring Dessa's question. "Is he okay?" Dessa gave her a reassuring smile. "He's fine. I just saw him a few minutes ago. He has a ton of food and water, and a whole bed to himself. We've been taking really good care of him." "Can we see him, Desi?" Ivan asked. Dessa shook her head. "No, I don't think it's a good idea right now. Things are a little tense. It's better if he's outside and away from all this." She waved at the surrounding air to indicate sanctuary. Ivan bit his lip and looked around the room. "Is this where we're going to stay now? For forever?" There was a hint of fear in his voice. "I don't know," Dessa said. but it's safer here than where you were before. I know it was scary down there, running around, hearing all the noises and not knowing what was going on." "No, Ms. Winters took really good care of us," Claire said matter-of-factly. "And the blue people never let us see anything. They covered our eyes if there was something bad about to happen." "I saw a little bit," Ivan said, looking at Claire and then at Dessa. "I know I wasn't supposed to open my eyes, but I did. And even though they tried to cover them, I could sort of see." Dessa tried to choose her words carefully. There was no undoing whatever it was, and she didn't want to make a bigger deal out of it for him. "What did you see, Ivan?" "It was almost as scary as being in the attic." Ivan looked at Dessa, his eyes big and shining. "Remember how brave I was? I climbed into the attic all by myself, and I put food and water there too." Dessa nodded, a lump forming in her throat. He was describing when all of this had first started, when she had known something was going really, really wrong. She had called him like she had promised, just a couple minutes after 7 p.m. Back then he had been staying with foster parents who wanted to adopt him, but not her. She had been working a ton of shifts at the grocery store and keeping her grades up, all for the chance to earn guardianship over him before the adoption process finished. She had fought to get Ivan back, but it was only now that the Lissa virus had swept the whole world away that she could admit her plan had been doomed to failure. Her hope at guardianship had been an impossible dream. But when the Lissa virus wrecked the world, she had called Ivan, and he had been afraid. His foster parents had turned into Vs, though no one knew what that meant yet. Ivan had hid in the attic while the house had filled up with infected. When she and Tiana had finally made it to Ivan's house, having lost Amos and Egg along the way, they'd found the boy's nest in the attic. Food, blankets, superhero comics, but not Ivan. She had broken then, believing he was dead, but a notice on the door said he'd been taken to Camp Tatum. She hadn't known it until much later, but Ms. Winters had been with the military and scooped Ivan up just in time, entering him into Project Paulus, which saved him from a Lyssavirus infection. "It wasn't even as scary as the attic," Ivan said. "Except those monster people are super gross. I saw one of them fighting, and that's when I closed my eyes so I didn't see anymore. But I couldn't close my ears." Dessa took a slow breath and told herself to remain calm. She wanted to wipe away everything that had happened to him, to all the kids, and let them go back to a time before all this, when they could just be kids. But that was impossible too. All they could do was move through it, move beyond it. Ivan was going on 7 years old now, still so young, but he had already lived through so much, and there was only more headed his way. She looked at Claire and Ivan, wondering if maybe they needed to be encouraged to talk about things. She'd always been afraid to ask, not wanting the details of what happened burned into her mind. But maybe that was the coward's way out. Maybe it would help her settle her own internal resistance. Ms. Winters wanted Dessa and Cole to join Project Paulus. It could help Dessa get over herself, to hear how it had been for the kids. "Do you guys want to build some Legos?" Dessa said. Claire and Ivan nodded. They wandered over to the pile, and Dessa sat down with them on this rag rug, pretending to play. The question burned in the back of her mind until she couldn't keep it inside any longer. "Ivan, Claire." Dessa scrutinized each of them as they looked up at their names. "You never told me how you first got infected. Do you know what I mean by infected?" Claire's thumb moved through the air, halfway to her mouth. Then, as if realizing she was too big to still do that, she put her hand back down. "You mean turning into one of those monsters," Ivan said. "Not the new monsters, but the old monsters." "Exactly," Dessa said. "The Vs." She nodded over at Angelina and Angela, who Cole had coaxed into showing them the books they'd been reading. "I know Angela got bit on the shoulder. We can all see the scar, but what happened to you? How did it happen?" Their faces fell. She wanted to take the question back. This was why none of them had asked about it before. The kids were so resilient, and Ms. Winters had coached them all that the kids needed to try to forget what happened and think about the future instead. Think about nice things like ice cream and kittens and fluffy pillows. But after 6 months, Dessa needed to ask, needed to know, especially now that she was on the cusp of joining them. "Desi," Ivan said, a confused look on his face. "We're not supposed to tell you." "I know that's what Ms. Winters said," Dessa said, "but it just feels like this big missing piece, something you went through that I don't know anything about. Was it really that bad? Was it really that scary? You don't have to talk about it if it was. I'll get over it." Ivan looked at Claire. Claire looked back at him. Dessa didn't think they were old enough to pass silent messages between them, but they were certainly telling each other something. Even if she had been pretty pivotal in keeping them alive, the kids in Project Polis shared a long history together, full of experiences Dessa had played no part in. "You're not supposed to," Claire said. "Yeah, but she's my sister," Ivan said. That perked Dessa's ears up. It wasn't at all what she had expected them to say. "What are you not supposed to do?" Claire shook her head. Ivan frowned. He didn't look at Dessa, but at Claire instead. "I know we're not supposed to, but I think it's a dumb rule." "Ivan," Dessa said with enough weight to the word that she got him to look at her. "Just tell me. You won't get in trouble. I won't be mad. It'll be fine." He stared at her for a long second, opened his mouth, closed it. Claire sighed. "I won't tell on you." Ivan gave Claire a grateful look, and then turned very serious. His eyebrows drew together as he concentrated. "I never got bit." Dessa didn't understand. "You mean you got scratched? Or you got some of their blood in a cut? That's okay." "No, Desi," Ivan said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I never got bit. None of those monsters ever got me. Ms. Winters infected me so that she could save me." Chapter 20. "Ms. Winters infected you so that she could save you?" Dessa's voice was barely a whisper. She must not have heard that right. There was no way she could have heard that right. But Ivan nodded solemnly. "She said it was the only way to save me, and that I would never have to worry about getting infected, if she infected me herself, and she told the truth. The whole room-spinning thing happened again. She thought about Angela's shoulder scar that was clearly a bite mark. Her eyes drifted that way to land on the scar tissue. She had just assumed the same thing had happened to all the kids. Who would purposely infect someone with the Lissa virus? Except it sounded exactly like something Ms. Winters would do. And wasn't Dessa the dumb one not to have thought of it before? Her eyes skated back to land on Claire. She didn't want the kids to know how upset she felt. She needed them to tell her everything, and so forced herself to talk easy and casual, like it wasn't a big deal. "Claire, was it the same for you?" Now Claire's thumb did make it to her mouth. She sucked on it once before withdrawing it and sitting on her hand. She nodded. "Are you mad?" Ivan looked worried. "Don't be mad, Desi. It all worked out." She was beyond mad. She couldn't even name what she was feeling. Maybe she felt more betrayed than anything, except that wasn't quite right either, because Ms. Winters' betrayals had become a fact of daily life at this point. It all worked out. Dessa thought about their desperate search for the Albutron, the comas, the river full of zombies, the race to sanctuary, all the close calls required to keep the kids from turning V right in front of their eyes. It had all worked out. A new awareness bloomed inside Dessa. She could neither feel betrayed nor shocked, not after the last few days, not after knowing what Ms. Winters was capable of for the last 6 months. The kids had been her guinea pigs. If they hadn't been infected with the Lissa virus yet, well, Ms. Winters would never let that get in the way of her precious Project Polis. So she had infected the kids herself. And they had almost all died because of it. Dessa was stupid not to have seen it before now. She stood up. "I'll be right back." Ivan and Claire looked at her with worried expressions. "It's okay. I'm not mad. I'm glad you told me. I just need to ask Cole something really quick." She didn't know if they believed her, even though she tried really hard to keep her voice light and fun. Then, so they wouldn't see how hard it was to keep herself together, she turned away and hurried over to Cole and the twins. Dessa crouched and looked pointedly at the mess of scar tissue on Angela's shoulder. That's how you first got infected with the Lissa virus, right? Dessa was all business now. Maybe it was her directness that disarmed Angela, because she immediately answered, "Yep, and then Ms. Winters fixed me." "What's going on?" Cole said. But Dessa ignored him and turned to Angelina. "But you don't have any bites. You didn't get bit, did you?" Angelina's eyes widened. "We're not supposed to talk about that." Cole raised his voice. "What's going on?" Angela and Angelina looked at each other. They pressed lips together and crossed their arms almost in unison. "That's okay. You don't have to say anything else. I know." "Dessa!" Cole said, almost hissing her name. "Ms. Winters infected some of them on purpose," Dessa said carefully, feeling the horror of those words anew. "They were uninfected. My brother, Claire, Angelina. So Ms. Winters scooped them up, thinking they were all orphans, and infected them with the Lissa virus on purpose to see if her treatment would work." All the blood drained from Cole's face, which turned him sickly light brown. "But that's monstrous, irresponsible. What almost got all of them, all of us, killed more than once?" Dessa finished. "Yeah," Cole said, breathing out the word. "But we were always going to get bit," Angelina, the twin without the bite, said. Her arms were still crossed, and she looked at Dessa and Cole with the most serious expression Dessa had ever seen from her. "Ms. Winters keeps worrying about you two. There's no way that we're not going to all get infected at some point. She knows it. We all know it. So she just made it happen early and fixed us so we would never have to worry about it again." Angela nodded. "We are way better off than you guys. You get bit, and you don't get to Ms. Winters in time, then what happens?" Dessa wasn't sure about that whole better off thing. The kids had been forced to join Ms. Winters' mad scientist experiments against their will. They had been orphaned, and Ms. Winters had used that trauma to scoop them up for her own purposes. They'd had interrupted treatments that put them on the edge of death, and then been in a coma for months. None of that would have happened without Ms. Winters, even if she had fixed it all now. "What's happened to everyone else in the same boat, like Amos, Tiana, and Egg?" Dessa said. "We could get the combo cure, and then we wouldn't have almost died a bunch of times or been in a coma for months." Dessa tried to breathe it out. None of this changed the situation, she told herself. None of it changed what needed to happen right now. But still, this was... Angela and Angelina looked at each other like they knew something Dessa didn't. But then she remembered. "But the combo cure is going to wear off eventually," Dessa said, that blossoming sense of insight now plummeting into despair. Cole shook his head. "The Super Vs. That's what Ms. Winters said their experiments kept showing, right? Eventually, in the long run, the combo cure would stop working and everyone would turn." "But that's probably not for years," Angela said, perking up. "They'll be okay. Ms. Winters will figure it out before then." The Super Vs had been Lab Level's attempt at helping the combo cured, which was horrifying. But even still, what they'd learned, experiment after experiment, was that the combo cure didn't last. The combo cure changed a person at a deep enough level, in some strange way, so that eventually it would wear off. The symptoms would come raging back worse than ever, and continue to worsen, until the Lissa virus took everything over. She looked at the twins and then at Cole. His expression matched how she felt. She wasn't at all sure anymore who was worse off, the kids or the combo cured. Chapter 21. Dessa closed her eyes to better turn inward and force a reset. Ms. Winters was capable of terrible things. Her brilliance had saved the kids, and Dessa and her friends, more than once, but had also caused plenty of life-or-death moments, too. But though her terrible brilliance might be exceptional, it was other scientists who had first genetically engineered and then accidentally let loose the Lissa virus. It was also other scientists who had genetically engineered the Lyme disease bacterium to work as a temporary combo cure. They had created bacteria that attacked a virus and allowed people like Amos, Egg and Tiana to survive Alyssa infection. Did that make science good or evil? It doesn't matter, Cole said, snapping Dessa out of it. Her eyes flew open. He was right. They didn't have the luxury of it mattering. Not right then. Maybe not ever. Tiana, Amos, and Egg were missing, probably all three being held prisoner by Magdalena's group. Delmar threatened war against Sanctuary at its weakest moment. What stood between them and another bloodbath was some medicine that science had created. She and Cole needed to steal the insulin, and all these other questions could be answered later, or never. They had to steal the insulin to keep the kids and their friends safe. That's what mattered. Don't tell Ms. Winters that you know. Angela placed a hand on Dessa's arm. Her eyes were wide and earnest. She won't like that. Angelina nodded several times. We promised her we would never say. But we didn't even say, Angela replied. They guessed. Angelina tilted her head. That's true, but still. Dessa looked at Cole to make sure he was on the same page as her. He grimaced, but nodded. She turned to the twins and tried to put a bright note back into her voice. We won't tell. Knowing doesn't change anything about right now. And you're all better. So you're right, it did work, didn't it? That finally got a smile from the twins. Dessa smiled back to reassure them. Cole pretended to care about the books they planned to read next and asked them a bunch of questions. Dessa returned to play with Claire and Ivan. A few minutes passed, and then the door opened, and Ms. Winters appeared, calling the kids to bed. There was a small chorus of despairing cries, but the kids put away the toys and books and readied for bed. Angela and Angelina had sectioned off part of the room with a curtain for more privacy, but Claire and Ivan preferred to bunk side by side, surrounded by stuffed animals who each had names and nicknames. Ms. Winters kept looking over at Dessa and Cole, clearly pleased to see them, but not saying anything about it while they all helped with bedtime. Dessa couldn't bear to look at Ms. Winters, afraid she would explode and give everything away. Instead, Dessa busied herself by taking turns with Cole to read a story, and then tuck Claire and Ivan in. It helped to read silly words and look at silly pictures, while Ms. Winters stood there, smiling like nothing was wrong, smiling like she was an angel in a white lab coat, watching them like zoo animals. That last image made Dessa shiver. When the twins fell asleep, and Ivan and Claire's eyes fluttered closed, Dessa and Cole slipped out of the room. Before Ms. Winters followed them, she turned on a small white noise machine that sounded like the waves of the ocean on a loop. There was a quick excuse from Ms. Winters that they would talk in the morning, and then she left to see to some other scientific business. That left Dessa and Cole with nothing else to do except pretend to go to bed themselves. Thinking about zoo cages made Dessa test her door a half-dozen times to make sure it stayed unlocked while she waited. Each time she tested it, the door opened. She wasn't locked inside. She wasn't one of Ms. Winters' experiments. But her brother was, and that was enough to trap Dessa forever, even without actual bars on the cage. Until the agreed-upon time, Dessa decided to try the bed. It wasn't all that comfortable, but it was better than her bunk had been down on support level. The sheets smelled clean, and with a hint of lemon, maybe from the laundry soap. She lay on that bed, staring at the cracks in the cement ceiling, and waited, trying not to think about everything out of her control that could go terribly wrong, and of course, failing miserably. Now she resented this room, this bribe. Had Ms. Winters known how important a private room like this was to someone like Dessa? Dessa gritted her teeth against these looping thoughts. They were getting her nowhere. Ms. Winters was way more brilliant than Dessa. She would never be able to outsmart the scientist at her own games. All Dessa could do was hold on to what she knew was right. To save the kids and her friends from danger. Tonight, that meant stealing from the scientists. Finally, when Dessa guessed it was the right time, she got up, padded to the door, and held her breath. It had been unlocked every time she'd tried it. Nothing should have changed, but even still, her hand trembled as she tried the doorknob and found it unlocked. Cole's door across the way was already open. He stood there waiting for her. She looked down both directions and found the hallway dark and dead silent. Cole stepped quietly down the hallway toward the infirmary. They had agreed he should be the one to steal the insulin so that if he were caught, he could make some excuse about changing his bandage. Counting to 60. Dessa then left the room without a backward glance. She passed by Ms. Winter's laboratory and where the kids slept. A part of her wanted to smash every beaker and microscope in sight. Another part of her wanted to rush into the kids' room and gather them all into her arms and just leave. There had been no opportunity to say goodbye, but even if there had been, they couldn't have risked it. Her heart tore at the thought of leaving Ivan again. Other times it had been out of necessity to save him. It was true this time too, but it didn't make it any easier. As soon as they got a few moments together, the world tore them apart again. But maybe that would be over for good soon. When Dessa joined Project Polis, the thought got stuck there. Dessa told herself there were still plenty of good reasons to get the Project Polis treatment. She'd be immune and would never need the combo cure or suffer its side effects. She'd never be parted from her brother again. She would no longer be an outsider. The scientists had already shown her that with their painful kindness, private room, and special snack offerings. But that internal resistance was stronger than ever. Ms. Winters was a monster. She had saved the kids by making them immune to the Lissa virus, but only after first purposefully infecting them. Dessa didn't know how to come to terms with that. How could she let herself become part of Ms. Winters' experiments after everything? Except the twins weren't wrong. The treatment had worked. Eventually Dessa's luck would run out and she'd become infected. It was only a matter of time. Her brain looped on the whole thing, unable to come up with a solution to any of it. Finally, she silently shouted at herself to shove it all aside. It was a problem she couldn't solve. It was a problem for later. For now, she had to worry about the problem in front of her. They found the door to the infirmary unlocked. Dessa knew a guard at the far end of the hall controlled access to this level, and that was pretty much it. They weren't expecting two of their own to steal from them in the middle of the night with plans to leave Sanctuary's safety. No one was dumb enough to take those kinds of risks. No one except Dessa and Cole, that was. Dessa stood guard just inside the first aid room while Cole slipped through. She must have slept, even though she didn't think she had, because her eyes were crusty and heavy with the desire to close them again. She missed the feel of the clean sheets and the cushioned mattress. Her tongue was thick and dry in her mouth, and she could use some water, but that would have to wait until later, because now, just before dawn, was the best time to take advantage of the weakened state of Sanctuary's security. "Crap, they locked the fridge," Cole said from deep in the room. Dessa looked over her shoulder but could only see shadows. "Then break it." "They'll know someone has been here. They'll guess it was us when they find us missing," Cole said. "It doesn't matter," Dessa said, anger making her impulsive. It would serve the scientists right if Dessa and Cole stole everything they had. "We're trying to stop Delmar and the strangers from taking over Sanctuary and keep a bunch of people from killing each other." Cole grunted, and there were noises in the dark that suggested he had found something to pry the lock apart with. Dessa looked down the hallway. The last 2 days had undone so much of Sanctuary's careful security protocols meant to keep things locked up and people safe. She didn't think that sloppiness would last much longer, not with coordinators Krause and Schofield back in charge, spearheading cleanup and reorganization. But for right now, things were loose and didn't work like they had before. People, whether from exhaustion, stress, grief, were being careless. There were gaps in the system, really big gaps, that allowed Dessa and Cole this small window to steal the insulin. But it also meant Sanctuary was at its most vulnerable. It meant that if Delmar had any inkling of how close Sanctuary was to total failure, he would act fast and do everything in his power to take Sanctuary all the way over the edge, and the strangers would help. Things had turned so upside down. It was stupid for Sanctuary to have refused the trade. It made them vulnerable. It put the kids at risk. Because Sanctuary couldn't see that, Dessa and Cole had to break all the rules to save everyone from themselves. Hold on, Amos. The sound of a door opening down the hallway put Dessa on high alert. She held her breath to listen better. Soft steps grew louder. Someone was headed their way. Turning around, Dessa hissed, "Hurry up! Someone's coming!" "I'm trying." There was a scrape, like metal on metal, and then a pop. But the person was now only yards away. She couldn't recognize who they were in the dark like this, but it didn't matter. There was no way they could escape the infirmary without being spotted. Chapter 22. Thinking fast, Dessa groped along the door until she found a switch, and then flipped it. Bright light flooded the room, blinding her. "Come on, Cole," she said, her voice overly loud. She opened the door wide as her vision adjusted to the light. "I'm so tired. Are you sure your bandage needs changing in the middle of the night like this? Did you bump it or something?" Cole froze at the open fridge door and looked at her like he was a deer caught in the headlights of a speeding car. She kept her back to the hallway as if she didn't care who was coming up behind them. "Oh, I guess you're right. I can see the blood seeping through your bandage. Did you hit it again while you were sleeping?" Cole's gaping mouth finally closed. He closed the fridge, sticking a vial of liquid in each pocket, before turning hard and banging his knee into the cabinet. "Yeah, I don't know what I did. Maybe it was a weird dream. But where the heck are those bandages? What do you think you're doing?" Now Dessa turned and saw Assistant Holly in the hallway. He looked disheveled, tired, and irritated. "Oh, sorry. Did we wake you?" Dessa said, all polite and apologetic. "We didn't mean to. We were just trying to change his bandage without bothering anybody." Assistant Holly sighed. His lab coat was wrinkled like he might have slept in it. "This room is off limits. You are not supposed to be in here, and you're certainly not supposed to take your own medical supplies without permission." Dessa shrugged. "Sorry. We tried the door and found it unlocked, so we thought it meant we could just get a bandage real quick." Assistant Holly became nervous. Dessa caught the change and thought maybe he was the one who should have made sure this room was locked, and that maybe he'd woken up in the middle of the night remembering that he hadn't. She took a step forward and smiled, congenial. "We won't tell anybody we found it unlocked if that's what you're worried about." Assistant Holly narrowed his eyes. "That has nothing to do with... If you could just help me figure out where the bandages are, then we'll get out of here," Cole said. Assistant Holly seemed to debate within himself whether to treat them as irritations or to take them up on their offer. Some internal decision was made, and he looked at them, no longer irritated. "You won't say anything." Dessa and Cole gave their best impressions of dumb, innocent teenagers. "No, we won't." Assistant Holly headed for the cabinet next to the fridge, opened the door and took out several packaged gauze pads, along with a bottle of antiseptic. Dessa held her breath, waiting for him to notice the pry marks on the fridge lock, or that the lock had been broken, but he didn't seem to notice. Assistant Holly told Cole to sit on the hospital bed again. In the bright artificial light, he quickly took off the old bandage, wiped the fresh blood away with antiseptic, and then applied a new bandage. She figured in the light of day, when other people used the room, they would notice the broken lock, and maybe even the 2 missing vials of insulin. But that was a problem for Assistant Holly. Dessa and Cole would be long gone, and whatever consequences resulted from them stealing the insulin couldn't be worse than what was likely to happen if they couldn't talk these strangers out of helping Delmar attack Sanctuary. Once he was finished, Assistant Holly said, "Please try not to re-injure yourself again." "Oh, yeah." Cole kept his arms strategically crossed over his lap to better hide the vials in his pockets. "I'll be super careful from now on." "Come on, Cole." Dessa tried to put lots of annoyance in her voice. "I'm so tired. I really want to go back to bed." Cole looked at Assistant Holly. "Is that okay? Can we go back to bed now?" Assistant Holly shooed them out of the room. "Even if you find this door unlocked again, don't come inside unless you've been given permission." They scurried back to their separate rooms. Dessa even crawled inside the covers, bringing the sheets up to her chin as her heart beat loud in her chest. She listened for the telltale signs that would mean Assistant Holly had turned off the light, closed and locked the door, and returned to his own room, now safe in the knowledge he had made up for his earlier carelessness and hoping that he wouldn't get snitched on. She breathed low and long to keep herself calm, and when she was sure Assistant Holly had returned to his room, counted to 500 for good measure. Then she pushed off the sheets and padded over to the door, carefully twisting the knob to open it as silently as possible. Across the hallway, Cole's door was still closed. She looked both ways and saw everything returned to its former darkness, as clear and as quiet as before. Stepping over, she scratched at Cole's door. In an instant the door opened, and they looked at each other. Cole patted his pockets. Without saying a word, she tilted her head down the hallway to the stairwell. He nodded. They moved past the infirmary door. Dessa couldn't help but try the knob, but it was no surprise to now find it locked. Its sturdy lock would be impossible to break without drawing attention. 2 vials. Would it be enough? Chapter 23. When Dessa and Cole came within sight of the stairwell door, they saw a blue suit guarded it. Dessa made an effort to definitely, absolutely not stare at Cole's jumpsuit pockets. Instead, she looked at the guard, feigning sleepiness. Ms. Winter's name had always worked like magic inside Sanctuary, but was that still true? We need to make a quick trip to grab something from ground for Ms. Winters. Dessa waited for the blue suit to demand details, but he looked tired and like he might have fallen asleep at his post. He stepped aside, opening the stairwell door to let them through. Just like that? It seemed wildly easy, too easy, and her heart thumped loud in her chest, so loud she thought for sure it would give everything away. But it seemed he stood guard, not to keep people inside, but rather to keep out people who didn't belong. Dessa and Cole went down the stairwell at a painfully slow pace to keep up the ruse that they were just on an errand. The cold seeped through her skin and into her bones. The only sounds were the quiet slap of their shoes on the stairs. No one else was on the stairs this late at night, but plenty of people were still on ground level. Most had blankets or travel cots and were sleeping. Several staff worked on various tasks that looked related to repair or cleanup. More blue suits guarded the front door. With a deep breath, Dessa glanced at Cole. Ready? She didn't need to say it out loud. He could read the word in her face. He nodded, and they headed for the front door like they knew what they were doing. Dessa spoke to the guard in a voice quiet enough to keep it from traveling across the warehouse-like space. This was the real test, getting out the front door. You didn't just get to go places inside Sanctuary because you wanted to. But then again, things had changed. A lot of people had died, and they didn't even have guards watching the fences yet. Dessa reminded herself that she and Cole weren't prisoners. They had come back to Sanctuary on their own. No one had forced them. There's something at farm I forgot, Dessa said. It's a present for the Project Paulus kids. Ms. Winters said I could go get it if Cole came with me. Still, she was shocked when the blue suit opened the door, looking more annoyed than anything else. You better be quick about it. Opening the door like this lets the cold in. She made a bunch of noises that sounded like promises, and they walked out of Sanctuary like they had done a dozen times before. With no exterior electrical lights to ruin their night vision, they could still see the smear that marked the Milky Way, though it had already begun to fade, signaling dawn on its way. There was no moon out tonight, but the starlight threw just the barest of shadows on everything, enough to find their way along a familiar path. When they were far enough out to not be overheard, Cole said, Why did that feel like a jailbreak? I don't know. I'm just glad we're out, Dessa said. Did you get it? Get what? Funny, Cole. Yeah, but only the 2 bottles you saw. Is it going to be enough? Dessa told herself not to look back. We have to make it enough. They had to keep their cool and keep going like they were running that errand. But it still felt like at any moment the blue suits would surround them with rifles raised and throw them back into their rooms, this time locking the doors. It didn't help that Dessa and Cole were currently walking over the dark stain of blood on the gravel from all the people the blue suits had actually murdered. They headed for farm and no one got in their way. Eventually the gravel path sloped like it always had, rounding the small hill that blocked farm from Sanctuary's view. But once they were out of sight, they cut into the landfill and weaved a path through the piles of trash and recycling until reaching the fence and piece of ground that was their escape route. If Sanctuary didn't get its act together soon and start patrolling the fences, they were going to have an invasion on their hands. She was sure coordinators Schofield and Krause would whip them all into shape after another night or two of recovery. But what if Sanctuary didn't have that kind of time? She pushed that thought aside. Right now, Sanctuary's recent troubles worked in her favor. They had gotten in and out with the insulin. Dessa intended to get their friends back, to get Amos back. Her heart ached thinking about him. The last time she had seen him was in Sanctuary's stairwell, when she and Tiana had been used as bait for the Super Vs before the wrecking ball had saved them just in time. Amos and Egg had been in disguise as support staff in khaki jumpsuits, with those gas masks on so no one could recognize them, and been commanded by the mutineers to climb the stairs up to topside to retrieve a replacement for a piece of broken equipment. And now she didn't know where they were, but the strangers did. Dessa followed after Cole on her belly, getting dirt all over her fresh, new, clean jumpsuit. But dirt was nothing compared to the blood and gut stains from before. They made it to the other side of the fence without any trouble, though the stupid chain link caught on the cloth of Cole's jumpsuit and shimmered for an instant in the gray light before it let go. The hillside in front of them curved dark against the lightning sky. Dessa and Cole rounded it, heading for where the strangers had vanished with their bikes, and found both Magdalena and Arturo slumbering in the grass like it was some holiday campout, like they didn't have a care in the world. "Wake up," Cole said, his voice harsh. The siblings both startled awake, sitting up with machetes drawn in an instant. Stalks of grass stuck out from Magdalena's crazy hair. She grimaced as she recognized who had woken her, lowered the machete, and grunted. "Excuse my sister," Arturo said, his machete relaxed over his crossed legs. "She doesn't like her beauty sleep interrupted." That produced another grunt from Magdalena. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes. "You actually came back." "You owe me an orange," Arturo said out of the side of his mouth. Magdalena punched her brother in the arm. Cole pulled the vials out of his pockets. "We got what you wanted." Dessa took a step in front of the vials before Arturo could grab them. "Now tell us where our friends are." "How do we even know you have the right medicine?" Magdalena said, squinting up. Arturo held out a hand. "Give it here." Cole looked at Dessa. She shrugged. This was either going to work or it wasn't. He tossed the bottles and Arturo caught them in midair. Magdalena's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, even as it looked like she was working hard not to show a reaction. Holding the label of one of them to the starlight, Arturo squinted, deep shadows carving up the lines of his face into weird shapes. "Magdalena, your light." She pulled out a lighter from underneath her cloak and flicked it to life. The bright orange flame blew out Dessa's vision for a few seconds. Arturo angled the vial's label toward the flame. "That's what we need." "So where are our friends?" Dessa said. Magdalena frowned, flicking off the lighter which plunged them back into darkness. "Where's the rest of the medicine?" That made both Cole and Dessa go still. "What are you talking about?" Cole said. Arturo waved the bottle at them. "Our people need more than this, a lot more." "That's all I could take," Cole said. "Without getting caught, at least." Arturo and Magdalena exchanged a look. She gave a slight shake of her head, and he seemed to agree. "It's not enough." Magdalena looked at the ground and pulled up a stalk of grass. She ripped it into a half-dozen pieces and let them float into the air. "It won't be enough for them." Arturo shook his head. "No, it won't." Dessa felt the ground sink away from her feet. She was afraid this would happen, but still hoped to reason with them. Magdalena and Arturo were doing what was necessary to keep the people they loved alive, Dessa could understand that, even if their methods were putting the people Dessa loved in danger. Magdalena sighed. She squinted up at Cole and Dessa. Your friend, Delmar, promised us much more. Enough for us not to worry for a very long time. We had hoped you would come through instead. He seems unstable. Arturo snorted. Nice choice of words. Well, I was the one who went to college, Magdalena retorted back. Because it's doing us so much good now, Arturo said. It has to be enough. Dessa interrupted their bickering, desperate to make things work. If they went through on their attack against Sanctuary, it would put the kids in danger, and she still didn't know where her friends were. There had to be a way to reach a compromise where everybody got what they wanted, but Dessa couldn't see it anymore. Sanctuary had been so short-sighted not to trade with these strangers. That move had brought them into alliance with Delmar. And now, all Dessa and Cole had come back with was a pathetic amount of the insulin they needed for loved ones back home, further confirming the strangers had made the right choice to throw their lot in with Delmar. Magdalena shook her head. It's not like you guys want to fight anyway, Dessa said. Your people would die. Our people would die. Give us more time. We've proven we could get these 2 bottles for you, so we'll steal more for you. But you have to make good on your side of things first. No, Arturo said regretfully. We don't have that kind of time. It won't work. But brother, you know there is still another way. We don't have to work with that. Magdalena said something in Spanish that was clearly an insult. Are you talking about Delmar? Dessa said, hopeful that maybe they saw who Delmar really was after all. Of course, Magdalena looked at Dessa, analyzing her. He is not a good person. He is the one who can deliver what we need, Arturo said mildly. Unless he's lying, Magdalena said. Exactly, Dessa said. He's a liar. He only cares about himself. So we do it my way, Magdalena said, challenge in her voice, directed at her brother. Arturo raised an eyebrow. He tilted his head in agreement. Magdalena stood up and brushed her clothes, without looking at Dessa and Cole. As if purposefully avoiding their gaze, she said, I am sorry for this. We can promise you that your friends are safe. They will stay safe with us, but… Wait, Dessa said, knowing she had missed something. The 2 siblings had come to some internal decision and she had missed what it was even about. You admit you have our friends, but that you're protecting them? But you won't let us see them either? They're with you willingly, you said, but you're holding them hostage? Magdalena looked at her with an expression of approval, like she was impressed Dessa was finally getting it. That doesn't make any sense, Dessa said, frustration rising. Magdalena held her with a steady look. Both things can be true at the same time. Dessa shook her head. You're crazy. Magdalena rattled something off in Spanish. Arturo rolled his eyes at his sister, and then Magdalena switched to English. You are crazy, both of you, for being out here unprotected. With skin like that, you are death walking. Dessa returned Magdalena's stare. Is that what this is about? Because we don't have the combo cure like you? Magdalena shook her head, her earlier look of admiration now falling into disappointment. Her voice became thick with some unknown pain, like a memory flashed before her eyes. You are too great a risk. There was a long silence. Arturo cleared his throat. We lost our parents to the infected. They refused this combo cure. Since then, our group swore we would never take such a risk again. Abuelo Fernando made us swear it. And he's right, Magdalena interrupted. Dessa's mind spun as she tried to fit the pieces together in a way that made sense. These strangers had gone through terrible trauma, were desperate for medicine, and had been turned away. Only Delmar had offered them help. Here Dessa and Cole stood, offering them very little. Too little. And on top of that were uninfected. A risk. A big one in their eyes. And somehow mixed up in all of this was Amos, Tiana, and Egg. Dessa still didn't see how what Magdalena said could be true. They were being held hostage, but also wanted to stay with these strangers? Magdalena was lying to herself. Maybe she wanted to believe they were the good guys here, so she was fooling herself about Dessa's friends. You don't make the rules, Cole said, frustration straining his muscles. You don't know what they have inside or what they're capable of doing. If you fight them, everyone loses. Arturo stood up slowly and gave Cole a gentle push in the chest, making him take a step back. You do not know what we are capable of. Magdalena released a whistle. Dessa's insides turned cold. After a few seconds, from around the hill, came a half-dozen people wheeling bicycles. Dessa turned to run but was blocked. Soon, she and Cole were surrounded. Their hands were tied, their ankles bound. What are you doing? Dessa shouted. Plan B, Magdalena said. Chapter 24. Magdalena's group wheeled Dessa and Cole up to Sanctuary's gates as the sun rose in the sky. The 3-story fence looked plopped down in the middle of nowhere as green hills and valleys spread out from it for as far as the eye could see. Through the fence, the guard shack was a little box, easy to miss, in front of Sanctuary's bunker like 3 stories. It all looked abandoned, but that was the point. Sanctuary had been built underground to stay hidden. Magdalena and Arturo stopped at the gate and waited, their people spread out, ignoring Dessa and Cole. I don't know what you think they're going to do with us, Dessa said. We are going to trade you for the medicine, of course, Arturo said. At first, Dessa thought about putting up a fight, but then thought through their plan. It would be the quickest, surest way of getting back inside Sanctuary to warn everyone about what was really happening outside the fences. Delmar's takeover plans, the strangers joining in. It was time to tell the truth. Suddenly, she was eager for the trade. The faster it happened, the better Sanctuary's chances would be. Maybe it was what she and Cole should have done in the first place, but she had really thought there was a chance to avoid more death. She was kicking herself now, over believing in people who didn't deserve it. But she could still fix things. There was still time. As soon as Sanctuary saw it was Dessa and Cole, they would make the trade. You know treating us like prisoners won't look good for a trade, Cole said, referring to their bound ankles and wrists. We're one of them. Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Yet you stole from them for us. It was wrong of them to keep the medicine from you, Dessa said. Arturo shrugged. You may not know them as well as you think. They said if we gathered up and delivered them uninfected, then they would trade with us. That was their condition. So we'll see if they keep their word. Every word made sense by itself, but altogether she didn't understand it. Sanctuary wants uninfected. What does that even mean? She turned to Cole to see if he understood, but he shook his head. I already said the way you are. It's a risk we can't accept, Magdalena said. Not after our parents. We care about getting what we need for our people. That's what matters. We gave you a chance, Arturo said. We did not harm you. We are merely delivering you back home, right? Not all of us, Cole shot back. Not our friends. They don't want your friends, Magdalena said. You lie, Dessa said, but the words sounded false even to her own ears. Sanctuary had made it clear more than once that they did not care for the combo cured. Coordinators Krause and Schofield emerged from the building, flanked by a half-dozen blue suits carrying guns. They didn't rush the gate like Dessa expected, but rather walked the gravel road like this visit wasn't a surprise. Magdalena and Arturo got off the bikes and put down the kickstands. With the sun now up, Magdalena put on a wide-brimmed hat that completed what looked like a carefully chosen outfit. From hat to turquoise boots that would have impressed Egg. Magdalena reached for the rope, making Dessa flinch. I'm going to untie you, Magdalena said. I'm not going to hurt you. Dessa cursed Magdalena silently, but held herself still as the rope dropped away and feeling returned. Arturo did the same for Cole. Sanctuary had refused to trade with these strangers unless it was for uninfected like Dessa and Cole. The strangers had first refused. Dessa realized that now, and also realized it made a weird sort of sense why Magdalena and Arturo had acted so hostile to Dessa and Cole in the first place. Their parents had been killed because they had refused the combo cure. Dessa didn't know the details, but there must have been terrible pain behind that story. Then Cole and Dessa showed up, uninfected, tempting this group to fulfill Sanctuary's human trafficking demands. The trucks and crane hooks still braced a nearby section of fence, now frozen in time. The machines looked rusted out, like they hadn't moved in decades, part of Sanctuary's camouflage, but had worked when Sanctuary needed them to, in order to keep the fences up and the V-mob out. Dessa wondered if Magdalena's group really had drawn away the Vs. There were so many lies, she didn't know what to believe anymore, but she did know her attempt at avoiding a bloodbath had failed. Amos, Egg, and Tiana were still missing. Delmar was making plans to take Sanctuary down. Her mind was beginning to spin out, but couldn't stop it. Thinking of her missing friends carved out a hollow bowl of pain in her stomach. They were separated, and she had no idea what would happen next, except somehow she had to find them, yet also warned Sanctuary a war was coming. Sanctuary had to protect the kids, even if that put her missing friends in danger. They were helped out of the bike trailers. Feeling slowly returned to Dessa's numbed legs, and she stumbled once. Magdalena grabbed her elbow, catching her in time. Careful! Arturo braced Cole, and they all headed for the gate. Dessa and Cole were being escorted like prisoners, but they weren't prisoners. That's what last night had proven. "We brought you 2 uninfected," Arturo said, his voice booming. "2 of them," Coordinator Schofield said, surprise in his voice. As he walked up to the gate, he peered through the chain link to see. "Where did you find 2? Magdalena pushed Dessa forward, past the bike trailer so that Schofield could see her. Arturo pushed Cole into view too. Only a few yards, and the chain link separated them now. So it was easy to catch the surprise that spread across Schofield's face when he recognized them. Chapter 25. "You look surprised to find them with us," Arturo said, his voice carefully neutral. "We did not know they were missing," Coordinator Schofield admitted. Dessa flinched. Coordinator Schofield had just seen them inside Sanctuary not that many hours ago. Dessa and Cole should have been sleeping in their private rooms, readying themselves to be forever grateful to join Project Polis. No wonder Schofield looked disturbed to find them on the outside of the fences. They had seriously undermined his authority. He was supposed to be in control, but he clearly didn't have it. Dessa suspected that might change after this, but there was nothing she could do about that except face whatever consequences waited for her on the other side. Magdalena smiled. "We found them for you, and they are uninfected. You know the town, Crow's Landing? They were wandering around, and we saved them from getting infected." Dessa opened her mouth to tell Magdalena off for lying. After all, it had been Dessa, Tiana, and Cole who had saved Magdalena from the Vs. But Cole pinned her boot down with his own and gave her a small hip check. She looked at him, scowling, but he bit his lip and shook his head. She knew that look. She had seen it too many times before. There was something he could read in the situation that she hadn't grasped yet, something that meant they needed to keep a low profile before making things worse. But the injustice of the situation rubbed her the wrong way. The sooner they were traded, the better. "Dr. Winters will need to be informed," Coordinator Schofield said, and glanced at Coordinator Krause. "We will clearly need to adjust our regulations." Coordinator Krause kept relaxed hands over the holstered guns on his belt. He surveyed the group in front of him with steel eyes. Dessa couldn't guess what he was thinking. Krause was much better at covering his emotions. Schofield raised a hand, the gold watch flashing in the dawn light, and called for the gates to open. The blue suits didn't move until Krause spoke. "Do it." Schofield scowled, but said nothing. The gate was unlocked and rolled open just enough to fit one person at a time. Magdalena and Arturo took a number of steps back, yanking Dessa and Cole with them. "The medicine," Magdalena said. "You do not get them without the medicine. As we agreed." "We can be stronger as trading partners than as enemies," Arturo said. "It's a simple thing." Coordinator Schofield waved his hand again, motioning to one of the blue suits. Of course. Here is the insulin. It lasts longer if you keep it cold." "We know," Magdalena said hotly. "Of course," Schofield said, though he didn't sound like he believed it. Magdalena gave Dessa another push. "Go get the insulin and bring it back to us. The other one stays here until the insulin is with us." "That's fine," Schofield said, nodding to Kraus. Dessa felt all eyes burn into her. She took a step and then another step, the gravel crunching under her boots. As she crossed through the open gate, a blue suit approached and set a white styrofoam cooler down at Dessa's feet and stepped back. "You'll find plenty of what you're looking for in there. 3 months' worth at least," Schofield said. But then he dropped his voice low and his eyes turned mean as he looked down at Dessa. "But not as many as there should be. 2 bottles are missing, and I believe we have you to thank for that, don't we?" Dessa bent over and picked up the box, expecting it to be heavier than it was. She refused to answer or even look at Schofield. Stealing 2 bottles of insulin was nothing compared to what was going to happen. She didn't know a lot about diabetes and how insulin worked, but knew that people could die without it. Who in Magdalena's group needed it? Their grandfather? People back home? She walked the box back through the open gate, set it down between the bike trailers, and waited. Magdalena checked the box, relief sagging in her muscles as she looked over at her brother, and nodded. "Go on, then." Arturo motioned Dessa and Cole forward. "The both of you." She looked at him, trying to see into his soul, but doubting he even had one. "Does this mean you won't attack Sanctuary? That you'll leave?" Magdalena froze. Arturo frowned and looked over at the blue suits to see if they heard. But Dessa had purposely pitched her voice low. "Yes, brother," Magdalena whispered. "Let us go away from this place. Let them fight among themselves if they must. But let our hands stay clean of this. Delmar's plans do not feel right." Magdalena actually shuddered as she packed up the box. She could have spoken all of that in Spanish, but didn't. Dessa realized Magdalena had wanted her and Cole to hear it. Hope rose inside Dessa like a flame, but was extinguished just as fast. "Our friends—" "Is there a problem?" Schofield called out. "I would like to remind everyone here that so far we are conducting an agreeable trade, but that my side carries a great deal of weaponry that your side does not. Let's move this along, please." "They're on their way over," Magdalena called out. She turned earnest eyes onto Dessa and Cole. "We told you they are not being held against their will." "But I know that's a lie," Dessa said, thinking about how they had left Tiana all tied up. "Go," Arturo said, raising his voice. "If you are worried about being in trouble for sneaking out," Schofield called out, the nasal tone of his voice in stark contrast to Arturo's deeper tone, "I assure you all is forgiven. We are so pleased to see you safe and secure again. Come inside." With her heart aching, Dessa allowed Cole to tug her away. They walked through the open gate, and as it closed behind her with a clack, Dessa flinched, waiting for someone to mess up this deal and for all hell to break loose. But the strangers got onto their bicycles and rode away with the box of insulin. Schofield strode ahead with Kraus as blue suits herded them forward on the gravel path. They passed by the tiny guard shack lined with shelves full of aging manuals and 3-ring binders. Sanctuary loomed into view, growing in size at every step. No one said a word as they crossed the dark stain of blood at its entrance. She should have felt relief. She was safe, back where she belonged. The kids were upstairs. This was their chance to make sure Sanctuary knew it needed to protect itself. Whether the strangers still meant to attack or not, Delmar was out there. But all she could feel was dread. "We've got to tell them," Cole said, eyeing Schofield and Kraus as they walked up to Sanctuary. She nodded. Knowing Delmar, he was already putting his plan into action regardless of whether Magdalena's group participated or not. He had found a stockpile of weapons from somewhere and planned an epic surprise. Magdalena and Arturo had lied so many times already. It wasn't like Dessa could trust what they said about not fighting. Sure, they got their insulin, but Sanctuary offered a lot more than that, and she imagined Delmar would have struck a good deal. The strangers didn't know Delmar probably had no plans to follow through on that deal, though maybe Magdalena had enough sense to guess at that. But Dessa and Cole were in the doghouse for sure. They had stolen from Sanctuary, left its fences without permission, gone into town, gotten caught by the strangers, and then been traded back. They were in trouble, but Sanctuary was in danger, and that meant the kids were in danger. Coordinator Schofield. Dessa sped up to walk alongside him. There's something we need to tell you. It's about Delmar and everyone from farm. They're working with the strangers. Schofield held up a hand and chopped the air with it. There's nothing you have to say that I want to hear. That slowed her down a couple steps and let Schofield get ahead of her again. Cole looked at her meaningfully and then ran to catch up to Schofield. Coordinator Schofield, Cole said. With all due respect, this is serious. You have to get ready for an attack. You've got to start patrolling the fences, Dessa said. No matter how few people we have. Schofield turned on his heels. We? He looked at Krause, as if he had found that word amusing. Where do we come into this? I believe the last time that we asked you for help, or asked you to at least stay out of our way, you ran off to warn the mutineers to save themselves. Now it was Cole's turn to gape, but Dessa had never closed her mouth, so she just left it open in shock. What are you talking about? Dessa said. It was only supposed to kill the Super Vs. Cole and I helped save everyone innocent. People who are working on ground level right now are there because of that warning. And it didn't stop you from killing everybody else, did it? Maybe she shouldn't have been so blunt. After all, they had created the Super Vs. They had infected children with the Lissa virus on purpose. They had mowed down dozens of mutineers. Sure, those mutineers had attempted to kill them first, but still. Coordinator Krause, Cole said, beseechingly. Coordinator Krause raised both eyebrows. He was the one who had allowed them to run off and warn Sanctuary. He hadn't wanted to see innocent people die. You're in charge of security, Cole continued. We're telling you there is an imminent attack on Sanctuary's boundaries. They know you're not watching the fences. They're planning something from that town down there. Crow's Landing? Delmar, all the people from farm, all the strangers you just traded with. They want what Sanctuary has. There was a long moment of silence. Krause looked like he almost wasn't going to answer, but then Schofield sighed and waved his hand as if to say, Go on. Krause, his expression carefully neutral, said, We already know. Chapter 26. We already know? What does that mean? Dessa said, the world beginning to spin again. We've gone through the fences twice and nobody stopped us. They're in town making plans and— We know you left Sanctuary. Twice, Krause interrupted. We've been watching that spot on the fence for a while now, but we thought it best to see where you might lead, and you came through for us. We don't know exactly what's going on in town yet. The infected have made it difficult to further infiltrate the area, but it's only a matter of time and reinforcements. Reinforcements? Cole said, beginning to lose his cool. That congenial grin transformed into a scowl and his hands turned into fists. As if realizing he was losing it, he forced his hands to relax. What do you mean, reinforcements? There's only a couple dozen of you guys left. Are you going to arm the scientists and make them fight? I'm pretty sure that's not going to help Sanctuary's mission if you get a bunch of them killed. Schofield blinked once. He looked at Krause and then at Dessa and Cole. I am tired of this conversation. You are to come with us now. We have matters to discuss with Dr. Winters, and they do involve your participation, willing or not. Let us take care of Sanctuary's security. as you so kindly put it, as well as we have already done. We took back Sanctuary from the mutineers. We will win here again." Krause squinted at Schofield. "You're trying to explain yourself to a couple of teenagers whose friends very well may be working with those readying to attack Sanctuary. Unless you can tell us where your 3 friends are right now. Haven't you been looking for them? Might they be with this group of strangers we traded with? How do we even know that your true loyalty still lies with Sanctuary?" Dessa began to feel sick to her stomach. What little trust Krause had placed in Dessa no longer existed. They were herded through Sanctuary's front door without another word, without an opportunity to defend themselves, not that anyone would have believed them. Dessa crossed into the building's shadow, the deep shade raising goosebumps on her skin. They entered ground level, and it looked much like the day before. The elevators were still rubble, though the debris had been pushed out of the way. Support and security worked at their tasks. There were even a few scientists, easy to spot in their white, if currently wrinkled, lab coats. The few people they passed on ground, a couple security and scientists, stared and whispered. One of them even pointed. "What do you think that's about?" Dessa said. "I know I don't like it when the scientists notice us." "No kidding." That feeling of being a zoo animal on display came back. Krause and Schofield escorted them up the stairs. "Well," Dessa said, her steps dragging, "I'm pretty sure we're headed to jail now." Cole kept pace alongside her, scowling at the ground, as if it offended him at every step. Krause peeled away to deal with something else. Coordinator Schofield didn't look back, so sure they would follow, and there was no way to run without being caught by a blue suit. Dessa told herself not to think like that. They were in big trouble, sure, but this was still the right place to be. The kids needed protection. Sanctuary needed to gear up for a fight. Dessa and Cole's loyalty might be in question, but Ms. Winters would smooth all that out like she had done 1,000,000 times already. "Can we talk to Ms. Winters?" Dessa said, hating herself for resorting to that request, especially now after knowing what Ms. Winters had done to the kids, but she was still their best chance. Instead of answering, Schofield sniffed, but he headed for the stairwell and Ms. Winters was on the 3rd floor. That gave Dessa hope. They followed him up, blue suits crowding their heels, the slap of shoes on the cement stairs both loud and quiet at the same time. They reached the 3rd floor, and Schofield knocked on the door 3 times. It opened with a screech, a different blue suit from before guarding it. Sanctuary had known about their leaving all along. Sanctuary knew about the impending attack. Sanctuary had reinforcements coming? "Where is Dr. Winters?" Coordinator Schofield said. "I believe she's in the new lab room, sir," the blue suit said. Coordinator Schofield nodded. "Make sure their quarters are readied," Schofield said, nodding toward Cole and Dessa, and then led them to where Dr. Winters worked at the countertop on a microscope. Test tubes, beakers, and more microscopes surrounded her. Large boxy machines whirred away at whatever job they'd been tasked with. Assistant Holly was at another microscope right next to Ms. Winters. The viewing window on one side of the room showed kids playing quietly on the colorful throw rug in the makeshift living room. "Dr. Winters," Coordinator Schofield said. She didn't move from her chair or from the microscope. She didn't look like she had even heard them come in. Dessa took a step toward the viewing window, and when no one stopped her, kept going until she could see through it to the kids. Cole came up next to her. The kids all showed tired faces, dark shadows under the eyes, frail bodies still recovering from their comas. Claire and Ivan were working on some block construction project, while Angela and Angelina read on their stomachs on a rug while snacking on chips. The relief of seeing them alive always conquered all of Dessa's fears and doubts. This was Sanctuary. There were a lot of things wrong with it, but it offered the best hope for the future. Ms. Winters' terrible brilliance had brought the kids out of the comas and completed the treatment that made them totally immune from the Lissa virus without resorting to the combo cure's side effects. But another part of her hated Ms. Winters with everything inside of her. How could she have infected Dessa's brother, any of the kids? on purpose with that monstrous lyssavirus, especially before even knowing if her treatment would work. Dr. Winters, Coordinator Schofield said, his tone severe. We are running out of time. A decision must be made. Without taking her eyes from the microscope, Dr. Winters said, I heard you the first time, Coordinator Schofield. I may be old, but I am not yet deaf. Just another moment, please. Chapter 27. Assistant Holly worked alongside Ms. Winters on a different microscope and let a quiet twitter escape. Coordinator Schofield stood straight as a pole as a muscle in his left cheek pulsed. The political maneuverings between Schofield and Ms. Winters were notorious. Dessa swore she had seen a brief truce between them after they'd watched the murder of all the mutineers. They had walked arm in arm back into Sanctuary, but something in the last day had created a new rift. Sanctuary's politics could change so fast it made you dizzy. Coordinator Schofield waited. Dessa didn't know what waiting on Ms. Winters like this cost Schofield's ego, but it looked like a lot. Dessa and Cole were trapped inside Sanctuary, for real this time, while their friends were somewhere outside the fences and considered traitors. But Ms. Winters, for all her warped sense of what was right and wrong, would fix this. She would know Amos, Tiana, and Egg would never betray the kids. Maybe she could even convince Schofield and Krause to send out a search party. With a sigh, Ms. Winters pushed the chair, rolling it across the floor, and stood up. She turned to them, wiping a tendril of hair from her face to rejoin the rest of her professional crown. Her large glasses showed a small smudge where they had likely touched the microscope eyepiece. Looking at Cole and Dessa, she gave them a warm smile. I'm so glad to see the two of you returned. Dessa interrupted, knowing she had to spill everything now if they wanted their friends to have a chance. She told Ms. Winters about leaving Sanctuary with Tiana, what they discovered in town, Delmar planning an attack, and ended with the fact that was the most important of all. Tiana, Amos, Egg, they're gone, captured. She looked over at Schofield and then back to Ms. Winters. Cole nodded at her every word. They're not traitors, you know that better than anyone. That group you traded with has taken them prisoner. Or maybe it was Delmar, I don't know. But what I do know is the faster we go after them, the better chance we have of getting our friends back and preparing for the attack. Ms. Winters listened, her expression solemn. But as soon as Dessa finished, she said, Of course, we can't go back out there. That is far too dangerous. Cole stepped forward, his body so tense a blue suit came up to place himself in the way. Ms. Winters raised a hand. No, it's fine. Then let the two of us go, Cole said. We get it. You have your Project Paulus to keep safe. No matter what they're saying about reinforcements, we know you don't have people to spare. But let us go back out there now before we lose their trail for good. Schofield raised an eyebrow. Are we done here yet? Desperate, Dessa looked to Ms. Winters for any sign of hope. She carried so much power and prestige in Sanctuary. I am not finished, Ms. Winters said, her voice suddenly going shrill. That made Dessa pause. Ms. Winters always stayed in control of herself around Schofield. I cannot afford to lose any of us, and that includes the two of you, Ms. Winters continued, turning attention back to Dessa and Cole. A bead of sweat appeared on her upper lip, and her hands twisted together in front of her. With a shock, Dessa realized Ms. Winters was nervous. How about we all clean up and rest for a bit? Then I will get into the details of the wonderful development I would like to share with you. We'll talk again when you've had time to see the kids. Have you seen how well they're doing? Certainly Ivan. Hearing her brother's name from Ms. Winters' mouth made Dessa about to lose it. Ms. Winters had gambled with Ivan's life and gotten lucky. She'd infected him with the lyssavirus before knowing if the treatment would work. You don't understand, Cole said, his voice exploding in volume. We have to go out there. We're not asking you to come with us. We'll go without you and we'll get the job done. You want to reward us? Then let us go after them. You can't stop us from going after our friends. Schofield sighed. I believe that's exactly what we're saying we'll do. Coordinator Schofield, Ms. Winters said, her voice sharp. Schofield waved his arms almost in submission. Of course, I said I would let you handle this, but really you are too concerned with their feelings. Dessa took a step. It wasn't even toward the door, but Blue Suits came up and blocked the way, looking solid like a mountain. The room began to close down on her again. Everyone looked at her and Cole like they were zoo animals trying to escape. I would like to leave now, Dessa said, knowing a whine had entered her voice but was unable to stop it. I was on farm with Tiana. On farm where you decided to forsake Sanctuary's protection? Coordinator Schofield said, eyebrows raised. Yes, that was a disappointment, Ms. Winters said. We cannot allow that to happen again. Schofield should not have permitted Krause to allow such a thing at all. Dessa was at a loss. She didn't know the right words to say. This whole time she had thought they were moving unnoticed because Sanctuary was being careless after the battle with the mutineers. But they had been watching her the whole time, letting her leave, letting her steal the insulin, letting her think she was getting away with it. A sinking feeling in her stomach told her there were no words to get them out of this. Hear what I have to say before you make any decisions, Ms. Winters said. Can you give me that courtesy, at least, after everything we have been through together? Chapter 28. After everything we have been through together? It took everything in Dessa not to shout at Ms. Winters for daring to suggest they had an obligation to her after everything. Cole looked at her meaningfully, and his look said he knew she was about to blow. He didn't seem all that far off either. But Dessa took in the two Blue Suits still guarding the hallway door, and Coordinator Schofield hovering nearby. Refusing Ms. Winters' offer would get them nowhere, so she told herself to breathe and hold it together. All right. What is it you want from us? Cole said. Sit down and let's talk about it. Ms. Winters motioned to the stools around the table in the middle of the room. She looked at Assistant Holly, who then left through a door at the opposite end of the room from the children. In the brief glimpse when he left and returned, holding a tray of packaged cookies and what looked and smelled like a pitcher of lemonade, Dessa saw a small room with a chair in the middle, like something out of a dentist's office. Pushing aside several beakers and logbooks, Ms. Winters took the tray of cookies and lemonade from Assistant Holly, set it on the table, and portioned everything out in cups and on small paper plates. These were the kinds of snacks only scientists were allowed to have. Dessa felt compelled to sit, even though she wanted to run. Cole sat down, took his package of cookies and stuffed it in his pocket. She knew he planned to share it later with the kids, or maybe he was saving it for Tiana, Egg, and Amos. Dessa took her cookies, opened the package, and split it with Cole. They always ate some, and always saved some. That was how it worked in their group. Ms. Winters seemed to be stalling, taking a sip of lemonade, carefully nibbling on a cookie. The kids were in the other room with the door closed. They had no idea what was happening in here. Everyone waited for Ms. Winters. So what is it? Dessa said, unable to stand the silence any longer. No matter how many times she decided how evil or good Ms. Winters was, she would do something to flip it all on its head, making Dessa question all her previous assumptions. Dessa didn't like that. She wanted people to be all good or all bad. Life was simpler that way. You fought against the bad and for the good. But Ms. Winters didn't fit in either box completely. Or rather, she changed boxes constantly. Dessa didn't yet know what box this new offer would go in. Both things can be true at the same time. That's what Magdalena had said while talking about Dessa's friends. But here, the words actually fit. Yes, well. Ms. Winters finally put down the cookie and blinked rapidly in that telltale way Dessa knew meant she was about to propose something she thought they weren't going to like. Then Ms. Winters switched on a beam of a smile at Dessa and Cole, like she was announcing they had won the lottery. I persuaded Coordinator Schofield and Krause that I would be the best person to broach this important subject with you both. I believe after everything I have done, and all the months we spent together, that I would be most credible in helping you understand the necessity of these next steps to mitigate potentially catastrophic and grievous decisions that, while they might attain our scientific goals, would weigh heavy on our ethical minds. You understand our mission here, correct?" Dessa blinked and discarded everything Ms. Winters had just said, not understanding any of it except for the question. Cole looked plenty confused, too, so it wasn't just Dessa. Ms. Winters needed to get on with it, but the only way to make that happen was to play along. "To save the world from the Lissa virus?" Dessa said. "Yes, that is correct," Ms. Winters said, "but in a very specific way. Sanctuary's mission is not only to save the world from the Lissa virus, but to allow the integrity of the human species to remain intact. The Lissa virus is a genetically engineered particle that combines with human DNA itself and cannot be removed once inserted. It is much like the HIV/AIDS virus, although obviously not spread like an STD, and clearly has a vastly different impact on the human body. But that is neither here nor there. The Project Polis treatment protocol proves it is possible to place the Lissa virus in permanent remission by deactivating it within the DNA itself, so that it stays, let's describe it as, in hibernation mode. So yes, the code is still present in the human genome, but the body cannot read it, and therefore cannot act on it. This is different from the so-called combo cure many people, including your friends, received. The Lyme bacterium that was genetically modified for this purpose does not inactivate the virus. Rather, the bacterium actively eradicates any virus particles after viral replication takes place and lysis occurs. That is, only after the virus is released into the bloodstream itself. So the virus continues to replicate, but the bacterium continues to eradicate, allowing a new homeostasis to develop. But it isn't permanent, Cole said, scratching at the table with one finger as he took a bite of cookie with the other, and then looking up at Ms. Winters. "That's what you said, right? Amos, Egg, Tiana." His voice broke on Tiana's name. "You think the combo cure is going to wear off someday." "I do not think so, young man. I know it. The data is conclusive." Ms. Winters eyed Cole carefully over her glasses and waved her hand around. "Half of the research you see being conducted in this room is devoted to the combo cure problem. I promise you I've made great progress. Though the mutated specimens you called Super Vs were an atrocious overreach, the data we collected from those experiments produced an incredible amount of progress at a faster rate than expected." Ms. Winters pointed to a small refrigerator sitting next to a drying rack with upside-down beakers. "That refrigerator contains an experimental version of a possible cocktail of therapeutics that may arrest the bacterial decay in the combo cured for good." "May?" Dessa said, picking up less than half of what Ms. Winters was trying to say, but still catching enough to perk up. Ms. Winters had a possible treatment that would keep the combo cure from wearing off. Amos, Egg, and Tiana might not be doomed. "I have not yet been able to conduct rat trials, let alone human trials, with the new therapeutics," Ms. Winters said. "So all I can say is that it looks promising." Dessa's hopes dampened but did not go out. Ms. Winters had worked greater miracles in the past. Maybe she would pull this off, too. She hated herself for wanting to see Ms. Winters succeed, for knowing that, even after everything, Ms. Winters was still their best chance. It wasn't right. None of this was right. "Okay," Cole said carefully, as he looked between Dessa and Ms. Winters. "So basically that's all a long-winded way of saying you want me and Dessa to become part of Project Polis, right?" Ms. Winters blinked rapidly. She glanced at Coordinator Schofield and then back at Dessa and Cole. I did not expect you to understand so quickly. But yes, I would like you to receive the therapeutic treatment immediately." Chapter 29. Ms. Winters gave them a small smile, adjusted her glasses, and sneaked a glance at Schofield, who glowered nearby with his arms crossed over his chest. "You have been the greatest defenders Project Paulus could ask for," Ms. Winters said. "I believe it's time to honor the promise I made to you at the beginning of all of this. I believe that it is an appropriate time to apply the same protocols the children received, further refined, of course, and to make you immune against the Lyssa without ever needing to resort to the combo cure. Yes, I believe it's time for you to join Project Paulus." 3 months ago, Dessa would have been eager and overjoyed at Ms. Winters' offer, but her body instantly rebelled at the idea now. She tried to reason with herself. Project Paulus had worked. The kids were proof of that. And whatever Ms. Winters' faults, and they were many and very, very deep, she had conquered the Lyssa. She was also working on a treatment for the combo cure. She had also scooped up a bunch of orphans and infected them with the Lyssa against their will. Unable to reconcile her body's refusal with her mind's logic, she turned to Cole, confused, terrified, and absolutely not wanting to do this. "Cole, I can't." "I know," Cole said, as if he were experiencing the same conflict as her. That made her immediately feel better. She wasn't crazy. "We can't accept," Cole said, slowly dragging his Mr. Responsible act back into place. "We want to, but we can't. Not until we find our friends." Ms. Winters glanced at Schofield again, and then pushed another package of cookies their way. This time Dessa took it and stuffed it into her pockets to save for the others. "Our timeline has become sensitive," Ms. Winters said. "You see how the children are treated? They are given every protection, every amenity Sanctuary can offer in terms of education, play, food. No one else in Sanctuary has been offered this chance." "You're not getting it," Cole said, frustration bleeding through. "Pick someone else for now. We can't stay bedridden for weeks or even days. We have to go back out there now." Dessa glanced at the blue suits and then at Assistant Holly. She remembered the strange looks, the whispers, the pointing, as Dessa and Cole had crossed ground level. Everyone knew Dessa and Cole were supposed to join Project Paulus. She had felt like a zoo animal out of its cage because that's how they were actually looking at her. "You can't force us to do this," Dessa blurted out, even as her stomach sank with the knowledge that's exactly where all of this was headed. "You can't! We have to find our friends!" Ms. Winters froze. Coordinator Schofield grunted. Just the barest hint of shrillness entered Ms. Winters' voice again. "This is—" Coordinator Schofield approached the table. He didn't bother to sit on a stool but remained standing. "I believe we are once again at the point where we have tried things your way, Dr. Winters, and found them lacking. You do not find my Project Paulus protocol lacking. You certainly do not find my combo cure work lacking. I have only begun to implement my skills of persuasion. I believe additional leverage may be in order," Schofield interrupted. "I do not think that would be relevant or appropriate right now," Ms. Winters replied. Schofield grunted. "In this case, it is not your decision to make. It's mine. The speed at which the world decays outside these fences requires a corresponding increase in the response in the lab. Our reinforcements arrive soon, and we must demonstrate progress. We must know how your refined protocol manifests in the human body. I told you many times before this that the identical twins and the boy are perfect test cases for determining." Dessa's heart rate picked up. "And I have told you that such deep tissue procedures are a last resort. We are not there yet. We are not." "We are, Dr. Winters," Coordinator Schofield said. "Must I remind you of the dangers of viral incrustation at the deep tissue level? Must I remind you that you do not actually know if Project Paulus has inactivated the virus from within the human genome, unless we can confirm your as yet untested hypothesis by viewing all organ tissue under the microscope? Must I—" I do not need to be taught the science at the core of this subject, Ms. Winters said, her voice most definitely shrill now. Her face had flushed, and a drop of sweat fell from her hairline to trail down her cheek. I am well aware of the limitations of the medieval lab equipment you have currently placed at my disposal. Ms. Winters motioned to Dessa and Cole. These two are extremely intelligent. I have extensive baseline medical data from them over these last 6 months. They can and will come to an understanding of what's necessary to support Project Polis without requiring us to pursue. What are you planning to do to my brother? Dessa stood up, abandoning the bribe of cookies and lemonade, and faced Schofield as her heart beat hard in her chest. And the twins, Cole said, standing next to her. Absolutely nothing, Ms. Winters said. As long as you agree to join Project Polis, Schofield said. The room became dead silent. Schofield and Ms. Winters engaged in a tense, silent fight. Dessa had a bad feeling, a really bad feeling that just kept growing. Deep tissue, cellular level, medieval equipment. Cole looked at her, shaking his head in disgust and anger and helplessness. He felt it too. The world was closing down on them again. Schofield planned to do something bad to Ivan, to the twins, and the only way to stall him was for Dessa and Cole to become part of Project Polis. Right now. Ms. Winters sighed. This is not at all helpful. This is reality. Schofield opened his arms expansively to take in the room, all of Sanctuary, maybe the whole world. No one person may be allowed to circumvent Sanctuary's global mission. We must all sacrifice, and some of us must sacrifice more than others. We are talking about the viability of the human species at stake here. Any single individual, even a child, cannot outweigh current demands, equipment constraints. Why does it have to be us? Dessa said. I bet if you asked anyone down on ground level, I bet if you offered this to them, they'd jump at the chance. Assistant Holly, do you want to join Project Polis? Yes? Okay, done. Now let us go so we can save our friends. Assistant Holly ducked his head and didn't say a word. Dessa frowned. Assistant Holly should have jumped at the chance, maybe even resented Cole and Dessa for getting this opportunity before him. Instead, he looked relieved it wasn't him. That told Dessa that the Project Polis treatment was still far riskier than she had assumed. Her heart ached for her brother and the other kids. What had Ms. Winters really done to them? Schofield's face flushed with anger. It doesn't work like that. Assistant Holly and every single one of Sanctuary's loyal staff members have vital roles to complete in the maintenance of Sanctuary's mission. The two of you are expendable, Dessa said, realizing in another flash exactly why this grand offer was being made to Dessa and Cole. Should have never been allowed inside? Unnecessary nuisances? That is incorrect, Ms. Winters said. Along with the extensive medical data in your files, your robust health, partially as a result of your age, but also because of your contributions to our mission. You are expendable, Schofield cut in. Yes, exactly. You are only receiving the courtesy of this conversation because Dr. Winters demanded it. Personally, I believe the better option is to pursue the data that could be gathered from post-mortem examinations that allow for the dissection and examination of all organ tissue. A roar of sound rose in Dessa's ears as she finally connected the dots. Post-mortem, dissection, deep tissue. She felt sick to her stomach. She desperately wished Tiana was there because Dessa had to be wrong about this. Tiana would have understood everything they were saying, and she would have been able to explain it in simple words that actually made sense. They were talking about. Yet I have allowed Dr. Winters to try things her way because of her excellent scientific instincts. Still, an overly emotional heart for her experimental subjects has anthropomorphized them beyond what is beneficial to Sanctuary's mission. It has become a detriment to— Just tell us, Cole interrupted, forming his hands into fists again. The blue suits at the door became more alert. What if we refuse to join Project Polis? What will you do? Dessa barely spoke above a whisper. They're going to dissect them, Cole. She waited for someone to deny it. No one did. Schofield flushed a deeper red. Sweat dripped off his forehead and landed on the cuff of his lab coat. He twisted the gold watch at his wrist so that the light flashed off it. Staring at Ms. Winters like she was the only one who mattered, he said, We must understand how and where the lyssavirus may or may not yet still hide in the tissues of the human body. As we have seen with numerous other pathogens, including members of the Borrelia family, it is possible for encrustation and hibernation to prevent the complete. Ms. Winters stood up from the table, rocking the pitcher so that it sloshed lemonade over the edge. Schofield, eradication of the pathogen. Therefore, with our current limits of equipment, the only way to determine if the Project Polis treatment is acceptable and ready for dissemination is to examine the tissue itself, piece by piece, under a microscope. We must painstakingly analyze every organ, all the layers of the brain, the interior of the liver, the walls of the major blood vessels. Ms. Winters closed her eyes and slumped back to the table. It was you, Dr. Winters, your very self, who convinced me of this necessity, Schofield said. Ms. Winters pinched the bridge of her nose. Yes, I know. She opened her eyes and looked at Cole and Dessa. Yet all of this can be avoided if the two of you join Project Polis. You must join Project Polis. There is no other option. You see, I am trying to save lives here. I have only ever been trying to save the lives of every... Dessa went cold. She wasn't a scientist, but there was no way just adding her and Cole to Project Polis would give Schofield the information he wanted. This was a bait and switch. She could smell it now. Name it now. How many times in her life had the adults promised one thing when they really meant another? More times than she could count. This was what her internal warning system had been trying to tell her about all along. Dessa stared at Schofield and saw the truth. Even if they agreed to join Project Polis right now, this very minute, eventually, he would get his way. Eventually, he would dissect her brother and one of the twins. They wanted Ivan, the only male in the group, probably to see if that made a difference to the encrustation, and one of the twins because then they could compare identical DNA in living and dead subjects. But it was more than that. Dessa knew that it was only a matter of when Cole and Dessa were forced to join Project Polis, then it would be one of them also eventually marked for post-mortem examination. There was no other way any of this made sense. Schofield would want his deep tissue data, one way or the other. If not now, then definitely later. Dessa's stomach twisted over itself, threatening to throw up the lemonade and cookies. She gulped, the stomach acid burning her throat, and took a step back so fast the stool clattered to the floor. She kept backing up until she bumped against the counter, making glass beakers clink together. Rage ate Dessa up from her toes to her forehead. It ran hot and red in her veins, so that she swore everything even looked red-tinted. If you could only understand! Ms. Winters trailed off. You're going to put that on us? Dessa said. Why don't you join Project Polis? Then you can figure out the therapeutic effects of your treatment from the inside out. Ms. Winters frowned. Of course, the risks would make that impossible. This is still an experimental treatment. That you're willing to try out on us, Cole said. That you forced onto the kids, even though some of them hadn't even been bitten first, Dessa said, the truth exploding out of her before she could explode. The twins had made her promise, but in the face of this kind of monstrous dilemma, Dessa couldn't hold in the truth anymore. Ms. Winters opened and closed her mouth like a fish. She didn't even look ashamed. I have no regrets. I made the decisions necessary at the time, The treatment works. You've seen it with your own eyes. It saved the kids. And it can save you. What does it matter why the two of you were chosen and not others? What does it matter how the children came to be part of Project Polis? They were all orphans, alone, and in danger. I found them and saved them from certain death. But you're saying Ivan and one of the twins. You're saying we do what you want, or now you're going to kill them? Cole said, disbelief thick in his voice. I would frame the situation in different terms, Ms. Winters said. Sometimes scientific inquiry requires great sacrifice and attention to— Yes, Schofield said. Yes. Isn't this what you always wanted? Ms. Winters said, pushing her glasses up her nose. To spend more time with your brother and the other children. Cole, I know you care about the children as well. You've been separated for so long, and our protocols make it so difficult to see them. I'd like to change that for you both. No, Cole said. But Dessa went cold, as she realized the only thing left was to buy as much time as possible. They had to get the kids away from Sanctuary. But it was going to mean she and Cole would have to join Project Polis now, to give them time later to figure everything out. Dessa gave Cole a warning look that contained an entire book's worth of meaning. She wanted to throw up. She could barely force out the words, but made herself do it anyway. Yes, of course. We'll join Project Polis. Anything you need. Cole looked at her, horrified. Dessa, you can't mean that. I mean it, Cole, Dessa said, as if finally getting it, or at least realizing there was nothing he could do. Cole slumped, defeated. Dessa turned to face Ms. Winters and Schofield. She needed them to believe her. She needed Cole to help give her time to stall. We're on board. You know we are. We'll do whatever it takes to protect the kids. Please escort these two to their rooms, Coordinator Schofield said. Make sure they stay secure this time. None of Krause's tricks, or you will answer to me. The blue suits approached, pulling out tasers from their holsters. You can't keep us prisoner, Cole said. I promise you. Ms. Winters' face shined with the same conviction and purpose Dessa had seen from her whenever she talked about Project Polis and the kids. This is for your own good. This is for the good of all of us. Chapter 30. Things moved fast after that. Dessa and Cole were escorted to their rooms by too many blue suits to even consider making a run for it. Not that Dessa would run if she had a chance. She wanted nothing to do with becoming one of Ms. Winters' experiments, but she also believed Schofield would follow through on his promise to dissect. Dessa shuddered. It was horrific. Even after everything that had happened, it was beyond anything she could have imagined possible. This time, when Dessa entered the room with the faded orange rug, the cot, the dresser, the lamp, and window, she heard the door latch and click behind her. She whirled around, a sinking feeling in her stomach. When she tried to open the door, the handle wouldn't budge. They had locked the door against her. She raced to the window even as her mind raced. The thick glass looked impossible to break, and even if she could manage that, it didn't look big enough to crawl through. And even if she could manage that, it was a 3-story drop to the ground. And even if she survived, she couldn't leave the kids. They would never let her back inside unless she joined their experiments, willingly or not. Though it wasn't on her, it wasn't. Schofield would follow through on his monstrous intentions. She couldn't doom her brother or any of the kids to that fate. She told herself to stay calm, but knew it was useless. Sanctuary had already taken people from farm with the admirable goal of helping them, but had done it against their will, and everyone experimented on had turned into a Super V. This was different. Still terrible, but different. It had turned out okay for the kids, right? This was Ms. Winters. She had saved the kids. After first infecting them. Crap. Dessa walked anxious circles on that stupid rug for hours, wearing a path through it, even as her mind circled on terrible visions of Super Vs. And then her mind caught on Delmar of all people. There was an imminent battle headed Sanctuary's way. Delmar wouldn't leave Sanctuary alone, and he might still have the strangers on his side. What if Delmar attacked Sanctuary in time to save Dessa and Cole from joining Ms. Winter's experiments? Great, she said out loud to the empty room. Now I'm hoping Delmar wins the day? The irony was not lost on her after everything that had happened, but she suspected Delmar's timing would suit him, not her. The night never seemed to end, until it did. Sunlight through the window woke her from a troubled sleep. Her limbs were all tangled in the sheets. Still only half awake, her adrenaline shot up as she imagined herself tied up, with Ms. Winters coming toward her, a needle full of lysovirus in her hand. Dessa fought the sheets and finally tumbled onto the rug, released. It wasn't long before there was a knock at her door. They didn't wait for a response, but opened the door to reveal 2 blue suits standing on either side of Assistant Holly. His upper lip trembled as he took in the pile of sheets, and Dessa standing awkwardly next to the dresser. I'm here to make sure you get some breakfast, and then Dr. Winters would like to see you to begin the treatment protocol. Assistant Holly spoke like it was all a request she could decide to refuse, but the 2 blue suits hovered with tasers out, and she knew better than to waste her energy fighting. She had to wait for her moment. She had to wait and hope and pray to the universe that she would even get a moment, or that Delmar of all people would come swooping in like some knight in shining armor. Maybe her chance wouldn't arrive until after she and Cole had been forced through the treatment, but she swore to herself that she would get them all out of this. She would not allow Schofield to post-mortem examine any of them. Escorted to breakfast, she found Cole sitting at a small table. Other scientists and their assistants, all in those white lab coats, were already eating. They pointedly ignored Dessa and Cole. The blue suits stood on either end of the table, standing guard, hands over those stupid tasers like Dessa and Cole were about to rip out their throats. Cole's dark eyes were ringed with shadows, and his dark boy band hair was all tangled. He did look like he was thinking about jumping up from the table to rip someone's throat out. She sat down next to Cole, bumping his elbow. Hey, it's gonna be okay. He glowered at his bowl of oatmeal and shook his head, not looking at her. I don't think it is. The thing was, she was just trying to be nice. She could feel it too. Things were closing in on them. Maybe Delmar will come and save the day somehow. Cole snorted. That doesn't make me feel any better. I'd rather get the treatment. At least we know it worked once already. He picked up the spoon and took another bite of oatmeal. Cole, you know that Schofield will still eventually get his way? Cole closed his eyes. I know. So we play dumb. We stall until we find a way. Dessa let her voice trail off. It all seemed so impossible. Her mind kept juggling all the different people she loved and all the ways they were currently at risk. The 4 kids, including her brother, threatened with dissection. Egg, Amos, and Tiana out there with Delmar and the rest, willingly, according to Magdalena, but more likely tied up or worse. Cole and Dessa being prepped to become part of Sanctuary's experiments by force. Everyone had turned on each other. This wasn't even about V's. This was about people fighting people. For what? Right. All the supplies and fences Sanctuary offered to whoever was strong enough to keep hold of it. Breakfast finished far too quickly. Their guards never stepped away to let them have a private conversation. Not that it would matter. What were their choices? None as far as she could see. They were at Sanctuary's mercy. The blue suits escorted Dessa and Cole back to Ms. Winter's lab room, their stupid hands over their stupid tasers attached to their stupid belts. It worked for the kids, right? Cole said. Maybe we are winning the lottery. Instead of answering, Dessa gritted her teeth. They stepped into the room rimmed with countertops filled with microscopes, test tubes, beakers, hot plates, machines, and computers that did science jobs Dessa had no idea about. But the room was missing one thing. Ms. Winters wasn't there. Chapter 31. Ms. Winters' voice floated through the open door to their right. "Bring them in here." Dessa told herself to calm down. She was ready to jump at every shadow, read something into every movement. Ms. Winters hadn't been in her main lab room, so Dessa had started to freak out. That wasn't a good sign for keeping herself together. Sighing, Dessa followed Cole into this side room, opposite the larger area the kids stayed in. This room was more like the size of a dentist's office. As if to complete the picture, something like a dentist's chair was bolted to the cement in the very center of the room, except this dentist chair was outfitted with straps at the ankles, wrists, and forehead. "What are those for? I don't—" Dessa backed away, bumping into a blue suit like he was a solid wall of rock. Ms. Winters stood on the other side of the dentist's chair, blinking slowly through her large lenses. Her hair was perfectly done up, like she had taken extra special care with it this morning. Her lab coat looked freshly pressed and unwrinkled. Over her shoulder, another open door led to what looked like an almost identical room. "They're going to strap us down, of course," Cole said, no longer any hint of Mr. Responsible hanging around. His scowl looked permanent like a tattoo. "Well," Ms. Winters pushed up her glasses and blinked half a dozen times. "The therapeutic treatment sometimes results in convulsions of multiple muscle groups. So the straps are for your safety as well as ours." "You're saying it's going to hurt." Cole clenched his hands at his sides. "That we might break a bone or hurt someone else. And so you're going to strap us down to make sure that doesn't happen." "Is that how it was for the kids?" Dessa said, anguish filling her as she imagined what it must have been like for the twins, for Claire, for Ivan. Had they been strapped down? Had they had multiple muscle groups convulsing because of what Ms. Winters had forced on them? Instead of answering Cole's challenge, Ms. Winters looked past them. "Coordinator Schofield." There was relief in her voice. The blue suits crowded Dessa and Cole further into the room. As Schofield entered with Kraus, the small space became stuffed with people. "Take him to the next room over," Schofield said. That's when Cole fought. The blue suits crowded him around the dentist chair, and Cole erupted like a volcano, kicking, punching, pushing. But the blue suits had tasers and brought Cole to the ground, writhing from the shocks. Dessa lunged for Cole. "No! Stop!" But another blue suit hooked her around the neck, and she couldn't move. Cole shuddered on the ground. "Ms. Winters, make them stop!" Dessa shouted, even as the tight grip of the blue suit's arm began to choke her. "That's enough," Ms. Winters said. The blue suits holstered their weapons and dragged Cole into the room next door. He hung his head, moaning, as his shoes scraped the cement. They lifted him onto the chair and strapped him down by the forehead, wrists, and ankles. "This is for your own good," Ms. Winters said, her voice shrill again. "You are saving lives. You are saving yourselves. Please, don't struggle anymore." It took everything inside Dessa to bite back the words that would reveal she knew Ms. Winters was lying. This was only a delay to Schofield's demands for post-mortem examination, for dissection. But any chance of getting themselves and the kids out of this would all but vanish if the scientists understood that Dessa and Cole knew that. She intended to play dumb. It was the only weapon they had left. The blue suit lifted his arm from Dessa's neck, and she took gulping breaths again. She was lifted off her feet and set onto the chair. Before she could think to move, blue suits were strapping her down. When the forehead strap was tightened, all she could do was stare up at the ceiling. From the corner of her vision, people hurried around, some blue suits, but suddenly a lot of lab coats. Schofield and Kraus moved to a corner of the room, staying just barely in Dessa's peripheral vision. Dessa took long breaths and tried to calm down her hammering heart. It didn't work. The bare cement above her head had cracks running through it, maybe from the building shifting over time, settling into the earth, maybe from the elevator explosions, maybe from Cole's wrecking ball. This place was filled with monstrous things and monstrous people, and seemed to survive no matter what was done to it. One light fixture was set into the center of the ceiling. The light was on, even though there was a small exterior window that streamed in sunlight. She stared at that bulb and strained at the straps, but they didn't give an inch. In the next room over, Cole groaned loud, but she couldn't turn her head to see him. A faint rumbling sound shook the walls. The blue suits looked out toward the hallway. Dust filtered into the air from the cracks in the ceiling cement, as if the building had moved just enough to rub the pieces together and pulverize their ragged edges. Could that be Delmar? "Hey, do you think that's the wrecking ball? Is it going for round 2? Dessa said, forcing a false, bright note into her voice. "No," Cole said, his voice floating out, full of pain. "I accidentally killed the controls while saving you the last time." "What was that?" Schofield said. "It seems some of the people from farm are testing the fences," Krause said. "An attack?" Schofield asked. "Not an attack," Krause said. "More like annoying insects. Nothing to worry about." "When do our reinforcements arrive?" Schofield said. "Not for several more days," Krause said. "But there's only a handful out there. It won't be a problem." "If we don't get things back under full control," Schofield said, "you know they'll remove our authority. At minimum, we'll be looking at system-wide changes to protocol. It's why we had to speed up the experiments and—" "It's being taken care of," Krause said. Dessa allowed the light from that bulb to burn away her vision, even as hope blazed up. There had to be more than a handful left. Delmar's people numbered several dozen. Magdalena's group numbered several dozen more than that. She would owe Delmar forever for this, but if he swooped in with his version of a wrecking ball and destroyed the rest of Sanctuary, she couldn't deny looking forward to it. "Hold on, Cole!" Dessa yelled, not knowing if he heard her or not. All she got back was another moan. "They're coming for us!" Chapter 32. Dessa's shout got a snort out of Coordinator Schofield. "You really think they're out at the fences to save you? Even if they could stand up against our staff and our weapons, I'm relatively sure they are not here for you." She didn't respond because, of course, he was right. She had shouted out to Cole because she had a wild hope that somehow, after everything, they would be saved just in time, and she wanted him to hope for it with her. But this was Delmar. He wanted to take over Sanctuary, and she was sure he didn't care if anyone ended up as collateral damage along the way, with Egg as the only exception, and Dessa didn't know if even that was still true. Ms. Winter's face loomed into view, blocking the bulb. Bright spots of light burst across her vision as her eyes adjusted to the loss of light. The spots created golden holes where Ms. Winter's mouth and eyes should have been. "I am so proud of you." Ms. Winter's expression was full of care and kindness. It took Dessa far too long to see the syringe Ms. Winters held up in her hand. It contained golden liquid, like the color of honey. Horror threatened to consume the last of Dessa's mind. Ms. Winters really thought she was doing the right thing, that because it was the right thing, it was okay to force it on her against her will. Dessa shook from that dark truth. How could you ever reason with someone who believed they were acting blamelessly? And everything would be better if everyone else could just see that. She shuddered and knew that you couldn't. Knew it to her core. "You are so sure you're right," Dessa said. "How can you be so sure? Isn't science full of uncertainty? That's what you taught us. You can never be sure about anything. Not really." Her last few words came out as a pitiful squeak, revealing her fear, her horror. "I don't want this." Ms. Winters paused and blinked. "Even if you don't fully understand what it is I'm doing for you, I think eventually you will. You have always been willing to sacrifice the most out of everyone. You always did whatever it took to save Project Paulus. That means you play a key part in saving the world. Joining Project Paulus reinforces that fact. Kraus exited the room with the other blue suits, just a hint of eggshell blue cloth moving on Dessa's left. Now the small room felt hollow. Ms. Winters stood next to Dessa with the syringe. Cole groaned next door. Schofield watched from the corner. 2 lab coats wheeled medical trays and IV poles into the room. One of them went past Dessa into Cole's room. Ms. Winters began to hum to herself. Dessa could almost recognize the song. It was on the tip of her tongue. A sharp pain shot up Dessa's left arm. She flinched back, but the straps kept her immobile. Looking over, Dessa's heart thumped in her chest as she saw the IV line had been hooked up to her arm. The line led to a full bag of clear fluid hung from a steel hook on wheels. Assistant Hawley stood at the pole and fiddled with the controls of the IV. He flicked the line once, then again, and then seemed satisfied. "Excellent," Ms. Winters said. "Please replicate this in the other room." "Please," Dessa said, knowing she was begging and not able to stop herself. She had to get through this to give the kids a chance. There was no point in fighting, but everything inside her rebelled. "Please." Ms. Winters patted Dessa on the head. "It's all right. You'll see. It will all be all right. First, we will inject the lyssavirus in order to prepare the appropriate environment. We will only wait a few minutes, and then I will administer the first of 2 treatments." Ms. Winters smiled and walked around the foot of Dessa's bed, holding that syringe up high like it was some sort of trophy. She gave the syringe a squeeze, testing it, until golden liquid dripped from the needle. "The protocol has been vastly improved. The children needed over a dozen treatments at consistent intervals, not to mention the other substitute medicines we resorted to using. Your second and final treatment cannot be administered until 24 hours have passed. But we must not exceed 5 days, or the treatment will fail, and you will turn." Ms. Winters emptied the syringe of golden liquid into Dessa's IV drip. Dessa screamed. Cole joined in her screams. Horror bloomed as Dessa watched that clear liquid turn golden and inch its way through her drip line. This couldn't be happening. Panic ripped through Dessa. Ms. Winters was infecting her with the lyssavirus on purpose, just like she had done with the kids. But things had gone terribly wrong with the children for months before Ms. Winters had supposedly fixed the problems. And she was going to test out that hypothesis on Dessa and Cole. No! Something would stop this from happening. Dalmar would blow this building apart and would rip the IV pole away in the blast. Or Amos would rush through the door any second now and rip out the line before even a single drop of that liquid could enter her bloodstream. She watched as the first golden drop entered her veins. Chapter 33. Golden light burst across Dessa's vision, consuming the world. From the spot where the IV was inserted spread a hollow, burning sensation that first reached her wrist and fingers, making them tingle. The sensation moved up her arm to her shoulder. From there it bloomed across her chest, into her heart, down her other arm, into her legs, and finally up to her brain. The burning wrapped itself around her mind, coiling like a snake, burrowing into the folds of what she considered herself, as if it were a mouse, a snake chasing a mouse, down a large golden tunnel. Then voices spoke. These voices contained a strange bell-like quality. They were loud and abrasive and needed to stop. They struck her ears like a battering ram. Everything inside her rebelled. The hollow burning sensation flooded every inch of her and also seemed to gather and concentrate at the center of her chest, where her heart was supposed to be. In that spot, in that gathering volcano, rage grew. Rage at everything that had ever happened. Rage at everything that would still happen. Her parents dying in the car accident, being thrown into the foster system, separated from her little brother. They made her believe she could get him back, but that had been a lie. Every time someone had let her down, every time she had let someone else down, grief, love, sadness, joy, they all seemed to evaporate. In their place remained this strange, hollow yet burning rage. Dr. Winters, patient 2 is showing signs of the lysovirus taking hold. Yes, I see it. Patient 1 as well. It is within the expected time frame, though on the faster end of the range. We have the therapeutic treatment ready. There must be no interruptions from this point onward. Please prepare to administer. But then their voices trailed off. She didn't know if they had stopped talking or if she had stopped listening, but either way it was a relief. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Dessa drifted on the burning waves of golden rage, separating from time and place. Then something exploded. At first, Dessa swore it was her. Rocks pelted her skin, adding their sting to the burning. Her eyes fluttered open against her will. She saw the ceiling, but it didn't look like before. Instead of cracked cement, she saw blue like the sky. The single light bulb shined brighter than ever and had turned golden, too. It shined so brightly it hurt her eyes. She blinked, and her watering eyes tracked tears down her cheeks. The tears tickled, and she raged at the straps, trying to itch that tickle. Her skin felt on fire, and she realized, as if stepping outside herself for a split second, that the light bulb wasn't a light bulb at all. It was the sun, shining overhead through an opening in the roof. The blue was blue sky. A section of the ceiling dangled from where the interior framing still held it together. She looked around, her vision hazy from the cement dust or the lysovirus. She didn't know. All she could feel was rage, not fear, and she embraced it. Rage was better than fear. Rage had always been better than fear, but she hadn't known it until now. Dessa! That voice. It was familiar. It wasn't supposed to evoke rage in her, and this created a conflict. This was a voice she knew and loved, but the rage threatened to take over anyway. She became confused, conflicted, but the voice cleared away the confusion. It brought her back. It opened her eyes. A face loomed into view, blocking out the blue sky and the bright sun. Dark hair, dark eyes, a strong chin, great shoulders, built like a football player. What was his name? Long seconds of blankness passed. She feared she wouldn't remember. What was his name? Somehow she knew if she couldn't remember, she would lose herself forever. Amos? Dessa croaked, so proud of herself. Dessa! Amos said, the anguish in his voice clear like a bell. But she didn't want to think of his voice like a bell because then that would hurt, and she would rage. Amos worked at the straps that bound her forehead, wrists, and ankles. Part of her screamed to leave her tied up. All she wanted to do was rip things apart. If he gave her the chance, she might go after him. But when she tried to warn him, her throat closed up, dry and swollen. She needed water, but as soon as she thought of the stuff, her throat locked down even harder. What have they done to you? The frantic horror in Amos's voice was unmistakable, even in the midst of her transformation. What's going on? Please, Dessa, say something. I'm going to get you out of here, I swear. A screech cut him off. Amos! The female voice, familiar, came from further away. I think she's infected with the lysovirus. I think she's turning V. Whoa! Those nerds put it in her blood on purpose? Egg's voice, thick with horror. No, Tiana said, her voice echoing in disbelief. They wouldn't. Dessa needed to warn them. They couldn't let her free, not like this, not when she was turning. Where's Cole? Where are the kids? If they've infected Dessa on purpose, then what are they doing to Cole? Tiana's voice ended in a wail. An image flashed across her mind of ripping out Tiana's vocal cords and feasting on them. In another instant, Dessa began to shake from shame. She tried to force a warning past her throat, but nothing came out. "I don't know, Tiana," Egg said, sounding desperate. "There's rubble everywhere. I can't get into any of the other rooms." Looking at Amos through a veil of golden light tinged red, she felt another tear slip out, and then another, begging to be itched as she tried to send him the message she couldn't get past her lips. "Don't untie me." But he couldn't hear her. His face was too full of love and worry. The room had turned into a battlefield of rubble and cement dust. More rubble blocked the opening to Cole's room. Ms. Winters lay crumpled in the corner, unconscious, cement dust marring the pristine lab coat. Blood trickled from her temple, staining the side of her face bright red as it dropped off her chin to splash on her lab coat pocket. Her glasses were askew, and her tight crown of hair had come completely undone. Amos finished loosening the straps around her ankles. "Tiana, we have to get the comic cure into her now!" Amos's voice brought her back, her head swiveling faster than she expected. Her eyes locked onto him, and there was enough of her still herself that it made it feel uncomfortably predator-like. Or maybe comfortably so. He was working on her wrists now. Next he would release her forehead, and she was both afraid and eager to see what would happen after that. "Stop!" Tiana's voice rang out sharply. Amos lifted his hands from her wrists as if from an electric shock. Dessa released a growl. That startled Amos backward until he hit the wall, almost leaving her sight. He took a deep breath, gathering his willpower, and came back to her, though he made sure to stay out of reach of her mouth. Dessa shook her head, trying to dislodge her rage, her thirst to quench that rage, and throw it away like so much trash. These were her friends. She loved them. This was Amos. She loved him. She would die to protect them, all of them. "Tiana," Amos said, his voice urgent, sweat trailing down his neck and soaking his shirt. "She's turning right in front of us. We're running out of time." Tiana rushed into view and loomed over Dessa. It was Amos on one side and Tiana on the other. Both leaned over, almost forming the point of a triangle above her. Tiana's face was covered with the same cement dust over the rest of the room. Her eyes were wild and crazy, but not filled with the rage that Dessa knew could rise up again inside of herself at any moment. Instead, Tiana looked full of fear. Dessa wanted to sniff it. She shook her head like a dog shaking off water. "No, please. If she's been given the same treatment as the kids, then the combo cure will kill her," Tiana said. "Are you serious?" Egg's voice floated over from somewhere behind Dessa's head. "Are you seriously saying she might turn, and we can't try to stop it?" Tiana looked back down at Dessa, her face filled with grief. "I don't know, but we can't risk it." "Tiana, what do we do?" Amos said, disappearing from view again. "Tell me what to do." Dessa raised her head an inch to better see, even though the strap dug in. Amos crouched next to Ms. Winters. "Help me with her. We have to wake her up. We have to figure out what she's done, and how to undo it." Egg came into view and rushed over to help with Ms. Winters. Dessa's vision began to blur, but she turned her head enough to see back through the lab room. It looked intact, but she couldn't see the kids. An insatiable rage rose up in the center of her chest and bloomed outward in all directions. Ms. Winters had experimented on the kids. Ms. Winters had forced her brother to experience what Dessa was now going through. Ms. Winters needed to die. Amos stood up, lifting Ms. Winters to set her on her feet, but she was like a floppy, boneless doll, still unconscious. He carried her over to Dessa. Tiana slapped the scientist's cheeks. Dessa would have laughed if her throat had let her. She suspected Ms. Winters had never been treated so rudely in her entire life. Egg came over with a cup in hand. "Try this." Amos splashed the cup on Ms. Winters' face. A few drops of it landed on Dessa's cheeks. They were cold and smelled like sugar. She reached her tongue out for a taste and drew back in disgust when the sugar in the lemonade hit. That wasn't what her body wanted at all. Lemonade dripped down Ms. Winters' cheeks. Her eyes fluttered open and then closed again. Egg drew in a sharp breath. I think she's waking up. Come on, Amos said, practically shaking Ms. Winters now. Come on, wake up! Wake up now! We should have stopped this, Tiana said, shaking. We should have tried harder to stop Delmar. We interrupted the process and now Dessa might never get it finished. This is bad. This is really bad. We tried, Tiana, Egg said, his voice hollow. They weren't even aiming for the building. They missed. We can't even find Cole and the kids, Tiana wailed. Amos looked down at Dessa, and she drowned in his gaze so completely it dampened the volcano of rage readying to erupt. Somehow, Amos held an entire universe of love inside him, and she reached for it, for the relief it gave from the burning that buzzed her body. She held on to it for as long as she could, with all of her strength. She held on and let herself drown. We will figure this out. We have to. Amos reached a finger to gently wipe away the tears tickling her cheeks. Dessa, I love you. Please, stay with us. Thanks for reading After the World Ends. Turn, Book 7. Find out how it all ends. Inside, After the World Ends, Live, Book 8. Available in audiobook, ebook, and paperback.